Do you want to give it another minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 minute and we'll start.
Just let me know whenever you're ready, and I'll start recording. I'll let you know.
Okay, just. Okay, David, I just sent you an email, so you can take a look at that when you have a chance.
Okay.
But I suppose we should start.
All right. I'm going to hit the record button, and I'll count down for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're ready to go.
Welcome to Davos in the Desert's Lockdown Nation Conference. My name is David Wanetick, and I am the founder and CEO of Davos in the Desert. I am sure that today's program will be an eye-opening event as to the machinations of the globalist cabal. We will learn what the globalists have in store for us in terms of shredding national sovereignty and in depriving the global populace of its liberty and freedoms. We will hear how globalists plan to dictate our healthcare regimens and control us through C40 cities, their manufactured food crises, and the implementation of central bank digital currencies. We will gain insight into how woke policies are politicizing and radicalizing children, as well as the extent to which these unfortunate developments are directed by the Chinese Communist Party. In fairness, globalists are not the only nefarious actors who seek to confine us to our homes and constrict our freedoms of speech, movement, and assembly. Woke forces at the local level share culpability for curtailing our movements and freedoms. Due to the crime wave the progressive forces have foisted upon us, we no longer feel safe traveling to most Democrat-run cities. Seniors who live in America's major cities can no longer walk to the corner pharmacies to retrieve their prescriptions because neighborhood drugstores have been looted out of business. Children in big city America find they have fewer parks to play in because community parks are quickly being turned into refugee centers. Crime in cities such as Washington, D.C. has spun so far out of control that I hear that Hamas has demanded a ceasefire in America's Democrat cities, but those calls have been unheeded. Those with common sense, traditional values find their freedoms disproportionately curtailed. While Democrats want to bestow generous social benefits and the right to vote on illegal immigrants who savagely beat New York City police officers, Christians who pray in the vicinity of abortion centers may face years of imprisonment. They do face years of imprisonment. The attacks on our freedoms are multi-pronged. America is becoming a lockdown nation. I will now begin my presentation entitled The Ultimate Goal of the Climate Change Hoax. Again, my name is David Wanetick, and I am the CEO of Davos in the Desert. What is the mission of Davos in the Desert? Davos in the Desert is dedicated to putting a dent in the globalist movement. Why is this important? Because globalists are scheming to control every aspect of our lives, largely through the hoax of climate change. and because some globalists seek to end our lives through the weaponization of their perversion of healthcare. Allow me to first talk about globalists seeking to control our lives. As with so many other cults, such as David Koresh of the Branch Davidians, Jim Jones of the People's Temple, and Charles Manson, today's occult of globalism instructs us that the only way to avoid climate change-induced Armageddon is to completely and unquestionably submit to every one of their commandments. Globalists/fascists insist on dictating the stoves, air conditioners, washing machines, and light bulbs we buy. Never mind that such appliances work less effectively and wear out faster. Mike Bloomberg-backed C40 cities seek to place strict limits on the number of items of clothing we can purchase each year and severely restrict air travel to once every 3 years. We stand to be penalized if we dare venture further than 15 minutes from our homes. Nearly 100 globalist mayors, such as Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, have agreed to forbid us from owning cars of any kind and to ban the public from consuming meat and dairy by 2030. Much of globalist control levers revolve around creating food insecurity. Ranchers no longer raise cattle. Farmers paid to refrain from growing crops. Farmers pushed off their farms and forbidden to farm anywhere else. Shortages of baby food. Ransacking grocery stores, resulting in food deserts and rising dependency on food banks. We are expected to resort to eating insects and to stomach highly processed frankenfoods. In the globalist view, we should expect to pay more and to accept less. We should welcome a lower quality of life. The globalist power grab largely rests on the lie of man-made climate change. There is no man-made climate change. Steve Koonin, former Undersecretary for Science at the U.S. Department of Energy under the Obama administration, said human influences currently amount to only 1% of the energy that flows through the climate system. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's chief of staff said, the interesting thing about the Green New Deal is it wasn't originally a climate thing at all. It is all about overhauling the entire economy. Nonetheless, globalists never tire of sowing climate change fear. Last year at a conference in Switzerland, Al Gore said humanity is putting an amount of carbon dioxide into the air that is equal to 600,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs exploding every single day. A carnival barker has more credibility than such climate change shock troopers. And ludicrous statements and policies that come out of elitist conventions would shock the conscience of even Calcutta-based call center con artists. Indeed, if you wanted to forge the perfect fraud, you wouldn't be able to find better material than so-called man-made climate change. Somewhere in the world, there will always be hurricanes, tornadoes, typhoons, earthquakes, forest fires, floods, droughts, and the like that can be cited as evidence of climate change. These headline-grabbing natural events are ripe for sensationalized clickbait promoted by journalists that apply as much discretion to the reporting as a Kardashian on Tinder. Almost invariably, those that report on natural disasters have no scientific background, but are certain that climate change was the culprit. Even cases of arson are reported as being sparked by climate change. Progressive politicians, such as Hawaii's governor, are now quick to blame wildfires that result from their mismanagement of electric utilities and forests on climate change. The dogma of so-called climate change is now both a get-out-of-jail-free card for incompetent progressive politicians and a means to entrap the citizenry into a state of less liberty and wealth. Climate alarmists have warned us that the Earth will be doomed in the next 10 or 20 years since at least the 1970s. Interesting how climate change fearmongers typically arrive at timelines 10 or 20 years out. Such timeframes are immediate enough to scare legislators into promoting anti-growth and liberty-depriving legislation. But these timelines are distant enough so that a politician's dire predictions will be tested only years after he has left office. Similarly, woke bankers bemoan the impending loss of our shorelines, only to originate 30-year mortgages on those same oceanfront properties. The Church of Climate Apocalypse never has to be right because its believers never lose faith. Again, there is no evidence of long-term man-made climate change. Temperature trend analysis over several centuries is impossible, as all statistics related to climate change are ripe for manipulation. The time periods and geographies can make a world of difference. Computers have only been ubiquitous since the 1990s. Without computers, it was almost impossible to manage data. Few volunteer temperature trackers of yesteryear even had graph paper. The papers they did have often became soiled, disheveled, burned, wind-strewn, and misplaced. It was hard to read handwriting on discolored paper. It was easy to forget plus and minus signs when recording cold temperatures. Sometimes temperatures were collected at different sites, different elevations, or different hours of the day. There was notable variability in measuring instruments, as well as greater inaccuracy of the same thermometers over time. Volunteer temperature recorders took vacations, became ill, moved away, and died. Long lapses in highly imperfect data collection would have been remedied by guesstimations. Given all of these challenges, I don't believe that researchers can accurately determine temperatures within a fraction of a degree over the past century. I do not have confidence that the same people who cannot differentiate a man from a woman can flawlessly predict the temperature across the globe over the next 50 years. And then there is the Mandelbrottian effect. Benoit Mandelbrot, the father of fractal mathematics, said that the more powerful the measuring instrument becomes, the greater will be the reading of the thing being measured. Current day temperature measurement is also subject to manipulation. Temperatures are usually taken at the airports, where the temperatures are affected by pavement and aircraft engines. I have to believe that measuring the temperature at Phoenix's Sky Harbor International Airport must produce much different results today than was the case 100 years ago. If that wasn't enough, temperatures are supposed to be taken in the shade at 2 meters above the ground. Now temperatures are measured in the sun, as well as closer and closer to the ground. If you aren't getting the temperature reading you want, just take the temperature a little closer to the ground. Assigning all modern-day temperature variations solely to human activity ignores the more important factors, such as the height and coverage of clouds, volcanic activity on land, volcanic formation in the ocean, ocean currents, the proximity to water, the sun's brightness, plate tectonics, variation in the Earth's orbit, the Earth's axial tilt, the gravitational influences of the moon, and even the occasional impact of meteorites. Many of these effects are not fully understood. What is even less understood is the interaction of all of these variables. Into this vortex of ambiguity is a tapestry of research tricks. For instance, William Hopper, a professor of physics at Princeton University, and Richard Lindzen, professor of atmospheric science at MIT, argued that the claims used by the EPA to justify new regulations are not based on scientific facts, but rather political opinions and speculative models that have consistently proven to be wrong. These scholars go on to write that the unscientific method of analysis, relying on consensus, peer review, government opinion, models that do not work, cherry-picking data, and omitting voluminous contradictory data is commonly employed in climate change studies. As long as an academic arrives at the conclusion that humans cause climate change, anything can be published in a reputable scientific journal. Patrick Brown, co-director of the climate and energy team at Johns Hopkins University, referring to his paper on climate warming causing wildfires in California, stated, "I just got published in Nature because I stuck to a narrative I knew the editors would like." Other authors have had peer review articles published that claim that penises cause climate change. Many purportedly scholarly papers claim that there are strong links between racism and climate change. So why have so many climate researchers claim that there is climate change? Well, first of all, there is a tremendous amount of fraud research in general. Just a few days ago, Harvard Medical School professor Khalid Shah was accused of doctoring or copying images of deadly brain tumors in more than 24 papers he co-authored. The president of Stanford University resigned in the summer of 2023 after a series of investigations exposed serious problems with his research. Also, in June of 2023, it was revealed that Harvard Business School professor Francesca Gina falsified her research. According to some surveys, researchers themselves believe the incidence of fraud is between 14 and 33%. In 2022, 5,500 retractions of academic papers were cataloged, up from just 40 retractions in 2000. There are many reasons that there is so much fraud in research. Academicians live in a publish or perish world. Funding for research is very competitive. For instance, in recent years, the National Institutes of Health approved far less than 20% of its grant applications. Also, there has been a proliferation in the number of contributors of academic papers. Several decades ago, there were usually only a few contributors to a paper. Now there can be over 100 contributors to a paper. So why does that matter? Because if a crazy paper is published, like penises causing global warming, few young researchers will seek to refute such paper if 100 influential and senior people in his field have contributed to that study. So why is there so much fraud in climate change research? Because your funding and career will be put at risk if you take issue with the climate change litmus test. On the other hand, if you parrot the climate change myth, you will likely get a piece of the some $1 trillion governments have allocated to climate change research and development. Dr. Judith Curry, who recently stated that the overwhelming consensus on the climate change crisis is manufactured, talks about how she was treated like a well-compensated rock star when her research seemed to show a dramatic increase in hurricane intensity. Now that brave climate researchers like Judith Curry have been somewhat unmuzzled, the truth about climate change is coming out. A group of 48 Italian science professors stated that human responsibility for climate change is, quote, unjustifiably exaggerated and catastrophic predictions are not realistic, unquote. More than 1,600 scientists signed the World Climate Declaration, which hold that the alarmist climate messaging pushed by global elites is purely political. Greenpeace founder Dr. Patrick Moore testified that the man-made climate change narrative is a dangerous hoax perpetrated by the elite to take away our most basic freedoms. Recently, Nobel Prize-winning scientist Dr. John Clauser stated, man-made climate change is a hoax promoted by globalists to depopulate the planet. To the globalist way of thinking, the best way to protect humanity is to rid the earth of humanity. Voltaire warned us, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Man-made climate change is an absurdity, and any attempt to depopulate the earth is an atrocity in the waiting. Globalists are serious about wanting to depopulate the earth. Stanley Johnson, Boris Johnson's father, said that ideally the United Kingdom's population should be 10 to 15 million people, down from nearly 70 million people today. King Charles's father, the late Prince Philip, said he wanted to be reincarnated as a virus that would eliminate billions of people. Dennis Meadows, who has served on the faculty of MIT and Dartmouth College and was a keynote speaker at the launch of the United Nations University, said that the global population should be reduced to 1 or 2 billion people. I suppose to his credit, Professor Meadows said that he hopes that the reduction of some 6 or 7 billion people will be accomplished in a humane manner. A celebrated Cambridge University economist thinks the global population should be as little as 500 million. These calls for implied democide may seem far-fetched. It may seem unlikely that C40 cities such as Phoenix will really ban meat and dairy products by 2030. However, I have learned never to underestimate the mendacity of progressives. Let us think back just 5 years ago. If in 2019 we learned that the Nazis used surgeries and hormones to turn Jewish boys into Jewish girls, we would have been horrified. If in 2019 we learned that the Chinese were turning little Uyghur girls into boys, we would have been irate. Within just a few years, we experienced the mainstreaming of the mutilization of our own children. The Mengalization of American children is now a matter of government policy. Divorcing parents in California that do not support their children undergoing sex changes lose custody rights. The Biden administration threatened to suspend lunch programs at schools that try to block the Mengalization of their students. Again, never underestimate the mendacity of progressives. Globalists such as Yuval Noah Harari, an intellectual driving force at the World Economic Forum, are already ramping up anti-human propaganda by derisively referring to human beings as worthless eaters and hackable animals. When human life is so degraded, it becomes easier to put forth policies that end life. As mentioned, vulnerable teenagers are railroaded into medical experimentation that renders them infertile. Partial birth abortions are demanded. California Democrats are dramatically reducing the bar for administering euthanasia, thereby greatly increasing the addressable market. It used to be that 15 days had to pass between a patient choosing to be euthanized and the act taking place. Now, vulnerable people can be euthanized in just 48 hours in California, far less time than the 6 to 8 weeks it takes to get an appointment with a pain specialist. Doctors in places like California are being forced into administering euthanasia with diminishing allowance for conscientious objection. Since becoming legal, the number of Canadians killed by physician-assisted suicide nearly doubled between 2017 and 2019. Prime Minister Trudeau, who wins rhapsodizing praise from the World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab as an alumni of that organization's Young Leaders Program, suggested that euthanasia could be a good decision for people that are depressed or poor. More than a third of the Canadians who opted for medical assistance in dying cited concerns of being a burden to their families. The perception of choosing suicide is changing from tragedy to a matter of nobility. Even the Judeo-Christian notion of the sanctity of human life is being mocked as old-fashioned, Western, and unenlightened. Ragtag bands of child abusers masking around as legitimate social justice warriors in places like New York's Washington Square chant, "We are coming for your children. We are coming for your children." Yes, our children are under attack. We know of the pressure schools place on children to undergo sex reassignment procedures. We know the filth that is being taught to them in school. We know that even very young kids are being taught to be accepting of sex with so-called minority-attracted adults. My dire prediction, and I hope that I am wrong, is that it will not be long until children are indoctrinated that suicide is a perfectly acceptable life choice. I have another concern. Will the destruction of gender be followed by the destruction of humanity? Hillary Clinton recently called for formal deprogramming of Trump supporters. Matthew Lau said at a TED Talk that we could get people to stop eating meat by using genetic engineering. These statements may sound crazy, but they come from a former United States Senator, and Professor Lau is a director for the Center for Bioethics at New York University, a so-called expert on human rights and a darling of the globalist movement. People like that may have the drive and ability to make the programming of humans, such as the Chinese are doing with the Uyghurs, much more efficient. Again, I ask, will the destruction of gender be followed by the destruction of humanity? In the context of this question, globalists calling people hackable animals becomes very scary. One concern is that globalists seek to depopulate and manipulate our genetic makeup. They want to change our behaviors and thoughts. Another concern is that if software is downloaded into people, the subjects could become part human and part software. Just as progressives claim that there are 51 genders, progressives could claim that there are 51 variations of people, each partially programmed with various code. Euthanasia would be much more marketable if part of the pitch was that ending life is no more morally troubling than deleting outdated software. Globalists are not waiting for the further development of genetic engineering to control healthcare. They have found their elixir, pandemics. As recently as 2019, the WHO stated that pandemics are rare and insignificant in terms of overall mortality. Now the WHO and the entire UN system consider pandemics an existential and imminent threat. The World Health Organization is very close to empowering itself with dictatorial powers that will permeate across the globe. These powers can be ignited based on the mere risk of a pandemic. Evidence of an outbreak of a pandemic is not necessary. And the definition of a potential pandemic is wide open. In its efforts to detect pandemic risk, the WHO surveils for viral variants, which is to say it surveils nature. The WHO can call anything a health emergency, including racism, inequality, and especially so-called climate change. It can cite the article in the American Medical Association Journal of Ethics that called gun violence an infectious disease, even though no germs or pathogens cause people to shoot each other. It doesn't have to be people that are said to be at risk of a health emergency. The WHO will be able to trigger its power grab if it perceives that plants, animals, or the planet are at risk. Once the World Health Organization makes a health emergency declaration, the WHO can cause its signatory countries to implement quarantines, mandatory vaccines, vaccination passports, and to control our movements and interactions with others. The WHO seeks the power to dictate border policies and requires signatory countries to implement exacting censorship. I may be called a conspiracy theorist, but these things happened just a few years ago. How did WHO advisories work out for patients during the COVID-19 pandemic? Due to censorship, the populace was provided with only a little one-sided information and consent wasn't sought. We were essentially forced to become vaccinated. Those hospitalized with COVID-19 were basically forced to take remdesivir, which killed 53% of the patients, and an Ebola trial is banned in about 50 countries. Many hospitalized patients were deprived of ivermectin, even though it has been prescribed 3.5 billion times before the outbreak of COVID. Concerns for patients' well-being was thrown to the back of the bus. Hospitals that administered remdesivir received bonuses and billed as much as $500,000. Hospitals would only make about $3,200 if ivermectin was prescribed. In thousands of cases, patients who refused remdesivir were given the drug in their sleep, or they were given sedatives like morphine first, and then in their stupor, given remdesivir. In a similar vein, many other COVID patients were placed on ventilators against their will. Further, ivermectin had to be demonized because the vaccines wouldn't be able to get emergency use authorization if a viable alternative existed. And if tens of thousands of worthless eaters died during their mistreatment at hospitals, so much the better. because those statistics could be used to discredit the Trump administration. All of this is a long way from the Hippocratic Oath, which states, first, do no harm. Great harm was caused by the vaccines. While I can't state this number with the degree of confidence that Bill Gates predicts the arrival of the next pandemic, some scholars report that 17 million people died from mRNA vaccines. Today, the standards for putting new vaccines on the market are very low. Since there is tremendous pressure from the WHO to create vaccines within 100 days, little data is required and there are no clinical trials. The criteria for approval is may be effective, not safe and effective. Concerns by regulators are left unanswered by pharmaceutical companies. There is no adherence to good manufacturing practices. There is no informed consent. Manufacturers assume no liability. There is no congressional or judicial review. There is no recall process. The Florida Surgeon General said that the new COVID vaccine is, quote, inhuman, and that he would not recommend it to any living being on this planet, end quote. If you see that a restaurant has 4 bad Yelp reviews, you don't patronize that restaurant. If many hundreds of thousands of people complain about lethal side effects of a vaccine, you shouldn't have to repeatedly go back for booster shots. However, with vaccines as the price to pay to escape lockdowns and enjoy some semblance of freedom, huge swaths of humanity may submit to more vaccine shots during the next pandemic. Not every single injustice during COVID can be blamed on globalists, but I fear that if we were to channel Patrick Henry and present an ultimatum to some globalists, give us liberty or give us death, those globalists would quickly respond by saying death. Globalist health entities like the WHO were cited in the implementation of vaccine mandates and repressive policies. It is important to realize these policies were couched merely as WHO suggestions. The next set of globalist health policies could be in the form of mandates. Our healthcare should be a private matter between a doctor and his patient. Informed consent should never be compromised. Health policy should never be mandated on a one-size-fits-all basis by a foreign entity such as the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, the European Union, the G20, or the United Nations. As Henry David Thoreau said, when others think for you, they will soon stop thinking about you. None of these organizations are directly accountable to the electorate. In the case of the WHO, at least 50 of its members do not claim to be democracies. The decision-making within the WHO is not democratic. For example, an expert panel voted 9-6 not to call monkeypox a public health emergency. So the Director General of the WHO broke what he deemed to be a deadlock by ruling that monkeypox was a public health emergency. There are no appeals processes with these organizations. Worse yet, these organizations are wildly intertwined. Given the incestuous nature of the globalist cabal, we have no idea who is controlling pandemic policies. The EU defers to the WHO. In some cases, deference is given from the WHO to the G20 or the G7 or to the United Nations, who in turn rely on the WHO for its expertise. Can we really count on these organizations to formulate healthcare policy with wisdom and compassion? Do we really want the United Nations Human Rights Council to be the arbiter of life, especially when that body, UNRWA, not climate change, ginned up the hatred that triggered the massacre of October 7th? While these organizations are self-referential, they can be easily manipulated. The majority, as much as 85% of the WHO's funding, comes from wealthy individuals, private companies, and foundations. The privately directed research projects they support can be dangerous. A bad actor like Alex Soros could come up with a thesis that all Republicans that have been in the same room with Donald Trump are carriers of a lethal virus. Somebody like Soros could fund a research project at the WHO to test this hypothesis. The terms could be that Soros would pay for all of the costs associated with the research, and then when the report is submitted to his satisfaction, he would grant $100 million to the WHO. Of course, in return for the initial funding, Soros would require that his researchers and preferred methodology be used. No WHO officials will risk their comfortable jobs, lush pensions, and their children's WHO-funded schooling by objecting to such sponsored research projects. Thus, a wealthy person, foundation, or company could use the WHO as a tool to propagate the vaccines of their choice or to implement its preferred social policies throughout the world. These globalist machinations are taking place behind our backs. There is almost no discussion, not in the public square, state capitals, or Congress, of subrogating our healthcare, individual liberty, or sovereignty to world organizations. There are no such referendums. Elected officials are supposed to protect their constituents from the whims of foreign and unaccountable authoritarians. Unfortunately, it looks like Democrat senators are deciding to become accomplices to the globalist juggernaut. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson authored the No WHO Pandemic Treaty, which would require the advice and consent of the Senate of the United States to be bound by WHO dictates. Not one Democrat senator has stepped up to co-sponsor this bill. In other words, Democrat senators seem to be saying to the globalists, have your way with our constituents' bodies and liberties, whoever you are, wherever you are. What kind of spineless nonsense is that? So what is Davos in the Desert doing to support its anti-globalist mission? We support Representative Scott Perry's recently introduced Defund Davos Act, which would prohibit the United States government from funding the World Economic Forum. We are fortunate to be based in Representative Andy Biggs's congressional district. We support Andy Biggs's proposed legislation, H.R. 79, the WHO Withdrawal Act. H.R. 79 has gained 51 co-signers. I redrafted H.R. 79 not to dilute it, but to widen its appeal by providing context to the proposed legislation. My proposed edits are available at the Davos in the Desert website, which is davosinthedesert.us. We will do what we can to help Representative Biggs secure more co-sponsors. This is not an easy campaign. However, I am convinced that a strong campaign will do some good. Our efforts may encourage other groups in the US and around the world to bring attention to the threats that globalists pose. Just the threat of countries withdrawing from the WHO may reduce the mendacity of that organization, and that would be a significant accomplishment. We will continue doing what we can to spread our anti-globalist mission. We have already built a large library of important podcasts, which is available at the Davos in the Desert website. We've also organized quite a few live events. We hope that you will support our mission by becoming a member, financially supporting our cause, or by volunteering. I can't expect my progressive friends to join our cause, but I can encourage them to withdraw their support from globalist movements. Wherever your politics lie, wouldn't you want to participate in local decision-making where your voice can be heard, rather than have foreign policies imposed on you? The woke wouldn't like it if some amorphous foreign power tried to regulate their lives by requiring them to work for a living, move out of their parents' homes by the time they turn 36. So let's have whatever policy debates that we need to have at the local level. For representatives of large corporations that are members of globalist organizations, seek to cause your company to withdraw its support for and participation in those organizations. If you don't want to belong to an organization that promotes genocide, you certainly wouldn't want to belong to an organization that promotes democide, or at least seeks to drain humanity out of our bodies by regulating almost all of our activities. Just divert your funding. Divest from organizations that seek depopulation, or be prepared to explain to your shareholders, customers, employees, and channel partners which of them you think the Earth would be better off without. So that concludes my speech. I think maybe have time for one or two questions, if there are any questions. If not, we can proceed. Okay, so Debbie, I'm not sure that I see any questions.
There are no questions. I'd like to have Ms. Reggie Littlejohn, Dr. David Bell, and James Roguski. Please open up your audio and video.
Okay, as they're doing that, I'll just make a quick introduction of our speakers. I have to apologize in advance to all of our speakers. Our speakers are very successful people. Their careers are very distinguished and extensive. And in the spirit of getting to the heart of the presentations, I'll do a bit of injustice to them by giving them a very abbreviated introduction. So just a few words about the speakers for our next panel. By the way, the next panel is called the World Health Organization's Gambit to Micromanage Our Lives. So speaking on this panel, first off, we'll listen to Reggie Littlejohn. Reggie is a co-founder of the Sovereignty Coalition, a nonpartisan group determined to protect and defend U.S. national sovereignty and personal medical freedom against all enemies, foreign and domestic, including globalist organizations such as the World Health Organization. Reggie is also the president of Women's Rights Without Frontiers, which is doing great work to save girls in China. Again, very abbreviated introduction to Reggie. We also have Dr. David Bell speaking to us. Dr. Bell is a senior scholar at the Brownstone Institute and is a public health physician and biotech consultant in global health, former medical officer and scientist at the World Health Organization, a program head for malaria and febrile diseases at the Foundation for Innovation New Diagnostics in Geneva, Switzerland, and director of the Global Health Technologies at Intellectual Ventures Global Good Fund. And we also have James Roguski. James Roguski is an author, researcher, activist, and natural health advocate. He specializes in researching highly complex issues and translating data into simple language that is easily understood to facilitate action. So very pleased we have our fantastic speakers today, so I'll turn it over to Reggie Littlejohn.
Thank you so much to David Wanetick and to Davos in the Desert for hosting this extremely important conference, and also to New Tang Dynasty TV for live streaming it, which is going to greatly impact the reach of this. So never before has humanity been so close to losing our freedom in a digital dark age. Once digital IDs and CBDCs and a social credit system are installed, there will be no dissent, because every time you try to dissent, you can be shut down and you could even be cut off from your credit cards and your bank accounts. So therefore, we really have to act now to stop this from coming down. Otherwise, we will become a lockdown nation. And for those who dismiss all of what I've said as a conspiracy theory, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show several videos where these globalists themselves are going to talk about what they are doing and why they are doing it. And so that you can judge for yourself whether what I say is a conspiracy theory or not. So Debbie's going to help with the various videos. The first one I would like to show is from Budi Sadikin from the B20, and he is going to talk about vaccine passports. Debbie, do you have the video? All right. I don't know
We
what
have this
happened.
digital certificate using WHO standard, and we will submit into the next World Health Assembly in Geneva as the revision to international health regulation. So hopefully for the next pandemic, we can still see some movement of the people, some movement of the goods, and movement of the economy.
So the point of this is, what he's saying is basically that we need vaccine passports to track who is vaccinated and who is not vaccinated, in order to promote some movement among the people in the next pandemic. In other words, if you are not vaccinated, you will not be able to move during the next pandemic. Secondly, I would like to show what, people say follow the money. Let's show a video by Bill Gates about what is the financial incentive behind this push towards worldwide vaccination. So could we show the video about by Bill Gates?
My apologies, it's not working.
Okay, well, let me see if I can do this. And then I would just click share screen.
Yes.
Just share on the bottom. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up.
We're here today with Bill Gates. A lot to talk about what he's been working on. And thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to talk to you about your approach to vaccinations. You wrote something recently, and like you always do, you kind of looked at the problem from a scientific and business perspective on things. You've invested $10 billion in vaccinations over the last 2 decades, and you figured out the return on investment for that. It kind of stunned me. Can you walk us through the math?
We see a phenomenal track record. It's been $100 billion overall that the world's put in. Our foundation is a bit more than $10 billion. But we feel there's been over a 20-to-1 return. So if you just look at the economic benefits, that's a pretty strong number compared to anything else. The human benefit in millions of lives saved. So, we're here with a pretty strong message that although all these other issues are very important, let's not forget about the great success in global health and maintaining that commitment.
Okay, so Debbie, just maybe you can get the next one up, the one Tedros Ghebreyesus of the WHO, so that while I'm speaking, you could be pulling it up. So basically, you heard that's an incredible return on investment. It's just unbelievable. And the thing that's very disturbing about this is that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are major funders of the World Health Organization. So you've got a situation where the World Health Organization is being funded by people who are pressing vaccines, and meanwhile, the World Health Organization is making decisions about whether or not we have vaccines. I mean, this is a conflict of interest. So people might ask, how are they going to track these the vaccination status? And the answer is through digital IDs. So the words, they were calling them vaccine passports earlier on, but I think that in part the Stop Vaccine Passports Task Force made that nomenclature radioactive, so now they're just calling them digital IDs. But they are being rolled out worldwide, and here is a clip of Tedros Ghebreyesus talking about how he and the European Union have partnered to roll these things out worldwide. Please play.
While the emergency phase of the COVID-19 pandemic is now over, investments in digital infrastructure remain an important resource for health systems and for economies and societies at large. Like many countries, the European Union made significant investments in COVID-19 certificates to help people move around as safely as possible during the pandemic. The European Union's certification system was used by all 27 EU member states and more than 50 other countries. Building on the success of the EU system, WHO is proud today to launch the Global Digital Health Certification Network. So thank you so much to European Union for the excellent certification system that you have transferred to us, and we have the chance to build on it. WHO will begin operations of the network today with the existing COVID-19 certificate as a global public good. Soon after, we will expand this infrastructure by incorporating other use, such as a digitized international certificate of vaccination, routine immunization cards, and international patient summaries.
So Debbie, if you could get the World Economic Forum chart on digital IDs and put that up, please. So these digital IDs are going to track a lot more than vaccination status. And so if you look at this World Economic Forum chart about digital identities, you'll see that what they say that they're going to enable people to do is to access healthcare and medical treatment, open bank accounts and carry out financial transactions, travel, shop online, and access social media platforms, pay taxes, vote, and collect benefits like Medicare and Social Security. Well, what that means is that if you don't have a digital ID, or if you do something they don't like for example, let's say you don't get vaccinated or you don't get boosted, or let's say that you are have criticized, you've done misinformation or disinformation, criticizing the World Health Organization's narrative, or let's say that you belong to a disfavored religious group, they can limit you in your, or shut off your ability to access healthcare and medical treatment, open bank accounts and carry on financial transactions, pay your taxes, travel, all the rest of it. So this is very, very dangerous. Now, under the rubric of health, they're establishing this infrastructure that can, in the wrong hands, can be used to seriously destroy our freedom. And what else is the enforcement mechanism for this? I would say that central bank digital currencies can be used to enforce this. In other words, if you step out of line, they can turn off your access to your money. So, Debbie, if you could get the Augustin Karsten's video up. He's the Bank of International Settlements, talking about the fact that these CBDCs are programmable. All right, I guess that we're not going to be able to get the video. So I'm going to read you a transcript of what he said.
We don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that.
Oh no.
Is.
All right, so what is the Bank of International Settlements? The Bank of International Settlements is the central bank over all the central banks. And what he's saying is that with these CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, they will be able to program it so that they will number one know everything you're buying. They'll know where you are when you purchase it, and they will be able to decide whether or not you can buy it, and whether or not when you can buy it. So, for example, they could say it expires in 6 months. This would be to discourage people from being able to save. And they could say that, let's say that you're on quarantine. They could make it so that you can't buy anything outside of your house. They could turn it off entirely. And these CBDCs are being also rolled out simultaneous with the digital IDs all over the world. So what this can do then is lock us between the digital ID and the CBDC. It can lock us into what is known as 15-minute cities. So can I have the video about 15-minute cities, please, Debbie?
A 15-minute city means basically a neighborhood where you can reach everything you need within a 15-minute foot walk, a doctor, grocery store, and so forth. However, if you now fancy another store and it does not happen to be in your neighborhood, you won't be going to that store anymore. Total control is what we're talking about. Once they decide you're no longer allowed to leave your 15-minute immediate area, they don't have to fence it in or anything. It will be done via digital ID.
With the social credit system, kind of
Something like
maintaining
that.
compliance.
Yes. And there's pilot project already going on in Bologna. It's called the Bologna wallet, and in Vienna it's called the Vienna token. It's voluntary for now, and it's only pretty much enticing people to get some tickets for a little less or something like that, to go to theater, something like that. But soon there will be a time you don't have a choice anymore. You have to have this digital green certificate, this QR code, whatever, and then
Okay, so I guess that we don't get to see the whole video, but basically, these digital IDs and CBDCs can be used to trap us in 15-minute cities. And 15-minute cities is its own topic. But this is a movement that is spreading worldwide, and it's being billed as, this is good for the environment. Let's just keep everybody in a 15-minute city. But then between your digital ID, which they can see exactly where you are, and your central bank digital currency, where they can turn off your access to funds, they can lock you down in a 15-minute city, which is very dangerous. So we at the Sovereignty Coalition have had great success in getting what we did is we informed Congress, and especially the Appropriations Committee, about the dangers of the World Health Organization. And they ended up actually defunding the World Health Organization. So the United States House of Representatives passed a bill that included defunding the World Health Organization. And they actually sent us a 1-minute video, a couple members of the Appropriations Committee thanking us for our role in educating Congress about this. So if we could have that 1-minute video, that would be great.
It's John Molinar. This is Mario Diaz-Balart, our chairman. We just had a good meeting in our full committee of appropriations. Appreciate your information about the World Health Organization, all you're doing to help members be aware, but I wanted you to meet Mario and just thank you for your advocacy.
Well, and also, and thank you, Mr. Molinar, for bringing this issue up and not stopping until we do the right thing. Look, the WHO has become a subsidiary of the Communist Party of China. And the days of just funding things because they're there have to be over. So we're serious. We've defunded it. We're going to continue to fight to make sure that we're not spending money on things that are not only not helping our interests, they're actually hurting our interests. So thank you all for bringing it up, and we're going to continue that fight.
Thank you.
So that was one of the big highlights of my year. Now, don't think that the WHO has been defunded. It still needs to go through the Senate. We still need to keep the pressure on. But I would also say, with respect to the World Health Organization, there are two agreements that are being negotiated that are going to be voted on in May. One is the new pandemic treaty. The other one is amendments to the international health regulations. And I would mention, with respect to the international health regulations, that according to Article 55, they were supposed to have given a final draft of what they're going to be voting on in January, which they missed that deadline and have said that they're just not going to meet the deadline. And so what that means is that these incredibly important issues are going to be voted on in May, with people seeing it like a couple days beforehand, which gives no time for people to comment, and it's way too important for that. So number one, I am in favor of defunding and withdrawing from the WHO. But barring that, I think that we need to delay the vote on the international health regulations until people have had time to consider them. And since the pandemic treaty references the international health regulations and is based on them and needs to be consistent with them, we really can't vote on the pandemic treaty until the international health regulation amendments have passed. That's my opinion. Also, I just, in ending this, I would like to say that, you know, we feel like we're kind of getting assaulted from all sides by people who are very powerful, people who are very well funded, people who are very smart, people who are very evil. And so that we need God. I mean, the only way we're going to be able to combat this is by the power of the Lord. So I have founded and am in the process of launching something called the Anti-globalist Alliance. Could you please put up the image for that, Debbie? And our patron saint is Joan of Arc, because she is, you know, she stood up against an invasion of France by the English. So she's like the original patriot. And not only that, but she was a brilliant military strategist. She, you know, but she kept her eyes always on God. And I'd like to end with quoting one little verse of scripture that I love, which is, "Be brave, it won't make you burst." Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Reggie. We very much appreciate your comments. Maybe we can turn it over to Dr. David Bell now.
I trust you can see me.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so can you see that?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, thanks for having me on. And thanks, Reggie, for setting the scene so well. So as Reggie mentioned, this is, you know, there is a lot behind this, there is a lot going on, but public health is being used as a tool to implement these changes in society. And it's really important, therefore, to understand whether there is a public health basis for anything that we're being told, because obviously, if there is not...
Unmute to hear others in the meeting. Hit the unmute.
Yeah, if there's not, then it is clear.
I don't know why it's not working.
Sorry, we have someone else on the line here. Okay, so essentially the pandemic, the public health basis for this depends really on WHO being a fit organization to run what we are told are recurrent emergencies crises in the world, public health crises. And so to make that sense of that, the WHO would have to be a legitimate representative of the world's populations, a custodian of public health. The idea of a centralized response to a complex emergency that we're being told is an existential threat in terms of pandemics, etc., would have to make sense, and that threat would have to be real. And everything that we're being told really depends, putting the human rights and sovereignty issues aside, which are very important, depends on all of these being true. So I'd like to quickly go through who is the World Health Organization. So it was put together in 1946 after the Second World War for ostensibly good reasons. The idea is that we'd have an international organization that would work for countries at the request of countries, working on the highest burden diseases. It would be funded with core funding so that from a technical point of view, looking at the greatest burdens in disease, it could decide where to put that money. And it had a very broad definition of health, which is a good one: physical, mental, and social well-being. So this was an organization that countries could use on a voluntary basis. In the last 20 years, it's changed dramatically in a number of ways, and this is shown by the funding. This is the current funding of WHO. So rather than having this core funding where the WHO can decide where to spend money, 75% of the funding now is voluntary contributions, which means the funder gives money, the WHO does what the funder wants, so where it wants, on the disease it wants, in the way it wants. So it's essentially changed the WHO from a more or less independent technical organization serving the countries to a servant, or a gun for hire, to a servant of the funders of the organization. And these funders have changed. There's now two main countries, the USA and Germany, which are the biggest funders, probably particularly of vaccination. Germany was behind the BioNTech investments that led to the Pfizer vaccine. So it's not surprising in a way to see Germany as one of the major funders of WHO. The other big change is private funding, and the Gates Foundation is now the second largest funder. Gavi is a public-private partnership. So we out of the first, the European Commission is not a country. So out of the first 5 funders, we only have 2 actual countries, and we have a very strong private influence. And other countries, you can see Canada there giving about 3%. The other countries come below that. So it's dominated by these funders. And through these specified mechanism of funding, they can tell the WHO what to do. So in 2019, the WHO put out quite a good guideline on pandemic influenza and what to do. And it said essentially, under no circumstances do contact tracing, quarantine of exposed individuals, border closures, etc. Essentially, under no circumstances do lockdowns. They envisaged you might close workplaces for 7 to 10 days at a maximum. And the reason they said you should not do any of these things is because it's extremely harmful from a public health point of view and disproportionately harmful for low-income countries and low-income people. So there is still a flow of public health that made a lot of sense and was based on evidence at that time. But as soon as COVID came along, we saw a big change, and there was a huge pressure to change the way we did public health. So there are still groups within the WHO and elsewhere. It's a huge organization that recognized the harm that was going to be done. And these are some of the, in early 2020, some of the warnings that came out that if we do lockdown, particularly low-income countries, we're going to see increases in malaria and tuberculosis, huge increases in hunger. So really a public health disaster. So the WHO went into this with their eyes open. They knew what was going to happen. We also knew very early in COVID that this is data from China published in The Lancet in March 2020, that almost exclusively old people would die of COVID, and very few young people, working age people, people paying taxes and in normal employment, were extremely unlikely to get significantly sick and die. So this was very clear before the lockdowns came along. Looking at this is the population pyramid of China on the left, Europe in the middle, and sub-Saharan Africa on the right. So this immediately tells you, whatever you think of the the response in China, Europe, if you had a good response there, Europe could go along with a fairly similar response, but Sub-Saharan Africa, it would make no sense at all. 50% of the population there is under 20 years of age, at almost zero chance of getting sick from COVID. Less than 1% are over 75, and obesity and diabetes much rarer. So we knew that the 1.3 billion people in Sub-Saharan Africa and large part of Asia, for instance, were almost zero risk for this disease that was coming out of China. So in this knowledge, there was a huge campaign in the media from the World Economic Forum on the left there that Africa was going to be a time bomb. It would explode with COVID. Tens of hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people would die. And this was clearly, it was pure propaganda. It didn't fit the message, but we had the New England Journal spouting, we had the Guardian. So it was a huge campaign to go against what we knew was good public health and to change the response, and the response that WHO would implement. So this is up to late last year, comparing 6 sub-Saharan African countries with the UK, Germany, and the USA there for COVID deaths, and completely as predicted. You can see along the bottom, it's really scraping to get off the bottom line. Almost no one died in these sub-Saharan African countries, but huge deaths, huge deaths reported in the UK and Germany. So this isn't a reporting issue. This is, there was a lot of surveillance, etc. in Africa. So this is exactly what you would predict from those graphs that came out of China. Comparing this as tuberculosis, malaria and HIV for the first year of the outbreak in Africa, and you can see COVID there, it's a little sliver of orange. It's irrelevant to these populations, 1.3 billion people, compared to these other endemic diseases. So despite this, the lockdowns went ahead in these countries, which are I'm concentrating on them because they're the main focus traditionally of the WHO. And as a result, in South Asia, we saw almost 250,000 people die in the first year, just 250,000 children die in the first year just from the lockdown. 100 million additional children in poverty, increase in stillbirths, another 10 million girls forced into child marriages, etc., and 70 to 100 million in extreme poverty, and this has now gone up. So this is the inevitable result, and we don't hear it much in the West, and we don't hear about starvation and malnutrition in Africa now in the Western media, and there's a reason for this, because the media push these policies that have caused this. So in the face of this, the vaccines came along at the end of 2020, and in 2021, the WHO started a policy of trying to vaccinate 75% of the world. They did this knowing that, as we saw, that in most of the population of the world, COVID was never going to be a problem. There was much more serious diseases that were deteriorating and that this would divert resources from. And in their own study in Africa, they showed that before Omicron came along, about 2/3 of people had antibodies to COVID. So virtually everyone on the continent had been exposed and had immunity, which meant that the vaccine would make no difference anyway, even if the vaccine was working. So in that context, this has become the biggest international public health program in history. $10.8 billion went to COVAX. It's implemented by the major agencies with a completely nonsensical slogan, no one is safe unless everyone is safe, which no one is safe means if you're vaccinated, you're still not safe. So the vaccine, as many would agree, doesn't work. And the WHO is saying this. So this is a huge expenditure. And it's essentially money into the hands of vaccine makers in the context of a program that was the most expensive they'd ever run, and they couldn't, from a public health point of view, make any discernible difference on the ground. So the people of Africa suffered from this, people of South Asia, but others clearly benefited. And in the context of this mass impoverishment, we have a record increase in billionaires and enrichment of existing billionaires. And this goes back to the way that WHO is now funded. So Reggie gave some background on this. Where we're going now, COVID is, we're told by the WHO, COVID is still an issue. It's not a pandemic or not an emergency anymore. We're moving on to the next one. And to prepare for it, they have the amendments to the International Health Regulations and the treaty, which will be voted on probably this May, June in Geneva. So as Reggie mentioned, these are both intended to be legally binding. The International Health Regulations already are. They concentrate power in the hands of an individual, the Director General. On the basis of a threat, they can, she can require countries to implement all the interventions that we just saw have had such a devastating effect on humanity. And do this on the basis of a threat. There will be plenty of threats because part of this sets up a huge surveillance network which will find viral variants. It will essentially find nature because nature is nature. And on the basis of that, can be countries can be shut down. A 100-day vaccine program will come in to give them their freedom back. And this is steeped in fairly heavy censorship, which countries are required to add to undertake, which will essentially stop us from criticising these emergencies when the WHO declares them. So I think James, after me, will go into this in more detail. So I'll just point out, this is just 2 of 5 major platforms that the WHO has put together on pandemics. So this is a huge change in the WHO from these major diseases it traditionally worked in to essentially turning the organisation into a pandemic preparedness organisation. So, and behind this, there's an ask for $31.5 billion. This is what the World Bank and WHO are touting in the G20. A lot of this will actually be required to come from low-income countries. So this is in the context of WHO budget being about $3.8 billion. So it's almost 10 times the WHO budget. So just to summarise where we are now, really, the WHO is in the wrong ownership to take any role in directing countries what to do. It's significantly privately directed, and 50% of the member states in the World Health Assembly don't even pretend to be democracies. So it makes no sense to have that sort of organisation having this sort of power. Its track record on COVID is appalling, and it makes no sense to have a highly centralised response to a complex public health emergency. So, from a public health point of view, using the WHO for this is really poor policy. It's not just the WHO, of course. There's a lot of organisations involved in this, private and public. And this leads us to sort of how this has happened and how the public health industry has been captured. So over the last 20 years, and we saw it in the WHO funding, but it's very broad, we've had an increasing influence from large private corporations and interests on government international organisations such as who the public-private partnerships, Gavi, CEPI, etc. have started, particularly focused on vaccines and on pandemics and outbreaks. But also the non-government organisations now are very heavily dependent, for instance, on Gates Foundation funding. So are the modelers, so is the media. So then the way this works in a public-private partnership, you leverage government money with this private influence to support this. And the result of this is a commodity-based public health rather than a public health based around communities as WHO is traditionally aiming. And the result of commodity-based public health is private profit for those who make the commodities. So this makes a lot of sense from a business point of view. And in a way, what we're seeing is a huge business takeover of the basic tenets, really, of what we need as humanity. So this will almost certainly happen. And from the health emergencies point of view, what's being set up with pandemics, we're putting a huge surveillance program in place. Countries will be tested under the IHR and the WHO treaty for how well they're surveilling for viral variants. They will find them, a risk will be declared by the WHO, even based just on a threat. There'll be a lockdown, local or international. 100-day vaccine program from CEPI will pour out a vaccine, mRNA vaccine. This will be offered on as a basis for getting freedom back. and being able to travel again. Reggie mentioned vaccine passports, etc. So that we're putting in place a cycle which would be constant emergencies, a 100-day vaccine to get out of them, another emergency when we find another variant. And this is mainly public money which will be funding this, but it is corporate and investor profit that comes out of it. And this is where public health is going now. There's a huge trough of salaries, job security, etc. So if you're working global health, this is where you go, or as Dave mentioned earlier, climate. So the public health community, this is their bread and butter now. This is what they're going to be working on. We're not going to see pushback from there. So the only way this is going to be stopped from absorbing public money and essentially channeling this to a very small private, I hate the term elite, but the corporations that are pushing this whole agenda, is if the public and politicians step in, it's not going to come from health. So lastly, I just want to go through how this is being justified. It makes no sense from a public health point of view, but we're being told now that it's necessary because there's an existential crisis. We're having increasing pandemics, and this is an existential threat to humanity. So this is from the same WHO 2019 document. It essentially points out that we've only had 3 significant events in the past century. Over 100 years ago, well, the first was over a century ago. We had the Spanish flu, and most people then died of bacterial infections, secondary infections. There was no antibiotics, so that the Spanish flu won't happen again. And then we had a couple of pandemics of influenza in the 1950s and 1960s. Life went on as normal. We hardly noticed them. And the swine flu pandemic in 2009 was really far less deaths than we normally see from flu. So this is what the WHO is saying in 2019. So this is rapidly changing. And this is the G20 statements from 2022. And this was put out as a strong backing to the pandemic treaty. So global health threats will emerge more often, spread more rapidly, take more lives. And we're seeing this in the media all the time. Existential threat of deadly, costly pandemics. Next pandemic within a decade. So this is the post-COVID world that they're pushing. And this is from the G20 document, which is the basis for the pronouncement of the G20 in 2022 and 2023. There's 2 pieces of evidence to support this. This is the first one. It's build is showing a clear exponential increase, and it shows these 2 graphs on the right for non-influenza outbreaks and influenza outbreaks. And it's showing as with very few events, but it's showing an exponential increase. On the left, we have a logarithmic scale. So yes, these graphs show an exponential increase in outbreaks. So how did they get this? Firstly, this is from Metabiota. This is the same data set from the same group, Metabiota, that did this work for the G20. And firstly, we have an increase in outbreaks, and this is the same chart, the same data, but with a different y-axis. And we can see this exponential increase at the top. And the reason we are seeing this increase is almost certainly because we have a rising world population, increased surveillance. We've invented PCR in 1983, which is our main way of detecting viruses. So before the 1980, we couldn't even detect a lot of the outbreaks we detect now. We've had a revolution in point of care tests. We have genome sequencing, etc. So when we look at these exponential increase, and we're told there's an exponential increase, is completely ignoring the fact that we can detect and report on outbreaks, which we could never see before. So the lower graph here from Metabiota is mortality from the same data set, and this is really interesting. So the mortality also shows an exponential increase. If we pull out 2 outbreaks on the right there, so if we just take out Ebola as a disease, what we're seeing actually from this data set that the G20 used is a bit of an increase in deaths from outbreaks around the year 2000 with SARS-1, Marburg, Ebola, Angola, etc., Nipah virus. But SARS is less than 1,000 deaths. And then we're seeing almost nothing since then. So what we're actually seeing in the data is 20 years ago, we seem to have a bit of an increase. For the last 20 years, we've been very successful at stopping mortality. So there is no crisis. The other bit of G20 evidence was this table. It shows outbreaks that they say show increasing outbreaks over the past 2 decades. If you take out on the right swine flu, then there's only 25,000 deaths in total in the whole world in 20 years from the outbreaks that the G20 is talking about. So this is what we're seeing through this data. This is the World Bank report supporting the same work, same sort of thing, existential threats. They're suggesting $10.3 billion in additional money for One Health on top of the $31 billion we saw before. They quote a paper, Moran 2020, showing that we've grown to several hundred outbreaks a year. It's the same sort of data, this from a Gideon data set, which is the largest data set on outbreaks. What it actually shows, if you look at that paper from Moran, there was an increase almost certainly due to ability to detect. Over the last decade or so, outbreaks are going down. If we look at the same data set with other papers, studies that were actually reported by the World Bank, but this data was not shown from those papers. We have it on the left, a reduction in outbreak frequency, just the same, and a huge reduction in disease frequency over the last 20 years. On the right, this is the main data set we have on outbreaks. This is outbreaks that killed more than 1,000, more than 100 people. For the last 20 years or 10 years, we've seen a large drop. So what this is telling us, and why I showed this, that we're being told all the time in the papers, in the media, that there is an existential threat. We're seeing increasing outbreaks and increasing risk. We're told this by the World Bank, by the WHO, by the G20, Wellcome Trust, etc. What the data that they're relying on actually shows, if you look at it, is that there is an increase in outbreaks almost certainly due to increased ability to detect. Over the last 2 decades, we're actually seeing a reduction. So we're not only does it make no sense to react the way they are, but we're being lied to about the threat. So we've been here before. Public health has been used as a tool in the European colonialist era, the technocracy and eugenics movements, which are going the way that Dave Wanetick suggested earlier with euthanasia, etc., coming back. The history of European fascism that we all know, and public health played a very large part in pushing this agenda. We saw hints of this during COVID, again, just in the media as well, where we saw the idea that anyone suggesting the response wasn't a good one, where here's a paper from JAMA saying they had potential neurological mechanisms, etc. Essentially that people who disagree with the WHO, who disagree with this mainstream, essentially fascist narrative, are mad and deranged and need to be dealt with. So this is really my conclusion for this. There is no... The WHO is completely the wrong organisation to respond in the way we are. Public health is being used as a tool. The basis that this is being put on, the increasing threat of pandemics and outbreaks, is a completely false one, and we're being lied to by these agencies essentially when they're pushing this. And so clearly this isn't a public health issue. It's public health being used for something very different. This has all the trappings of introducing dictatorships, none of the trappings that you would expect of a public health response. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Very nice presentation. So we can turn the session over to James now.
Did you have any questions? I just want, I saw a few people had questions. I don't know if you wanted to do that first. Be happy to.
I think, James, perhaps you can speak to us for a bit and then we can take questions at the end.
Very good. I had the pleasure of pulling an all-nighter tonight. So if I look a little tired, it might be because of that. The working group for amendments to the international health regulations has scheduled this week, the 5th through the 9th, Monday through Friday, the 7th meeting of the working group. And they had their first meeting tonight at about between 1 and 2 a.m. my time here in California.
And since we were doing this morning, I figured I would stay up and find out what they were talking about. And I've already published a report on my Substack so people can get more details. But pretty much everything that happened this morning is in absolute alignment with what the previous three speakers had to say, David and Reggie and David. And I agree with what was said before me, and very especially the talk about how, in my perspective, this is really much more about money than it is about health. Now, I'm going to try to break up what I talk about into two very distinct segments. I'll talk first about the amendments to the international health regulations, and I want to keep that very distinct and separate from the proposed, goes by many different names. I refer to it as a framework convention. Most people call it a pandemic treaty, accord, agreement. They call it the CA+. It's gone by zero draft and conceptual zero draft, just to confuse people. But there's amendments to an existing document, and then there's a totally new agreement. So to talk about what was going on today at the working group for amendments to the existing international health regulations, I really need to go back a little bit more than 2 years and ask everybody here to erase the things that you have come to know over those past 2 years, because your wisdom in that regard is going to get in the way, because what's going on is either stupid, evil, or a mixture of both. So if you go all the way back to 2020, when COVID hit, whatever the heck that was, wherever the heck that came from, for a year, people were put into a state of fear. But the carrot that was put out there was, well, if you just wait until this wonderful new mRNA technology is made available, if everyone gets jabbed, then everything will go back to normal, everybody will be safe. And at the beginning of 2021, when the jabs rolled out, what it was supposed to be was that people who were determined to be most vulnerable, the people working in the healthcare industry, doctors, nurses, emergency personnel, maybe it would be determined that next would be the elderly or people who have comorbidities or things like that, which we've come to learn is exactly really wrong. The jabs did far more damage to the elderly on an exponential curve. But that was what the plan was. But the way it rolled out was the wealthier nations were able to get contracts for all of these high-tech products, including remdesivir, which I call Rundethasvir. The United States pretty much bought up all of the production. And then when you look at the jabs, Canada got a contract for 400 million jabs. They only have 40 million people, so 10 jabs per person. European Union, very similar. Sweden just dumped a bunch of jabs because they, purchased more than they could use. Same with the European Union. Israel was like the, poster child for Pfizer. United States, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. And so halfway through 2021, even though, what David Bell pointed out with the COVAX, spending a lot of money to try to get donated vaccines and so forth, the relatively poor nations, if you suspend your awareness of how the jabs, it was really a blessing for them that they were unable to get as many as they wanted, they called for a second session of the World Health Assembly to address a trade dispute. Now, what they are arguing for, and this is what came out on December 1st of 2021 out of this special session, they wanted the WHO to oversee negotiations for either changing the international health regulations, amending them, or having a whole new agreement to ensure equitable access to pandemic-related products. That is why these negotiations are happening. Now, I would argue you're crazy if you want more of the jabs and the drugs that the pharmaceutical corporations, put out as therapy for what people were dealing with. many doctors who did alternative care and many things throughout the world proved to be far more effective. And the problem is they're far less expensive. And so what happened is these negotiations started along two tracks. And a month and a half after, the nations said, we want equitable access to pandemic-related products. We want negotiations for new agreements. The Biden administration steps in and very quietly on January 18th, 2022, only a month and a half after the nation said, hey, we want equity, the Biden administration submitted amendments to 13 articles of the international health regulations. Now,
it started this debacle.
And so,
Let's take over.
What happened was they very quietly submitted them with enough time. They are supposed to, under Article 55, and I think Reggie mentioned that they're supposed to present amendments 4 months in advance of the May Assembly, which the Biden administration did. Now, one of the things that was in those changes was they sought to shorten the time frame that the next round of amendments could be considered, because there's an opportunity for nations to reject them in 18 months. And then 6 months after that, a total of 2 years after amendments might be adopted. It's a 2-year period. The Biden administration wanted to change both of those timelines down to 6 months. And the reason I believe for that is if you realize that the next assembly is going to be from May 27th to June 1st of this year, 2024. If you go 6 months forward from June 1st, you're still within the Biden administration. So they were trying to shorten the time frame so they could ram through all of the many things that are being discussed now. But going back to early 2022, with that 4-month period for nations to consider the amendments, long before the May Assembly, it was clear that those were going to just get kicked to the curb. The nations looked at it and they said, did you not hear what we just said we wanted? And the Biden administration's originally proposed amendments were never even brought up for discussion at the World Health Assembly. But then what happened is so astonishing, it seems like no one in the media can comprehend it. And so almost no one has reported on what I'm about to say, which is in the middle of the assembly, in direct violation of Article 55. The Biden administration, along with the European Union, Australia, the United Kingdom, a handful of other countries, submitted a new package of amendments to 5 articles on May 24th, right in the middle of the assembly. In one of the videos of the assembly, they literally shut down the cameras and they said, well, we've reserved a room in the back of the Palace of Nations. We're going to go hash this out, have a discussion. We'll be back later. What they ultimately did on May 28th, 2022, is they said that they adopted the amendments that were submitted, I believe, illegitimately. But lo and behold, because all of these things are videotaped, they never actually had a vote. They just simply said that in their 8th plenary session, these amendments were adopted. But you can go to the 75th World Health Assembly webpage, look at the 8th plenary session, and they never even talked about it. So 18 months to the day after that, a dozen members of the European Parliament sent a letter to the WHO Director General Tedros and said, where's the evidence that you ever voted on these? Please provide it, and if you don't, we have to consider that those amendments are null and void. It should be a scandal that brings Tedros down, and nobody's talking about it. Now, I'll leave that behind because there's much more to talk about. Moving forward, at that same meeting, the nations said, in my words, to the United States, oh, you want to change the World Health, international health regulations? We'll show you how that's done. And they set up a process so that all of the nations could submit amendments. They set a deadline for September 30th, 2022. And by that date, 94 nations submitted 197 pages with over 300 amendments. They kept it secret until mid-December of 2022 when they did reveal it. And I've been reporting on it, and David and Reggie and many other people have been reporting on it. And there's 300 things in there, so we're not going to go through all of them. But I want to talk about a couple that they talked about extensively at today's meeting. And these are the solution to the trade dispute that was offered by both Bangladesh and the 47 nations that make up the African group. They both proposed to create a new Article 13A in the international health regulations. And they know that Tedros has the power to declare what's called a public health emergency of international concern pretty much whenever he wants. And in addition to that declaration of a PHEIC or fake, this proposed amendment would give him the authority to determine what is needed. Then he could set up an allocation mechanism and tell whatever nation had the manufacturing capacity to make what he said was needed, that they had to make it and give it to the nation where it was needed. Now, if you can think of a more totalitarian, dictatorial, Marxist, communist, control the means of production, put all of the control into the hands of one person, structured solution to a trade dispute by giving him, command and control over, all of the logistics and distribution, please don't think about it, because this is bad enough. And so that is still apparently on the table because they were talking about it this morning. This morning, they had a meeting, which I feel is also an illegitimate meeting, because in October, the co-chair of the working group, October 2023, he gave us advance warning. He said, well, we're having difficulty reaching agreement, and it's not likely to happen in alignment with Article 55, which they clearly know is a requirement. That they literally said, a deadline is a deadline. And he said that they're not going to reach that deadline. They're not going to present a final package, which they didn't. And the deadline for that was January 27th, 4 months in advance of the May meeting. In today's meeting, they acted as if that deadline was non-existent. They have every intention of violating that Article 55. And what most of the nations talked about was they want equity. Malaysia spoke up for the group for equity. It's a number of like 29 or more nations. Eswatini, a small nation in South Africa, spoke up for the African group of 47 nations. A number of other nations spoke out in proponents of equity. Well, what does equity mean, right? Equity means they're tired of being colonized by global corporations. If you go back, many, many years, these corporations will go into areas that are undeveloped, cut down the forest and harvest the timber, have an iron ore mine or a diamond or gold or silver mine or lithium or cobalt, take the raw materials back to the home nation, manufacture products from them, add value to those raw materials to the point where the people who provided the raw materials cannot afford the finished product. So if it's something like, someone working in a cobalt mine cannot afford a Tesla, someone who identifies a new pathogen and hands it over to be developed into a pharmaceutical product, the nations couldn't afford to get contracts for the jabs. And so what they're arguing for is not charity. They're arguing to get intellectual property and manufacturing know-how and investment capital and essentially ownership. They want in on the game. This isn't a battle between good and evil. It's a battle between really big evil and little evil that wants to be bigger. And so what we're dealing with here is a trade dispute that has aspects of corporate colonialism, because if you look at the business model, and Bill Gates kind of underestimated it, because now they're saying it's a 35-to-1 return on investment. If you can intellectually pirate genomic sequences that nations have found, turn them into high value added, mRNA jabs, fearmonger the population, and get governments to either print money or digitally create money or go into debt and throw those billions of dollars into the coffers of the pharmaceutical industry. If you can, make that happen the way they did over the past 4 years and more, that is a spectacular business model. It's got nothing at all to do with health. And so they're arguing over how are they going to divvy up this pie and how are they going to word it so that the kickbacks and the bribes and the money laundering that the pharmaceutical industry demands can somehow be reworded as incentives, right? Because the pharmaceutical companies have said very clearly they're not giving up the intellectual property, but they want to pirate the genomic information from the smaller nations. And the smaller nations have wised up over the decades, and they're not having it. They realize that they have something that's valuable, but all of this is under the guise of, well, wait a minute, those jabs don't stop infection. They don't stop transmission. Remdesivir is a horrific, kidney destroyer. What kind of ethics or morals are they, using here? And so that is kind of at a standstill right now this morning. They're arguing, they've already missed their deadline. They're trying to cheat and they want to drop it at the table, kind of like Nancy Pelosi with Obamacare. Oh, just vote for it. You can read it later. That is absolutely unacceptable. Now, I'll just take a couple of minutes. I don't want to talk too much longer about the other agreement, which has had many, many names. It is currently also suffering from the same problems, and it's being rewritten. So all of the old versions, you have to take them all with the proverbial grain of salt. Their next meeting for that negotiation is February 19th. They're going for 2 weeks, and then they have another 2 weeks in March, and they're hoping to reach an agreement. I'm very optimistic that the large greed of the pharmaceutical nations and the multiple small greeds of all of the nations who want a piece of that pie are going to cause them to not reach any agreement. But the bigger problem is they're arguing over the distribution of products that are disastrous. And they are unable to see the insanity because they're blinded by their greed. And so the big danger in the pandemic treaty, framework convention, agreement, whatever you want to call it, is that they have been saying from the very beginning that they want it to be a framework convention, which is you agree, you could agree to a blank piece of paper and set up a new bureaucracy called the Conference of the Parties that would meet on a yearly basis, and they would make further decisions on into infinity. And I'll close with, if you want more of the type of insanity that you've been getting from the Framework Convention for Climate Change, which has had a Conference of the Parties meet year after year after year. They just had COP28 in December. The idea that they can pat themselves on the back and agree just so they can make crazy rules going off into the future. I am completely and 100% opposed to any type of framework convention which sets up a new bureaucracy to rule our lives forever and ever and ever. So thank you very much, and I'll leave it there. I appreciate everyone being here.
Great. Thank you very much, James. Very informative. All of our speakers were excellent today. If you have questions, I think you can raise your virtual hand and we can maybe take you off of mute. There's also a chat, and there's been some chatting. One comment you got, James, is that despite your staying up all night, you look very nice. Some of the ladies sent notes in about that. There was a little interaction that David Bell had with a questioner, and the question basically dealt with will climate change be used as an excuse to trigger emergency powers at the WHO? And David wrote back and said, I suspect there will be multiple emergencies. WHO and other agencies are clear that they see climate as an emergency, and long-term this may seem attractive, but may also allow time for mass non-compliance to develop. A threat of a sudden virus outbreak with media backing is very hard for politicians to push back on, and is a proven way of concentrating wealth very quickly. Okay, so the question is, what is the best way for people to get involved? Can you share your Substack? So James already shared his Substack, I believe. Reggie or David, if you want to share your websites or Substacks, feel free to take yourself off mute or put those pieces of information in chat.
So there's two places you can go. You can go to the Sovereignty Coalition, that's sovereigntycoalition.org, or the antiglobalist.net for the Anti-Globalist Alliance, and sign the manifesto, antiglobalist.net. And you can follow me on Getter. It's at Real Reggie Littlejohn.
And
David, how can people...
I always give everybody my phone number. You're more than welcome to call me. I'm in California. It's 310-619-3055, and I'll put it in the chat as well.
And David, I haven't got a Substack of my own, but I write for various, particularly Brownstone Institute. So I'll put that in the chat.
Okay, great. Well, I'm on the WHO's website now, and they have a whole section on what they call combating misinformation online, and they boast about how closely they're working with social media providers to flag information, and they have a fast-track approval process where they can notify the social media platforms very quickly when they cite what they believe is misinformation. And there's a quote here. In 1 year, from February 2020 to January 2021, they took actions that caused the removal of 850,000 YouTube videos dealing with misleading COVID-19 misinformation. So WHO very active in censorship. And I believe that's a big thrust. I believe that the WHO said one of their primary goals is combating misinformation, which means censorship. David, from a medical point of view, is there any, well, the WHO is supposed to protect health, right? It's supposed to look after our health. Is there any correlation between censorship and good health? I mean, do people that live in heavily censored countries like North Korea, is their health better because of censorship? I don't understand the logic here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not, and particularly in something like a complex emergency situation, because these affect everyone differently, and we know that. So a community has to just have that information, decide in their own context how best to respond. It's impossible for someone sitting in Geneva to know how to respond in a Malawian village and in a city, New York, to an outbreak is ludicrous. So the role of international health organizations in this situation is to give information, accurate information, in context, and so that people in their own situation can make decisions themselves. But there's also very clear from multiple studies that empowering people actually improves life expectancy. Disempowering people, making them subjected to the will of others, reduces life expectancy overall. And so, the way we are going down this sort of road to fascism is the opposite of what you would do if you're actually trying to improve quality of life and life expectancy.
Okay.
I have a little bit of fun with it every time I hear them use the phrase misinformation. What my mind thinks is they're afraid when we reveal the missing information that they're trying to hide. I mean, you just look at the Pfizer documents that they wanted to hide for 75 years. What treasure trove of documents might there be at the WHO? And so they're deathly afraid when we reveal the information that they want to keep hidden and it's missing, they just call it misinformation.
Well, and then in addition, it's not just misinformation and disinformation, it's also infodemics. Okay, they want to control infodemics. That is in the pandemic treaty. And what's an infodemic? An infodemic is just too much information. So it could be correct information. And so one of the things that if this pandemic treaty is passed as it is in its current form, that the countries will be obligating themselves to basically manage infodemics. And what that, so they're trying to suppress correct information under the guise of being too much information as well. And I'm unfortunately, I'm going to have to hop off. I'm going to be at a congressional press conference in DC today, and I need to get going. So I can stay for a couple more minutes.
That's fine, Reggie.
Okay.
Yeah, we really appreciate you speaking to us. We're almost at the end of this session. Just a couple comments on David's speech when you showed us the slide that said more pandemics are claimed now, whereas a couple decades ago we didn't even have the tools to detect different viral outbreaks, different pandemics. That was kind of what I was referring to as the Mandelbrottian effect. Again, it's basically saying that as the tools for measurement get stronger, the measurements always look bigger. So anyway, there was that issue. And then with some of the slides you showed, as far as when pandemics break out and how many lives they claim and so forth, it'd be interesting to see, like, over time, how many of these pandemics are declared in the run-up to important elections. That'd be an interesting chart to prepare. Anyway, we have time for maybe one more question. Okay. Well, I don't see any more questions now, but that was an excellent panel. So I'd very much like to thank our speakers for doing a great job for us. Very well prepared, very well delivered. So thank you, James, David, and Reggie. So we can go into our next session. The next session is called China's Disproportionate Influence on the World Health Organization, Why You Don't Want CCP Authoritarianism Imposed on Your Country. So speaking to us, we have two gentlemen. We have Trevor Loudon, who is a real coup for us to get to speak to us today. Didn't think I would be able to get him to join us given his stature, but Trevor Loudon is known to many of us. He is an author and film producer. He's the producer of The Enemies Within and The Enemies Within the Church. Very articulate speaker, known around the world. And also we have Ron Armstrong, who is the president of Stand Up Michigan. It's one of the fastest growing grassroots organizations in America. Ron has been a business owner for 38 years, a mayor for 10 years, and a leader in economic development for 25 years. Ron is also a founding member of both the Sovereignty Coalition and Save America's Military, and is a leader in national conservative activism. So Trevor and Ron, will turn the session over to you.
Yes, we can hear.
Why don't we start with you, Trevor?
Can you hear me okay?
Can.
Yes, we can.
You can, great. Well, thank you. Look, the World Health Organization, as a branch of the United Nations, has always been, controlled by the anti-Western, anti-freedom powers. But if we're talking about Mr. Tedros of Ethiopia, who is now the top man at the World Health Organization, he was a former leader of Ethiopia's Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. This is a Maoist organization. The man is not even a doctor, he's an academic, but he was a Maoist academic who was involved in the major, when the Soviets pulled out of Ethiopia in the early 90s, the Maoists came in and there was civil wars and there was major unrest, and his faction became dominant and he was a key player in the government. But he was put in place in the World Health Organization through a lot of manipulation by the Communist Party of China. As far back as 2014, he was writing joint press releases with Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, about the benefits of the Belt and Road and how the Ethiopian-Chinese partnership was just wonderful for the people of Ethiopia, and it was a model for the rest of Africa. And he is completely China's man. There's no way he'd be in that position without the Communist Party of China. He is loyal to them. He follows the Chinese model 100%. And I think we have to look at what happened in the pandemic in the context of Maoism. Early in the pandemic, the Chinese Communist Party put out a letter that was signed by 230 communist parties around the world, including the United States and Britain, Australia, etc., Canada, etc. And the gist of the letter was, you cannot blame China for the pandemic, that China's socialized healthcare system is the only way to go with dealing with pandemics. And we should be grateful to China for their leadership in showing us how to deal with such a pandemic. Now, this is an example of what I call mass line politics. Now, during the Cultural Revolution, Mao Zedong the Chinese communists come up with this phrase, this concept, mass line. What it means is, theoretically, the Chinese Communist Party goes out and consults with the peasantry on what the peasantry wants. Then they come back and formulate a policy based on the wishes of the people. And then that policy is completely enforced on everybody. Mass line, no divergence, no contradiction. At one point, it gets ridiculous. At one point in the Cultural Revolution, everybody had to go and kill 10 flies every day because there's too many darn flies. And if you only killed 8, you're in big trouble. Now, the Chinese response to COVID was only ever going to be lockdowns, masks, and vaccines. Very, very harsh. And anybody who tried to talk about herd immunity or, maybe ivermectin or vitamin D therapy or hydroxychloroquine or any of the other solutions offered, or just quarantining the sick and letting everybody else go about their business. All of these other options were a no-no right from the start. This was mass line politics enforced on the world through the subservient politicians in the West, the big businesses that were in bed with the Chinese, and the China communist-controlled unions, the communist-controlled teachers' unions, for instance, who made sure that the school lockdowns were universal and very rigidly applied. In the United States, most American unions are now controlled or work with the Chinese communists, and they would help to enforce the business lockdowns. In Australia, for instance, the very worst lockdowns were in Victoria, where Melbourne is. And the premier of the communist unions are extremely strong in Melbourne. Melbourne is the San Francisco of Australia. And plus Daniel Andrews, who was the premier at the time, the Labor premier, was a huge fan of China, regularly visited China, and actually brought the Chinese Belt and Road into Victoria against the wishes of his own federal Labor government. That was overturned. But my point is this: the worst lockdowns, the worst vaccine enforcement was in the places with the most Chinese influence. We saw this in Italy. We saw this in America with, it was Hawaii, it was California, it was Oregon, it was Washington, it was Illinois, it was Massachusetts, it was New York. These are all the places with the harshest lockdowns, and they are all the regions with the most Chinese influence, communist Chinese influence. We saw this in New Zealand as well, where under Jacinda Ardern, who was put in place by New Zealand Maoists, pro-Chinese radicals, her health minister at the time, Chris Hipkins, who succeeded her as prime minister, was a long-time student Maoist, deeply in bed with communist China, has been there many times, has done education partnerships with the Communist Party of China. And we see this pattern all over the world. You know, in Sweden, for example, is one of the countries with the lightest lockdowns and reputedly has one of the lowest, some of the less amount of Chinese communist influence in the country. Britain, even though it had a conservative government, had some pretty harsh lockdowns under Boris Johnson because the Chinese influence is very strong there. But we need to also look at Britain from another slightly different point of view. The reason Boris Johnson's lockdowns were so harsh, he was taking advice from the SAGE Foundation. That's a sort of self-appointed body that it was all about emergency management, and it's social psychologists and engineers and public health officials, but it's run by Marxists. And one of the top people in that SAGE organization was Susan Mickey, a lifelong member of the Communist Party of Britain. She's communist royalty. Her parents were major communists who had extensive ties with the Eastern Bloc. She was regarded as so extreme in the Communist Party. She's still a member. All through her youth, she supported the Russian, the Soviet tanks rolling into Czechoslovakia. They called her a tanky. This is the extreme communists who supported the tanks. They are known as tankies. It's a term of derision. And she was also known as Stalin's nanny, because she was just so darn extreme. Well, during the lockdowns, she was one of the key faces of the zero COVID policy, the extreme masking policy. She was the one who said that we may have to wear masks for the rest of our lives. They called her the mask Nazi, and she was never called on this. She was an open and public member of the Communist Party of Britain, which is completely 100% loyal to the Communist Party of China. They've given up their old loyalty to the Soviet Union, though they still have a lingering affection for Putin's Russia. But they are completely loyal to Communist China. And Susan Mickey has actually worked with the Chinese government on smoking cessation programs. She's a behavioral psychologist. She's a social psychologist. Her role in public health is behavioral modification, getting people to accept public health dictates, getting people to accept vaccines or lockdowns, instilling the appropriate amount of fear into people so they will comply. And that's her forte. She's also attended several psychological conferences in communist Cuba, and she is a 100% proponent of China's response to the COVID outbreak. Lockdowns, masks, hardcore, she is 100% on board with China. So what we saw through the Western countries was a Chinese mass line enforced through friendly politicians in states like California and several countries in Europe, many countries in the third world, Daniel Andrews in Victoria, Australia. They're just a few examples of this. But the horrific thing is now that Susan Mickey is now heading the behavioral modification unit of the World Health Organization. So she is the person in charge of getting you to comply with the next pandemic or the next health emergency. And anti-transgender activism can be a health emergency. Guns can be a health emergency. It doesn't even have to be a pathogen. It can be a social condition. So you've got the World Health Organization is run by a pro-Chinese acolyte Maoist, Mr. Tedros, and the Behavioral Modification Unit is now run by another Maoist communist royalty, one of the top communists in the world, Susan Mickey of Britain. Incidentally, her predecessor was Cass Sunstein, Obama's advisor, the one who was all about nudging people in the correct direction, all about behavioral modification. So what we have set up, if these treaties that are being postulated go through, you'll see the three most powerful people in the world will be Tedros and Susan Mickey and Xi Jinping, all three hardcore Marxist, Leninist communists. You know, we understand that there's a lot of business involved in this. This is the private-public partnership. You know, the World Economic Forum is very much into these private-public partnerships. And I am completely opposed to the concept because, you know, to me, public should be public, private should be private. Because when you mix public and private, you get the complete lack of accountability of the public sector coupled with the profit motive of the private sector, and you can guess who is going to be victimized in that. That is going to destroy the public every time. We need to understand the World Economic Forum too is in deep partnership with the Communist Party of China. In June 2022, I think it was, they held a World Youth Development Forum in China to celebrate, to push for Agenda 2030. And it was organized by the youth wing of the Chinese Communist Party, had young communists from all over the world there. And the keynote speaker was Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. So we need to understand this is the Chinese communists have perfected the private-public partnership. That's how their economy is run. That's modern communism. It's far more. It makes more money than the old Soviet state communism did, but it is communism nonetheless. And its aim is the same as Soviet communism, the complete centralization of all wealth and all power in a very, very few hands. And we can see very clearly that by controlling the World Health Organization and giving it the influence that it can have, the complete control of health policy worldwide, which is the greatest power grab in world history, working with various Western and with business and private public partnerships, you can see this stage is set for a world. Some might call it fascist, some may call it communist, but whatever it is, it'll be the boot on the human face forever, as George Orwell famously said. So we are living in a time where the Communist Party of China is pushing us massive power grab. They have people in Western countries cooperating with them, businesses cooperating with them. It's an octopus, and I don't know who the real head of the octopus is, but I can see that the arms of that octopus are about to strangle us if we don't chop them off, if we don't fight back at national level, or even state level, like Ron DeSantis is in Florida. The governor there has been pushing back heavily against this kind of stuff. So that's where we're heading. This is Marxism, this is corporate capitalism, this is private-public partnerships, but it's all tyranny, and it's all using health and psychology and economic and legal pressure to basically bring us all into line. And once we're in line, the boot will not come off. This idea that if you comply, you'll get your freedom back. Well, you might get some of it back for a while, but the trend will be against freedom. The trend will be for increased centralization forever. So just leave it at that, and happy to take questions later.
Great. Thank you very much, Trevor. Ron, would you like to speak to us now?
Sure. I think what I want to do during this time is kind of tie up a lot of what we've heard this morning. You've had a lot of information, much of which you will be able to hopefully rewatch again and share with others in the coming days. One of the things we had, because I represent the grassroots, the people, and what our message is to our elected leaders. It's coordinating with people to create the solutions we seek to, things we need to accomplish. We have a three-pillared thing, and I want to share it with you because I think it's relevant today, and that is to care for people where they are, inform people with truthful information, and activate the people to be the solution. The reason I share that is 2020 was a test for us. It was a beginning stage of a planned coup, if you will, of not just global control of what we see from the United Nations, led by the World Economic Forum, and obviously utilizing the World Health Organization, which at one point obviously served a very good and important purpose, but no longer does, unfortunately. And it has been taken over, as we talk about, with this public and government, if you will, partnerships. And we'll get into that in just a second. But when I talk about caring for the people where we are in 2020 being a test, we failed the test miserably. And the reason that we did is, first of all, fear was real. It is real. And it's important for you to understand that maybe not you, but those that are around you, the family members and the people that are in your community, many of which you know, many of which you have been in contrast with over these last number of years, has been because they first lived in and were set up by being in fear versus what it is that what was set upon us by COVID. We needed to take care of those around us. We needed to take care of our children, the elderly, and that fear was real and continues to be so. Many of the people who took the vaccination were done because they believed that it was the best thing to do for both themselves and to protect those around them, because they were susceptible and listening to the media and, of course, the World Health Organization and what it was that they were dictating to the majority of us all over the world. This administration is, of course, leading the way in this effort. And it's important for us to know that this just isn't a World Economic Forum, and it isn't just a World Health Organization. It is our own government working against its people. There is a faction within our leadership that seeks the demise of America as it exists. And they have one problem that exists, and that is our Constitution. It is our individual rights and liberties. It is the unalienable rights that are given to us and granted to us. And we all know those do not go away during the time of a pandemic. They are never to go away, but we have allowed them to go away for the betterment of all people, so on, this equality, equity, all of the things that they have kind of put us into. But I want to go through a little bit of where they are. First of all, we'll share a little bit of that China model again. It is basically getting rid of individual rights and liberties and freedoms and replacing them with the rights and the betterment for all. That is, of course, the China model. It is the health model. It's the One Health approach, which again is dehumanizing, if you will, the human population and making it equality or equity, if you want to call it that, with none other than plants and animals and our environment, which should all be treated equally. What this really is not only anti-American, anti-Constitution, but it is most importantly anti-God. It is important for all of us to know that we are not just in a war that is philosophical or ideological in nature. We are in a spiritual war right now. And again, our Constitution is what stands in the way of being able to basically run over the world by once they can destroy America as we know it. This is why they are seeking, and they actually use the pandemic as a workaround to the Constitution. Under an emergency order, our rights go away, our ability to travel. I live in the state of Michigan. We rose up and hundreds of thousands of people in Michigan realized it wasn't right when we were told not just could we be open as a business or could we not, or we're going to shut down our schools. Could we go outside of our own homes? Could our children play together? Could we literally, buy things as we want to, or who was considered essential and who wasn't? Those were all decided by government during that time. And it was literally, it affected, of course, our churches. And when I say we failed, it's because instead of being the solution, our churches shut down with most of the rest of them, not all, but the majority of people complied because people ultimately want to get along. They don't want to buck the system. And again, the fear was real. So let's go through the stages real quickly before we get to solutions, because that's really what I want to focus on. Number one, they uses fear as a persuasion mechanism was where it started. It was a voluntary compliance for the betterment of those around us to protect our children and our parents and our grandparents. People who questioned the science and the data, those that recognize things well, that dissent wasn't really allowed. So first they censored us. They did it through social media channels, as most of us, that's how we were communicating leading up to 2020. And if that didn't work, then they demonized us, both individuals, people that you knew around you, your own family members in some cases, went against you if you dared to speak against what they thought was protecting everyone around us. If the demonization didn't work, they also then followed that by demonetizing us. If they were a corporation, an organization who had a large following, we basically took away your ability to raise income. And when that didn't work, of course, they deplatformed us altogether. They deleted hundreds of organizations off of social media, many individuals off of Twitter, and ways, again, that we communicated. The media wouldn't have you on because, of course, they were bought and paid for by big pharma, big bank, big business, and big government. It's all that partnership we talked about. And social media, and then financially, of course, they attempted to destroy those that were legal people. They took away law licenses, they took away medical licenses, and they basically, in some cases, around the world, took away your bank accounts or your ability to even conduct commerce. This is what we experienced as this lead up and this test, again, is individually we failed. But what I want to talk to you about now in the remaining minutes that I have is about solutions. The first thing about solutions, as I talked about care, inform, and activate, is many of us need to understand, again, that fear is real to those around us. We have to meet them where they are. But then we have to begin to ask them a series of questions that I believe once they're asked, and this is where this information you got today is so vital. The individual rights for people to choose for themselves, to choose for their family members, to choose where their children are educated, whether they put on a mask on their children or whether they choose to take a vaccination or not. Those, I believe, the majority, a strong majority of Americans and those people around the world believe that we should have our individual rights to choose for ourselves. Secondly, I think it's important for us to, again, take the information that we're getting, the truthful information, and try and identify that. And I want to preface it because there is as much misinformation on the right as there is on the left. Maybe not entirely, and they aren't obviously persuading us in the same way, but there are many that are financially gaining from sensationalizing certain aspects, and they go down a bunch of rabbit holes, and as they're leading us down these holes, behind the scenes, things like the World Health Organization and its plan for these pandemic amendments are to the international health regulations coming this May are things we're not focused on. The plans that they have through the United Nations and through the World Economic Forum to take over every area of our lives, like central bank digital currency you'll hear about in a little while, is another effort. And it started, though, of course, with social media, which means what do we need to do? We need to get back to communicating with the people that are around you. We need to communicate with your neighbors, with your family members, with those that are your coworkers, the people in your churches have got to be communicated with the truth of what it is that's happening and focus them and forward them to get access to the truthful information of where we are today and how we can stop this progression in America. Many of our elected officials are not seeking our demise, but are ignorant to what is going on around them. Many of them are following the staff that are around them. Many of them, and I realize this because as having been a mayor and having worked in economic development, worked with people at all levels of government, I realize that they literally get into a bubble. They get into an area of which they are focused on, and they fail to see those things that are around them. They thought that this World Health Organization and its plans were going to become and be treated like a treaty. Now, we already have seen as it went to the Senate, and all Democrats, 49, voted against treating any of these so-called amendments or proposals, agreements now as they're calling them, as something that we all have the ability to opt in or opt out of, when in actuality, our own president and this administration has already agreed that if indeed these are passed, we will follow it. We will censor our own people. We will produce and provide income and money and resources to them in Geneva to basically control every aspect of our life in regards to not just the next pandemic, but in regards to our ability to communicate with each other, our ability to conduct business, as we might see. And when we talk about these 15-minute cities, again, they do that with an idea of saying, well, if we get another pandemic and it's here, we should be able to isolate people. Eventually, they look to reduce all of us to limited travel, to limited access to resources, and again, to look at that China model. And that would be the model of basically the social credit type score and system, which will be able to, from health to commerce to what you do, what you search. This is what China already does, and they're looking to implement that around the world. But America's Constitution has not changed. The good news is that our freedom, our unalienable rights still exist. The courts today are not upholding much of that, but this will change when the majority of Americans say, we've had enough. People asked me during the pandemic, when will this end? And I said, it ends when the people say it ends. If you'll notice, when the pushback of the mask got far enough, they pulled it back just enough, and then they looked to test again. It's because they understand how the American public and how people will respond. I am asking you, as everyone that's watching this, to take this information. But if you get this and you care for people where they are and you get the truthful information, but it ends there. It ends with a meme, it ends with a post, and you feel like that is doing your part. It is not enough. It is vital for us, for each and every one of you, to take the action. That's why the Activate is a part of this. We need you to become part of the solution, to get involved in your own community, your own healthcare systems within your county. We need you to get involved in running for local office. We need you to get involved in each and every aspect that needs to be, because, again, America is only one generation. And I'll leave you with this, and then we'll go to some questions. Ronald Reagan said freedom's never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass this to our children in our bloodstream. It must be protected and handed on to them in the same, or On one day, we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States of America. I don't believe that's going to happen here because I believe ultimately we know God is in charge, and I believe that he is going to help and guide us. He's going to rise up the next group of leaders who are going to lead us back to being the leaders in the world, the free world. And it starts by leaving the World Health Organization, defunding the World Health Organization. We have the people that were experts that were on here that can help lead the way in the future when it comes to the next pandemic that affect America and Americans. We have got to keep our sovereignty here. And again, you can follow sovereigntycoalition.org. There is a lot of information, much of which is there, but we need you to share it, and we need you to become part of the solution. Thank you, David.
All right. Thank you very much, Trevor and Ron. We very much appreciate your comments and your educating us today. So we can take a few questions. Okay. If you have a question, you can type it in, or we can take you off of mute. Just a comment about Ron's uplifting message and the message that if we take action, we can affect change. Even in China, the government controls the populace to such an extraordinary extent. And there were some protests. The Chinese people got fed up of all the controls they were under during COVID-19. And almost overnight, the Chinese government said, there's no more COVID. You don't have to worry about COVID. And they opened things up. So that was an example of how people that are very oppressed and very controlled can still create some, make note of their dissatisfaction and cause governments to change. A question for you, Trevor. So you mentioned a connection, coordination between the CCP and American teachers unions. Can you explain, is there funding going directly from the CCP to the teachers unions or indirectly, or is the CCP preparing position papers that the teachers unions are embracing, or is it just alignment of ideological alignment between the CCP and the teachers unions in the U.S.?
Well, it's all of the above, but there's a guy in Los Angeles called Kent Wong of the University of California, LA Labor Center. And since about 2007, he's been leading delegations of American teachers to China to create relationships. And he's a hardcore Maoist. He used to be involved with the Communist Workers' Party, which was the Antifa of the 1980s. Very, very strong Communist Party people. And he was actually the one who helped to put Julie Su, who is now the current acting Secretary of Labor in the United States, into place. So she is, while there is a wave of Chinese-inspired strikes going on in America right now, United Auto Workers Union, UPS, etc., you've got basically a Chinese acolyte running the Department of Labor. And so the Department of Labor was also heavily involved in lockdowns and enforcing business shutdowns and that kind of thing. So the American labor movement is now, through the AFL-CIO, is basically run by Marxists. And many of them are in sympathy with China. There are a lot of exchanges that go forward. I don't think there needs to be money changing hands, because the AFL-CIO, the teachers' unions, have hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue every year of their own, plus huge subsidies and deals from the federal government. But it's more ideological sympathy. And that's what I say, like up in Michigan, Wisconsin, while the strikes were going, while the lockdowns were going on, the Maoist-controlled unions were out there harassing businesses, getting coffee shops to close down. The Maoist-controlled education unions were making sure that the lockdowns were done as long and as deep and as damaging as possible. So that the Chinese gave us the disease, then they managed the lockdowns to inflict maximum economic damage on the country through the unions, to the subservient politicians. But if anybody's a member of the teachers union out there, you know you're basically working for Maoists. You're working for the Chinese, and you shouldn't. You know, so get to a right to work state as soon as you possibly can, or steer down the union, or get an exemption, or whatever you have to do. But yes, the American labor movement is controlled by Marxists, just as the British labor movement was, and they cooperated very heavily with Susan Mickey in enforcing the COVID zero policies, the mask policies, the lockdown policies under Boris Johnson, and you'll find that pattern right throughout the world. The unions are the transmission belt of communism. That's what Lenin said. That's what Marx says. If you want to know how they enforce communism in a country, it's through the labor movement and subservient politicians.
So if my memory serves me correctly, I believe there were occasions during the height of COVID-19 where the CDC, the US CDC, Center for Disease Control, cited, or they referenced the teachers unions. They cited them as an authority, as subrogating decision to them to make decisions when school lockdowns would go into effect, when they would be removed.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah. Well, exactly. As I said, the unions are the transmission belt, because you got millions of people in unions who are controlled by a very small cadre of leaders. So if you control the American labor movement, you might only have 100 people, but you can control 10 million people. You can control 5 million people. So the unions say, we represent the workers. We're going to tell you what to do. This is how government policy is set. This is how the communists control America. They control the unions control the Democratic Party. They formulate a policy, the communists make it union policy, and then unions make it Democratic policy. And by bleed out, it also becomes Republican policy in a lot of states, because they're scared of the unions too. So the unions are the enforcement mechanism, basically.
And I'll add to that the money. When we say follow the money, what happened in COVID, I'll give you an example. In Michigan is not only was this money that came to the states utilized, Governor Whitmer, who is a communist, literally, she literally brought in the leaders of the teachers unions, the leaders of the UAW. She brought them in and said, you need to follow these guidelines and rules, and you will help lead the way. Because if the schools shut down, if the big union shops shut down, and of course, if the healthcare unions and the medical facilities, who were all incentivized with our own printed tax dollars, borrowed money, was incentivized for them to follow the rules, force the vaccinations, force the masking of everyone, and this happened all the way down to the business level. And then they decided at the end, when the people finally were fed up with it, what we're going to do is, of course, incentivize the people to stay home. And we paid the people, for instance, weekly, sometimes more money than they were making working, for a period of months, for them to not want to go back to work because they weren't going to even make the money they made by staying home. These were the tools that were utilized, which means, again, they were incentivized at every step of the way. And then they also weaponized the local and county health departments to become the authority during emergencies. And sometimes there's no limits on those emergencies, which means they controlled all aspects of things that happened within their county or within their community. And that is the type of things that legislatively we have got to change. And we certainly need to get what we would hope would be the courts to step in, but they simply didn't. And I don't think they're going to, which means it's only going to happen if the people rise up enough and create pockets. And we certainly hope that at a state level and state levels, I know that certain states like Florida, like Louisiana, are beginning to lead the way with legislation to block some of these emergency powers and rules moving forward, to block some of the central bank digital currency coming. And I believe that we almost have to go to a more centralized, regional, even state and county-wise control in order for us to fight back against this, which sometimes is going to mean we're going to turn down that federal money and the mandates that come with it.
Yeah, the money is the stick, and the money is the carrot, and the unions are the stick. That's how it works.
Okay. Well, when I developed this program, this Lockdown Nation conference, I also developed a program which we'll have next week called Plight of the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs being the Turkic Muslim people that live in Western China. And in doing some research, talking to the speakers, they may present a preview of where we're heading if we let others micromanage our lives. So as far as the Uyghurs go, the ones that are not sent to death camps or re-education camps, about 900,000 Uyghur children out of a population of 12 to 14 million are sent to orphanages where they're immersed in Chinese culture, Chinese language, to the extent to which they lose the ability to speak their native language. Excluding those, the people that have it relatively well, that are still living at home, they live in open air prisons. They're monitored all the time. They have surveillance cameras outside of their homes. They have surveillance cameras inside of their homes. And then they are appointed a Han Chinese minder. Well, what often happens is the husband gets sent to a re-education camp, and then a male Chinese minder at least visits them and determines if they're eating pork and drinking alcohol. And if they're not doing that, the family gets reported to the authorities. They're allowed to sleep in the same bed with the women. They're always under threat of being removed to re-education facilities. So the idea is that we don't want to be controlled anywhere to the extent the Uyghurs are being controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And we lose our liberty one step at a time and then all at once. So anyway, all right. There's still a few more minutes for questions. There's some good dialogue happening in the chat box. I'm not sure that it's really formulated into questions about the topics here. Do you know of any legislation that is directed towards reducing Chinese influence on our policies in the United States?
Is that to me, is it?
To you or Ron.
Look, I know
that we can get behind.
The governor of DeSantis in Florida has introduced legislation to crack down on the activities of China in Florida, not being allowed to buy land, etc. Also, Russia, Syria, Iran, North Korea, and Cuba, and Venezuela too, I believe. Under President Trump, there was a lot of actions going on to curb Chinese activity in America. And I think if Trump gets back into the White House, we'll see a massive expansion of that. We've got to understand that the engagement with China that happened via Kissinger and Nixon in the 70s has led to a situation that we might lose this country. We were persuaded to send all of our industry to China to take advantage of their cheap labor. And the promise would be that they would become more like us. They would become more democratic and business would make them more like America. Well, no, they've actually made us more like them. They've taken all our money and a lot of our wealth, stolen our technology to build themselves up from a fourth-rate power to a first-rate power, one that's now building 9 ships to every America's 1 ship, which has got 4 million men under arms, I believe, right now, plus another 30 million reserves. So they're getting ready. They want to dominate the world. And what they've done with the COVID was basically biological warfare. But then you've got the fentanyl warfare, which is killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. The Chinese are heavily involved with the border invasion in the south. They are heavily involved in the Congress and the Senate. I write books about this, about the congressmen and senators who are on the Chinese payroll. And they are heavily involved in big tech. They're heavily involved in the wokeness of sport and the education system in America from kindergarten level all the way to PhD level. So the only way this country is going to survive, the only way freedom is going to survive, is that there is a complete disengagement from communist China in the next under the next presidency. If that doesn't happen, it's only a matter of time till they defeat us. We have to disengage, let them stew in their own juice. Their own people will rebel and overthrow them. See, President Trump, and I don't want to get too political here, but President Trump was working with Taiwan and Japan and Australia and India to basically starve out the CCP, to do to the CCP what Reagan did to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. And I think that would have been an absolute boon to the world. You imagine a free China with all of that energy, that industry, that entrepreneurship actually serving good rather than evil. So that's the kind of world we need to live in. We need to defeat that evil empire by disengaging from them and encouraging. But when those people were rebelling against the CCP a year or two ago, had President Biden said, "We stand with you, we will support you, we're with you against the CCP probably would have fallen. But that opportunity was lost because we all know about Biden's connections to the CCP. So it is. This is where we have to go because we've seen what they do to us in health, but they're also stealing our technology, killing our kids with fentanyl, making sure our borders stay open, infiltrating their troops across the border, getting ready to create mayhem, alienating from our enemies, buying our politicians. This is an existential war between freedom and slavery here. And we cannot be, it's a lot, working with the communist Chinese is like working with the Nazis in World War II. You know, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? But that's what we're doing.
Okay, well, great. Excellent panel. Very much appreciate Trevor Loudon and Ron Armstrong speaking to us. Very interesting comments were made. Just to dovetail Trevor's comment about the infiltration of our southern border and the trafficking of fentanyl into the United States. Davos in the Desert has a program in May dealing with the Iran's activity south of the border, Iran's activity as far as smuggling infiltrators into the United States and saboteurs into the United States, and their activity in fentanyl and what they're doing at the ports in different South American cities. Anyway, so that concludes our session on Chinese involvement in the WHO and Chinese machinations. Let's take our morning break. Let's resume in about 13 minutes. That would be 10 o'clock Mountain or 12 noon Eastern. So we'll take our morning break now and we'll see you in about 13 minutes. So Debbie and Karen, if you're ready, we can resume. All right, so I think we're ready. So we'd like to proceed by introducing the next session. The title of the next session is What Life Might Be Like in C40 Cities. Speaking on this issue, very pleased to introduce Karen Bracken. Karen is the founder of Tennessee Citizens for State Sovereignty, supporting legislation in Tennessee that will create 5 different pathways in which to invoke nullification when the federal government, including the Supreme Court, steps outside of its constitutional lane. Karen is also the founder of Tennessee Against Common Core, a national group that educated the public on UN Agenda 21, and she's also a co-founder of Child Abuse in the Classroom, a legal challenge to Every Student Succeeds Act. So Karen Bracken, thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, David, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this extremely important event today. Okay, what I'm going to do today is just provide for you a high-level overview of C40 and also 15-minute cities. Next slide. Okay, so what is C40? C40 is a global network of nearly 100 mayors of the world's leading cities that are united in action to confront the climate crisis. Mayors of C40 cities are committed to using an inclusive, science-based, and collaborative approach to cut their fair share of emissions in half by the year 2030, help the world limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is about 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, and build healthy, equitable, and resilient communities. C40 supports mayors to do this by, and we'll talk about those supports a little later, and in red are just some of my comments. This is basically just a bunch of warm and fuzzy words with absolutely no content or context. C40 is not inclusive, it is not science-based, and it is not collaborative. So some of the C40 supports are raising climate ambition through 1.5 degree Celsius climate action plan support, high impact accelerators, and fostering innovation. And innovation will be redirected. There will be no more acceptance of innovation outside of the allowed parameters. Our system today has been geared towards this scheme and is now the guiding principle of education. And our youngest are being indoctrinated and traumatized by fear. Building equitable and thriving communities via global and regional programs. Equitable means everyone will be the same, no one will have more than anyone else. Basically, it's equal poverty and slavery for all, of course, except for those that consider themselves to be elite. Building a global movement through robust international advocacy and diplomacy, it's basically propaganda and indoctrination. Scaling up climate action and sharing best practices across high-impact sectors. Facilitating access to finance for investment in green jobs and projects that improve resilience in cities. And we've been hearing about green jobs for years, and so far green jobs has been a total failure. All of this is based on a lie, and it's really our responsibility to dig down into that lie, look behind the curtain, and find the truth. This is a scheme to control all human activity and for investors to profit from our human activity and natural resources. NACs, natural asset companies, is one of the more recent schemes. Next slide. C40 history, and I just put a brief history of C40 on this slide, basically to let you know that C40 is not brand new. It didn't happen in the last year. As a matter of fact, it started about 9 years ago. In 2005, C40 is founded. Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, convened representatives from 18 megacities to forge an agreement on cooperatively reducing climate pollution and created the C20. By 2006, the C40 Steering Committee invited a further 22 mayors to join, ensuring balance from the Global South, creating an organization of 40 cities and thus the name C40. That year, President Bill Clinton's climate initiative became our implementing partner on the world-class climate action projects. And when they talk about our implementing partner, this document was not created in the United States. C40 was created in the European Union. In 2007, Mayor of New York City, Michael R. Bloomberg, hosted the second C40 summit, bringing together 36 mayors from major global cities, business, and civil society. In 2008, the mayor of Toronto, David Miller, was unanimously elected chair by the C40's steering committee and led broad efforts to build climate action through peer-to-peer knowledge sharing, including climate action planning, buildings, transport, energy, and adaptation. Over the next 2 years, C40 hosted significant events in Berlin, Rotterdam, Tokyo, and Hong Kong, and including the C40 Summit in Seoul, where member cities formally agreed on C40's unique peer-to-peer learning model. In 2009, the mayor of Toronto and C40 chair, David Miller, convened C40 member cities at the 2009 UN Climate Talks in Copenhagen, where cities gained lasting global recognition for their leadership in real action on climate change. And in 2010, the mayor of New York City, Michael R. Bloomberg, was elected chair of the C40. During his tenure, he pioneered C40's data-driven approach, and he has continued working to expand C40's impact in the global climate fight. Next slide. Okay, C40 cities in America, and this is a list as of November the 10th, 2023. There are 14 cities: Austin, Boston, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, Philadelphia, Phoenix, Portland, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington, D.C. And as you can see, all of these 14 cities are generally very progressive cities. Next slide. Okay, this is just the front cover of a document that goes into C40 and much of what we're discussing today in much deeper detail. And if you'd like a copy of this document, Debbie has a copy. You can get a copy from me, or you can just Google the title, The Future of Urban Consumption in a 1.5 degrees Celsius World, and you can find a copy of this document. And if you're interested in learning more of the detail of their plan, I recommend highly getting this document. Next slide. Okay, C40 has 6 consumption categories: food, buildings and infrastructure, private transport, aviation, clothing and textiles, electronics, and household appliances. And as you can see, they are very, very, very focused on consumption with very little regard to humanity. Okay, the next slide. Okay, the following 6 charts are just summaries from the larger document that I mentioned a little bit ago. And many of them have little tiny reference numbers. And for the sake of time, I can't go through all of them. I may cover 1 or 2. But again, if you want to drive down deeper and look at those little reference numbers, an explanation is provided in that larger document. Okay, so I covered food first because to me it's probably one of the most important of their consumption interventions. The consumption intervention is dietary change. This intervention is characterized by 3 major changes, which are described in more detail. The progressive target in 2030, and take note, 2030 is only 6 years from now. The progressive target is 16 kilograms of meat per person per year, and that's about 35 pounds of meat per person per year. The ambitious target is 0 kilograms of meat consumption. 90 kilograms dairy consumption, milk or derivative equivalent per person per year. And the ambitious target is 0 kilograms of dairy consumption, milk or derivative equivalent per person per year. And when they talk about milk derivatives, they're talking about things like cheese, yogurt, butter, ice cream. And believe me, if they start messing with my ice cream, I'm not going to be real happy. Also, just to get a little more information on this particular category, I was just reading recently that the number of cattle in the United States is at 1970 levels, yet we have 125 million more mouths to feed since 1970. And there's also a document called the Global Biodiversity Assessment, and that's an 1,100-page plus document. It's basically the blueprint for everything that we're experiencing today. And all throughout that document, it talks about activities that they consider to be unsustainable, and these activities must be ended. And some of those items are paddocks, grazing, fences, and large hoofed animals. So it's very obvious to me as to why we're seeing such an escalated attack against farmers, not only in the United States, but all over the world. The ambitious target for meat and dairy of 0, I believe, will mean they will only allow fake meat and fake milk, which are already developed. But just like CO2 is the foundation of all life, meat and dairy products are also important sources of good health for humans. Replacing real food with fake food will breed poor health and early death. They also have a consumption intervention of reducing household waste. The progressive target is 50% reduction in household waste, and the ambitious target is 0%. And avoid supply chain waste, 50% reduction in supply chain food waste. And the ambitious target is 75% reduction in supply chain food waste. Next slide. Okay, the next one is buildings and infrastructure, and I'm just going to go over a couple of these. The consumption intervention of material efficiency. The progressive target is to reduce the use of steel and cement by 20% and 32% respectively. The ambitious target is to reduce steel and cement use by 35% and 56% respectively. And if we go down to material switching, the progressive target is 75% of residential and 50% of commercial are timber buildings. The ambitious target is 95% of residential and 70% of commercial are timber buildings. My concerns with these two categories are, one, what about homes in high tornado areas like Florida? When I had a house in Florida, it was built with very little wood. It had a very heavy tile roof. We had a tornado-proof garage door, and the structure of the house was built using cement block, not wood. And again, with material switching, I have the same concern, but I also, am concerned about the longevity of structures that are built out of nothing but wood. Okay, the next slide. Private transport. The consumption intervention is to reduce ownership. The progressive target in 2030 is 190 vehicles per 1,000 people. The ambitious target is 0 private vehicles. Notice they don't say 190 electric vehicles as the ambitious target. It is 0 private vehicles. So please don't be fooled to think that electric vehicles is going to be an alternative to a gas-powered car. They do not want people to own private vehicles, and this is all an effort to reduce mobility. The optimum lifetime is a 20-year lifetime for the body of a vehicle, the shell and the interior. That's the progressive target. And the ambitious target is 50-year lifetime for body of the vehicle, shell and interior. Material efficiency, 50% reduction in the use of metal and plastic materials, and that is both the progressive and the ambitious target. And I don't know what they will use to replace plastic and metal, glass or wood, or I don't know. They don't really tell you what the alternatives would be. Next slide. Aviation. The consumption intervention is to reduce the number of flights. The progressive target is one short-haul return flight less than 1,500 kilometers every 2 years per person. And 1,500 kilometers is about 932 miles. The ambitious target is one short-haul return flight that is less than 15 kilometers every 3 years per person. And I will read you the little number that you may or may not see it. I apologize for the tininess of the slide, but it's number 36. And they define that as a short-haul flight is given as an illustrative example and is not meant to promote short-haul flights over long-haul flights. On the contrary, alternatives are more readily available and feasible for short-haul flights and need to be promoted. So I look at this and I say, well, if we're not going to have any cars and we're not going to be allowed to fly, what are the alternatives? Horseback, bike, walking, or maybe just stay home? Sustainable aviation fuel, the progressive target is 53%. Sustainable aviation fuel adopted or other equivalent low carbon technology or fuel. And the ambitious target is 100% of sustainable aviation fuel adopted or other equivalent of low carbon technology or fuel. Okay, next slide. Clothing and textiles. The consumption intervention is to reduce the number of clothing and textile items. The progressive target in 2030 is 8 new clothing items per person per year. The ambitious target is 3 new clothing items per person per year. And this would be very interesting to see, how we're going to clothe our growing children. I mean, any person that has children knows that children grow out of their shoes sometimes in a month. Also, I mentioned a little earlier the Global Biodiversity Assessment Report. And one of the things on the list of things that's unsustainable is consumerism. And given that the United States economy is reliant on consumerism, I think that puts the United States in great jeopardy and will be targeted for great sacrifices. And in that document that I referenced earlier on page 9 or 18, there was a very revealing quote that I'd like to share with you. It says, "Wealth is an important factor. Greater levels of disposable income in wealthy cities allow consumers to buy more goods and services, which result in higher levels of consumption-based emissions." So just take that statement for what it's worth. Next slide, please. Electronics and household appliances. The consumption intervention is optimum lifetime. The progressive target, notice there's no year on this slide, 7-year optimum lifetime of laptops and similar electronic devices. And the ambitious target is the same, 7 years. And if you look at the little reference number 41, it just basically said they have not completed their studies on this, that it does not include all of our electrical appliances. Okay, next slide. And what does this all mean? This means a total lack of freedom in which the government will control what you eat, where you live, if you can have children, how long you can live, who you can talk with, control over every human activity. And when you do not comply, you will be exiled from life. You will be tracked, monitored, and punished. You will be forced to snitch on your neighbors, friends, and family members. And when I say they will control all human activity, I truly mean all, including life and death. C40, or 15-minute cities, is unsustainable and unlawful. It is all about isolating people and restricting mobility, freedom, liberty, choice, and civil liberties, civil rights. It totally violates our God-given rights and our Constitution, which was created to protect those rights. The cost benefit equals high cost to us and high benefits to the investors. The issue is never the issue. You must learn to dig deep into whatever they say and make it a habit to believe whatever they say, you believe completely the opposite. Next slide. Prior to 2015 and the rebranding of UN Agenda 21, there were 8 Millennium Development Goals. With the creation of the 2030 Agenda in 2015, we now have 18 Sustainable Development Goals. Everything revolves around the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, UN Agenda 21. And this slide just shows you the 17 sustainable developments, what they tell you it's all about, and then what it's really all about. And there are several lists. I mean, I had to keep it kind of simple, but what it's actually all about could be greatly expanded. So let's just look at a couple of these. Number 1, no poverty. What it's actually all about is a welfare state, severely reduced population. So population control, depopulation is a top priority to these globalists. Let's look at number 3, good health and well-being. What it's actually all about is forced vaccination. Number 4, quality education. It's really all about mass indoctrination. Number 10, to reduce inequalities, which basically means mass global migration. And there's a lot more behind this as well. And number 11, sustainable cities and communities, prison cities, or better known as 15-minute cities. Next slide. Should we trust the C40 15-minute city agenda? Some of the major funders are the Open Society Foundation, which is George Soros, Hewlett Foundation, which promotes UN Agenda 21, and the government of the United Kingdom. Some of the funders, Google, FedEx, and many more. Some of the city partners are ICLEI. ICLEI stands for International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, and they are the organization that was deemed to implement local Agenda 21. ICLEI brings Agenda 21 into the local cities and counties. Some of the partners are the Clinton Foundation and the World Bank. While there are 100 members of C40, the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy has mapped emissions inventory for 13,250 cities, and that was as of November 10th of 2023. There are 185 U.S. cities that have been mapped by GCOM. 4 are in Arizona: Tempe, Phoenix, Tucson, and Flagstaff. And I've zeroed in on Arizona because our host today is from Arizona. Do you believe the names on this list above are working for the betterment of society or their own bottom line of greed, power, and control? Next slide. This is just a slide of how GCOM is monitoring the city of Phoenix, Arizona. And you can see it has the country of the United States, it has the annual greenhouse emissions, it has the population of Phoenix, Arizona, the mayor of Phoenix, Arizona, And on the right-hand side, you see a category called badges, and there are 9 badges that a city is supposed to accomplish. And Phoenix, Arizona, so far has completed 6 of the 9 badges. It also gives an emissions inventory, and you can see buildings at 52%, transportation at 47%, and waste at 1%. And the next slide. Okay, this is just page 2 of the GCOM mapping for Phoenix, Arizona. Again, it repeats a lot of the same information, but it also talks about adaptation. And there is a column for hazard, a column for probability, and a column for time scale. And just the first hazard is extreme hot days, probability is high, and the time scale for addressing this is immediately. Okay, next slide. And again, in Arizona, there's a blog for Arizona, C40 Reinventing Cities Competition. Phoenix is one of 12 cities from around the world engaged in the 2022 C40 Reinventing Cities Competition. What does Phoenix have in common with Bologna, Bristol, Houston, Izmir, Lyon, Milan, Montreal, Naples, Rome, San Francisco, and Sao Paulo? All 12 of these cities are participating in the 2022 C40 Reinventing Cities competition. Next slide. 15-minute cities. I call 15-minute cities really 15-minute prisons, gulags, ghettos, or you can even call them a 15-minute reservation. The largest promoter of the 15-minute city right now is the C40 initiative. The 15-minute city was started in 2016 by Carlos Moreno, but the concept was tried many years ago in the Soviet Union and it failed miserably. The Ideal Communist City is a book written in the late 1950s by Alexei Gudnov and members of the architectural faculty of the Moscow University. 15-minute cities are cropping up all over the world, even in the very red state of Tennessee, which is where I live. They sugarcoat the concept, and once in the trap, over time, moving outside of your 15-minute city will become more restrictive. Of course, they deny this. And of course, this is coming from some of the same folks that tried to convince us that the COVID jab was safe and effective. They take a city and they carve it up into sections. In Chattanooga, Tennessee, they have created 6 sections. The mayor of Chattanooga said his city will be a 15-minute city and maybe a 10-minute city. They also plan to make Chattanooga a national park city. New York City is going to charge people $15 for driving into the city during gridlock alert days. They could up that charge by 25%. In London, older cars driving in an ultra-low emissions zone, ULEZs, are charged a fee, and they are imposing charges for entering into the congestion zones as well. Measures like this are all about making it hard for cash-strapped people to drive, eventually forcing them into the cities to live and work. From 2024, drivers in Oxford will be encouraged to travel around the city by using the ring road or using public transport rather than just by driving through it. In a very similar system to the low traffic neighborhoods, the council will hand out fines to those using city center roads at certain times. The new policy doesn't stop you from traveling anywhere, but it does limit where and when you can use a car. Oh, but nothing to worry about, right? And there is a link here for the source of this information. And I believe they may not issue laws or mandates, but they will create plans and implement regulations and rules that will make it impossible for everyday people who will probably be living on a universal basic income to go against the grain. Next slide. Those license plate readers they are installing for your safety are really creating your carbon footprint. The street lamp cameras being installed for your safety are to monitor your movements, what you say and who you associate with, helping to create your social credit score. They always justify what they are doing by using convenience and a predicted population explosion, when in fact birth rates are decreasing and infertility rates are increasing. Are we willing to sell our freedom and our liberty for convenience? The 15-minute city, Smart Cities, is the plan for the cities, but it is also part of the Wildlands Project, which is the plan for the rural communities where animals are placed above humans. The plan is to take 50% of all land, seal it off from any human presence. An additional 25% of that land, of our land, will be buffer zones and will have very limited human presence. And the remaining 25% will be closely monitored and will be where human settlements or 15-minute cities will be set up. These will be the 15-minute cities, and they will be extremely crowded. This will decrease safety, increase crime, mental illness, and disease. Bottom line is stacking and packing people into their 15-minute city to keep people from traveling, socializing, and to be monitored and tracked 24/7. No cars. EVs are not going to be an option any normal person can afford, and they know it. It is the ideal communist city coming to the entire globe. Next slide. And I thank you.
Great, excellent presentation, very informative, very scary, but you did a great job of educating us on C40 cities. So Karen, thank you so much. We're just about out of time for Karen's session. We do have a chat bar that you can all participate in and ask questions to Karen or our other speakers or to your fellow attendees. I'll just say a couple words. Well, at least the globalists are ambitious. Have to give them that. They want to control everything all over the world. That's pretty ambitious. They want everybody to stay at home. But then the globalists say that you'll own nothing and be happy. So we won't own the home that we're supposed to be confined in. And if we have any infractions against their social policies, then I don't know what happens to us. We lose a place to live. As far as depopulation, all of the signage and posters that I've seen online and so forth, making a virtue of depopulation, that's the one place I see no diversity. All of the characters placed in these promotions for depopulation or suicide, they all happen to be white people pictured in these posters sort of advocating for depopulation. And I don't think I heard Karen say that any Eastern European cities are embracing 15-minute cities. Maybe cities like Warsaw have learned their lesson about not ghettoizing their populations. So perhaps that has some instructive significance. Anyway, Karen, thank you so much. All right, so let's continue with the program. Let's go into our next session, which is the United Nations Broken and Corrupted Moral Compass. Leading off this discussion is Peter Gallo, who is a former investigator at the United Nations Office of Internal Oversight Services and director of, he's also the director of Hear Their Cries. We also have two very well-known authorities, very prolific writers and speakers on conservative issues. We have Jeffrey Tucker, who is the founder and president of the Brownstone Institute, and Patrick Wood, who is the founder and director of Citizens for Free Speech. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for speaking to us today. Let's start off with Peter Gallo.
Thank you. I would like to start, if I may, with something mildly ridiculous. David, when you introduced us all at the beginning, you said that the panel of speakers was made up of prominent people who'd been successful in their careers. I should start by pointing out that I am the investigator that worked in what is described as the highest investigative body in the United Nations, who was told that as an investigator, I must never ask questions just to satisfy my curiosity. So just keep that one in mind, shall we? The world needs to take a very long, hard look at the UN, because the organization that was formed with the best of intentions in 1945 with a view to preventing further wars has evolved into something which is part of the problem, not part of the solution. Now, when I agreed to speak at this event initially, I wanted to talk about the UN's paralysis in the face of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine due to the veto, and how that veto has meant since 1945 that it is in fact perfectly okay to go to war, provided you do so under the patronage of one of the permanent members of the Security Council, and why, after 75 years, the mechanism set up to prevent wars is essentially powerless to do anything about a conventional war in the Ukraine being fought in tactics very similar to the nature of the Second World War. And in addition, how the veto has shifted the nature of warfare from nation states engaging in set piece battles to proxy wars, mostly fought by guerrilla tactics, leading to terrorism. And the concept of terrorism, of course, allows me to segue into other armed conflict going on at the moment, which is in Gaza. And it had been my intention just to touch on that, but I was overtaken by events. In the last 10 days, the news has broken that employees of UNRWA, that's the UN Relief Works Agency in Gaza, were personally involved in the attacks on Israel on the 7th of October. Now, in response, the head of UNRWA and the Secretary General of the UN panicked. Why? Well, it wasn't because of the terrorism, and it wasn't because of the bad publicity. I put it to you, it was because the United States, who pay 60% of UNRWA's budget, suspended payments. And the Secretary General announced there would be an investigation being carried out by guess who? OIOS, which is precisely where I worked. So where do I start? Is OIOS actually capable of carrying out this investigation? Well, anyone can investigate anything, but OIOS's mandate is supposed to be investigating staff members for breaches of the rules and regulations, and the heaviest disciplinary measure that the UN can take against them is to fire them. In this instance, the individuals who were involved in the terrorism have already been fired. So there's nothing the UN could do, even if they could find them. And I very much doubt that they can. But they can't compel anyone to attend an interview. They can't compel anyone to answer questions. And even if they did, what's the point? Now, the UN, in need of a soundbite, has said that UNRWA employees involved in acts of terror would, and I quote, be held accountable, including through criminal prosecution. Very good. How? The crimes took place in Israel, but the UN has no authority to extradite anyone from one country to another to face a criminal trial. And the ruling authority in Gaza is Hamas, and they're never going to extradite anyone to Israel. So what is the purpose of this investigation? If you start with the end and work backwards, the UN wants to be cleared of any responsibility for anything. And I suggest to you that is precisely what the OIOS investigation is going to find. See, if the question is whether or not these individuals were involved in anything criminal, the only evidence that they have for that has come from the Israelis, and the Israelis extracted that information from Hamas terrorists who they captured alive, supplemented by whatever other means they may have of gathering combat intelligence. But the Israelis are not stupid and know that anything they give to the UN will be in Hamas' hands by the end of the day. In October 2015, of course, the UN was surprised and embarrassed when the FBI, arrested 2 UN diplomats and charged them with bribery and money laundering offenses. And the reason the FBI was able to do that is because they did not go asking the UN's cooperation beforehand. But the Israelis have known about the UN's complicity with Hamas for years, but the mainstream media have simply not wanted to listen. What is interesting now is that the US press is now reporting that Israeli intelligence estimates that around 1,200 of UNRWA's 12,000 employees in Gaza, that's 10%, are active in the military or political framework of either Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And 23% of UNRWA's male employees had ties to Hamas. The Secretary General has said he was shocked. That is utter nonsense. He knew. They all knew. They just didn't want anyone to know that they knew. Because the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, and quite frankly, the blood of everyone killed or injured on both sides since 1948, and by extension, everyone killed in Palestinian-related terrorism worldwide, is testament to the fundamental failure of the UN. The preamble of the UN Charter being to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Fine. Except for that in November 1947, the UN adopted the resolution which proposed a two-state solution for the Arab-Israeli question. And the next day, 5 Arab states attacked this new Jewish state. 4 of those attacking Arab countries were UN members. And that was just 3 years after we had prosecuted the surviving Nazis at Nuremberg for, amongst other things, guess what? Waging an aggressive war. So in order to join the UN, countries had to be peace-loving, but once they're admitted, there's no consequence for going to war because they disagreed with a UN resolution. So I put it to you, what is the value of a club that claims to have standards for its members to adhere to, but takes no action against members who act in breach of those rules, so they remain a member in good standing? There is a quote when I speak on this in public, I like to put on the screen, from Scottish Lieutenant General Sandy Galloway, who was the director of UNRWA in Jordan in 1952, and he said, in fact, he said to a US Congressional Committee, "It is perfectly clear that Arab nations do not want to solve the Arab refugee problem. They want to keep it as an open sore, as an affront against the United Nations, and as a weapon against Israel." Well, congratulations. Not only have they done that, they've got the UN being complicit in doing that. But what was shocking about the news in the past week is that it forced the world to see something that the UN has been denying for years. That UNRWA has been fostering terrorism. And the US Congressional Subcommittee hearing on the 30th of January was interesting because none of the evidence before that committee was new. And they talked about the UNRWA schools and the textbooks in schools, promoting, teaching children how to hate Jews, teaching children, less than the age of 10, how to stab Jews in the neck, extolling the virtues of murdering them, because all of that had been reported by a number of organizations, mostly Israelis, NGOs, for years, and the UN and the mainstream media has not wanted to listen. In fact, the UN has been dealt with this information by discrediting organizations like UN Watch and just denying it, and they rely on a complicit mainstream media to do so. Now, of course, there's the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and you would think that they should be the global champion of human rights. In point of fact, they go to great lengths to silence any criticism of human rights abuses, except if someone wants to condemn Israel. See, because condemning Israel is perfectly acceptable. In fact, it's encouraged. Condemning the murder of innocent Israeli civilians, on the other hand, that is their own fault. And the mainstream media keeps pumping out this constant stream of sympathy for the fate of poor, innocent Palestinians, for college students in the United States and Europe to chant Hamas-backed slogans about the river to the sea, and most of them don't know which river or which sea, without understanding that they're promoting the agenda of an organization that openly calls for genocide and is based on hatred taught in UNRWA schools. UNRWA schools which are funded by US taxpayers, sorry. Now, you're thinking I'm wandering off topic, because what does that have to do with, say, climate change or vaccinations? Well, it tells me, it tells everyone, that the UN is not an independent arbiter of anything. Important decisions whatever they are, have to be based on the strength of information that is credible and unbiased. And the UN cannot deliver either. All the UN agencies have an agenda and they can control the flow of information. So anything that the UN puts out on vaccination or climate change has been bought and paid for. Maybe not in cash, but in exchange for something. The same applies for gun control, it applies for the fate of children in armed conflict, anything. But what happens if someone in the UN speaks out and contradicts the official UN party line? This is why whistleblowers are such an important topic and why the US Congress needs to address it. Because the corporate culture within the UN Secretariat is not unlike any totalitarian state. Speaking out is punished, right? Staff are actively discouraged from reporting misconduct because if they do so, they are committing career suicide. You may remember that nearly 10,000 people died of cholera in Haiti. Almost 1 million were sick. That was caused by the UN. And what did the UN do? They simply denied responsibility for it. And no staff member who cared actually dared say anything in public. And quite frankly, I can't blame them because they would lose their jobs for doing so. The culture of the organization is a major problem. In 2015, at a high-level meeting of the uppermost levels of the UN leadership, it did not occur to anyone that the ongoing widespread sexual abuse of children was a bad thing, that maybe they should stop it. Instead, they all just agreed on one thing, and that was that the man who did act to stop it should be investigated for having done so. All right? You want to look at how the UN has treated the one staff member in the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights who spoke out against the organization, passing names of activists to the Chinese government so their families, who were Uyghurs, could be tortured, all specifically to stop them speaking up against human rights in China. The UN is an organization that I have seen from the inside. And bear in mind, I worked in what was supposed to be the investigation office, and I described the organization as corrupt to the core. All right? The office I worked in is incapable of investigating UNRWA employees being involved in Hamas terrorism. Right? The office lacks both the basic investigative aptitudes, the necessary managerial skills to conduct a major investigation. And I'm not just saying that, I can point out the things they've made a mess of. The office simply lacks credibility because advancement in OIOS, not unlike the rest of the UN, is based on sycophancy, not on competency. And objective facts don't matter, rational analysis is non-existent. More interestingly, complaints against OIOS investigators are summarily dismissed. Because what I do and what I've done since I've left is I've reviewed, I do not know how many OIOS investigation reports, and some of them are so patently, most of them are so patently flawed and biased as to be useless to support any kind of fair or reasonable decisions. But as far as the UN is concerned, that's not important. OIOS is only concerned with pandering to the whims of senior management. And right now, the Secretary General wants nothing else but to keep UNRWA in Gaza. And that is precisely what Hamas wants as well. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I hate to use this as a platform for a political objective, but this is something that we all need to act on. And I would ask for your cooperation here because the US Congress needs to establish a genuinely independent commission to investigate UNRWA's involvement in terrorism. The UN has been investigating itself for 75 years and is not capable of doing it. Thank you very much. I will answer any questions that you may have for me.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. I think maybe we'll save the questions until the other gentlemen have had a chance to speak and maybe take questions at the end. So Jeffrey Tucker, would you like to speak to us next?
Sure. Make sure you can hear me okay? Can you hear me
You
okay?
hear me okay. If you can speak in a nice, loud, strong voice, that'd be great.
Okay. Does it sound a little soft?
You sound perfect now.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've got my microphone here. Yeah. Listen, I would, as part of the discussion of the UN, I'd like to focus a little bit on the so-called World Health Organization, because we're talking about very similar bureaucracy. It's an offshoot. It turns out to have a gigantic impact on our lives, and I think we need to understand very recent history and the very dangerous role that the World Health Organization played in causing your church to close, your school to close, your business to be shut down, and for you to be locked into your homes. Now, all of this began really in the spring of 2020, and really it dates from the middle of February 2020. The World Health Organization had never had lockdown, social distancing, much less vaccinating, until the pandemic is gone as part of their pandemic planning apparatus. It was never there. In fact, all the UN plans before the World Health Organization plans before then recommended against travel restrictions, against violations of human rights, against universal quarantines as part of pandemic planning. There was a well-established consensus within the public health community in the US, in the UK, and all over Europe, and really all over the world, that these kinds of approaches were not going to mitigate disease, that in fact they would have the opposite effect, that they would distract from the crucial goal of medicating the sick, finding therapeutics to get people well, protecting vulnerable populations, whomever they might be, but never letting government power run rampant throughout society under the guise of controlling the microbial kingdom. There was no question about that, and this wisdom was born of 100 years of experience. Let me ask, too, how long do I have to speak? Should I just speak just a few minutes, or can I take 10 or 15 minutes?
Yeah, maybe you can speak for about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah,
and then we'll
okay.
take
So
questions.
I just want to back up through this issue so that we understand. In January, in late January, at least the records that we do have, shows a sudden awareness on the part of Anthony Fauci, Jeremy Farrar in the UK, and several other people that were very high up in national governments, that they became aware of a possible lab leak out of Wuhan or somewhere that would have involved some pandemic planning apparatus funded in part by the UK and the US. And therein they embarked upon a kind of a strategy of panic about what to do about this. They had fully 2 weeks. But by February 16th, the World Health Organization had, and this is in January, recall, Wuhan completely locked down, to the point that they were welding people into their apartments and imposing truly totalitarian controls on the country in the name of crushing a respiratory virus. And the word was at the time that this had worked beautifully. And it was the only way to deal with this pathogen, SARS-CoV-2. And so Xi Jinping and the Communist Party invited Western powers to come to Wuhan to observe their tremendous triumph over nature. Something preposterous, but anyway, there it is. And on February 16th, the delegation took off. There were no flights in or out of China at the time. So, of course, the mucky mucks from UK's National Health Service, and then the National Institutes of Health in the US, and many bureaucrats from the European Union all traveled on chartered planes to Wuhan and got treated to a 5-city tour of the magnificent role of the CCP in controlling the coronavirus. And which undoubtedly involved cocktail parties, very fancy dinners, meetings with dignitaries, and so on. And this is at a time when the whole world was otherwise shut down. So kind of a delightful trip in some ways. Fauci's deputy assistant Clifford Lane was on that trip, and many high officials with the World Health Organization. They were very impressed with what they saw, and then. On February 26th, and I'm imagining that they were on the charter flight home, they wrote up a report that was issued by the World Health Organization that congratulated the CCP for their magnificent work, and saying that it was draconian, it was extreme, it contradicted many practices in the West, but nonetheless, you have to admit that they did a wonderful job, and the Chinese people mobilized brilliantly and came together as a full community and defeated the coronavirus. And so go and do likewise. That was definitely a turning point in the history of pandemic planning. And out of nowhere, the U.S. pivoted. That was February 26th. And really, that was the date in which everything changed. Suddenly, the New York Times was all over it on their podcast February 27th. Donald G. McNeil and Michael Barbaro got on the New York Times podcast and said, for the first time in the English-speaking world, we need to go medieval on this virus and lock down all travel, stop everybody from leaving their homes, quarantine the whole population, just like they did in Wuhan, because this is going to be far, far worse than the pandemic of 1918. In fact, the World Health Organization in this period was estimating an infection fatality rate of 3 and 4%, which people don't know what that means. That means something like 3 and 4% of people will die. I mean, that was the widespread impression of what that meant, because people don't understand IFRs and CFRs and per capita death rates and all the rest of it. Of course, it turns out this estimate was thousands of times higher than the reality, but nonetheless, it was designed to panic the population. That's February 27th. February 28th, New York Times ran with Donald G. McNeil's article to take on the coronavirus. We have to go medieval on it, just like China did. And so this World Health Organization change and their codification of universal quarantines and lockdowns, of travel restrictions, stay-home orders, and social distancing, and later masking, and then vaccination, became the template for the entire world to obey. And gradually over the coming 2 weeks, the U.S. flipped. We know what happened in the Trump administration. They resisted and resisted. As best as we know, it was on March 10th, there was a change in strategy. From March 9th to March 11th, there was a complete change in the tone, going from this is just a seasonal flu, it'll pass, to all of government will be used to crush this coronavirus. The U.S. and the U.K. adopted a zero COVID strategy identical to Xi Jinping, courtesy of the World Health Organization. And the entire world pursued essentially a completely unfeasible, in fact, utopian and wildly anti-scientific ambition of crushing a respiratory pathogen with universal controls on human beings. We know the effects of this: years of learning loss, mass demoralization, record suicides, record business failures, substance abuse, inflation all over the world through money printing designed to fund and make possible the lockdowns. It essentially was a turning point in the history of civilization, all caused by the World Health Organization. Now, has there been any apologies or any reckoning? The answer to that is no. To this day, the World Health Organization has doubled down on all of its policies and is calling for a new treaty all over the world with new regulations that would make normalized lockdowns until vaccination for the entire world. So there's not been a slightest change. In fact, the lady who originally graduated with her PhD from Stanford, who wrote the original World Health Organization report of February 26th, has herself very recently, again, warned of the coming of disease X and the need to have the same policies again, except this time more centralized, with more communication, more coordination between nation states. And these amendments to the international health regulations are being considered right now in every nation state in the world. Now, many countries are pushing back on them. For all the usual bureaucratic considerations, they're probably not getting paid enough money. And so many nation states will be bought off, and the U.S. are trying to slip it through. If this gets codified, we will find ourselves as a world community in the hands, once again, of the World Health Organization. Now, people say, oh, but nation states don't have to agree with, don't have to do what the WHO says they have to do. But, here the problem is that we're ruled by bureaucrats, and bureaucrats love nothing better than to blame somebody else for their policies, and they always claim to be implementing somebody else's policies. So it's the way bureaucrats work. This is how the lockdowns happen. The local public health regulator just did what they did because the state regulator imposed that, and that state regulator did that just because they heard from Washington, and everybody's risk averse and obsessed with legal liability. So they just do whatever they can to pass the buck upstairs. And the World Health Organization has made itself available as the instrumentality by which the entire world will once again pursue these policies, and many people are for this. The lockdowns were, from their point of view, not a mistake, but a template for how they want to run the world in the future, which is a kind of a digital feudalism in which you have no rights or liberties, and we distrust the elites. So that is what is taking place. We're talking about a $1 trillion pandemic planning industry that involves nonprofit organizations, pharmaceutical companies, governments all over the world, and above all else, the UN and the World Health Organization, and many, many offshoots in every country in the world. It's a gargantuan, Goliath-level industry, and they're not interested in apologies or dialing back their plans. So I'll conclude my remarks with there, just to warn that this is not over. In fact, it's just beginning. And people need to become aware of this. There are very few study groups. Brownstone Institute has one, and we're working on rolling out studies and research on their funding and their plans, and hopefully intensify public awareness of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Great insights. All right, so let's turn to Patrick Wood, who I believe will talk about some censorship initiatives coming out of the UN.
Wow. That's fantastic. Nice to meet you, Jeffrey, and you, Peter, as well. I'm hoping we can talk in the future. As one who has studied globalization for over 45 years now, I can speak to a lot of it as an eyewitness. I was one of the first books written with the late Anthony C. Sutton in 1981, where our book was summarily deleted from the catalog at B. Dalton bookseller. They sent out a memo to all the people, all the stores, that the publisher was out of business and the book was out of print. Bald-faced lie. But nevertheless, it shut us down completely. The name of our book was Trilaterals over Washington, and in particular, we were studying the takeover at that point of the U.S. government by these people who intended to say that they were going to create a new international economic order. That was pretty much the end of our publishing activities at that point, because we had nowhere to go and we could not, well, cry out to anybody else at that point. But having said that, I've had a lot of experience with censorship over the years. When I started Citizens for Free Speech in 2018, there was, in my back of my mind, was the singular approach, like just a bad killing a book. I discovered something else in 2018. that Twitter in particular and Facebook were colluding together to censor people. That was the first time I observed this, and it really got my attention. And I thought, here we go. We're into the biggest fight of our life at this point. Because if these other organizations who had not had any contact before, if they're going to start colluding against the narrative that we want to put forward, we're in big trouble. This is now matured to where we are today. Today we see there's collusion all over the place, whether it's from organizations like Google, Facebook, Twitter, X now, it's called X now, Amazon, financial institutions as well, who are very happy to cut off the financing of people that they do not want to be talking. That happened, for instance, with Dr. Joseph Mercola last year, where he was, well, all of his bank accounts were shut down. They told him to take a hike. You're not going to do it here with us. This has happened with many people. Remember, Nigel Farage from England had the same thing happen to him. Organization, another free speech organization in the UK also had their financing cut out. This is really mean-spirited for sure, but we need to see this in the larger context, I think, where these people, this whole industry seeks to kill any anti-narrative other than their own. When I wrote my book, my last book on technocracy, called The Evil Twins of Technocracy and Transhumanism, I did an analysis of Klaus Schwab's book that it was called, let's see, I get here, look at the page here on Amazon, all places. That was released in 2021, December 28. It's called The Great Narrative. This was the book, I believe, that pretty much lays out what their narrative is. The WF has been associated with the United Nations. They've been joined at the hip for many, many years. And so when he put this book out, I was curious to analyze it in detail because I wanted to see where the propaganda is coming from. And when we talk about propaganda as being manipulative, deceiving, etc., that is exactly what it is. But Klaus Schwab and his co-author decided to put in all of the contributing organizations who made this book possible. That gave me some leads to go after and say, well, who are these people? And who had contributed to this? I was very shocked to find a couple things. Klaus Schwab, by the way, bills himself as the consummate globalist. He's the guy that says that we're going to reimagine the future, whatever that means. I hate to think, but he said, well, we consulted from all these people around the world on what we want to do with the future. And this is what we came up with. So I challenged that. I went and looked to every source that he had, and he named people as well. Here's what I found. The vast majority of influential academics who peddle Schwab's narrative live only in one country, that is the United States. Furthermore, they represent a paltry 9 institutions. Listen to this list, namely University of Pennsylvania, University of California, San Diego, University of California, Berkeley, Hoover Institution at the Stanford University, Harvard, City University of New York, University of Chicago, Princeton University, Columbia University, Dartmouth, and Georgetown University. This was a very narrow subset of academics from around the world, obviously. But it struck me just how narrow this group is that have put this whole narrative together for us to consume without any critical analysis. Well, when we saw, I'm going to shift gears just a second. In 2016, when there was 2 events that took place in 2016, one was Brexit in the UK. That was a huge slap in the face of all globalists everywhere. It scared the crap out of them. Then you had the election of Donald Trump. Now, I don't want to trigger anybody about Trump. It doesn't matter what you think about him, honestly. But those 2 events put the global elite spin machine on overdrive. They freaked out because they realized that their narrative was being challenged by the people of the world, and they could not get away with it unless, at least in their mind, they do something about it now, quickly. This is where the press, censorship, all the other angles that got into that, legal with lawfare, finances with Visa, MasterCard, Bank of America, etc. That's where they all got together and said, we have to put a stop to this now. So this, what was already there, just has spun out of control ever since. We see it today everywhere. I want to talk a little bit about the things that have happened in America in particular. We know when COVID came along that the First Amendment, for instance, was under ferocious attack. We wrote about this forcefully, starting at the very beginning of COVID, when face masks were rolled out. We understood that the science behind that was all bogus. But the face mask intimidation was something that blocked free speech totally in America. But we saw all other things coming at the same time. The freedom of religion had gained the first thing in the First Amendment, free speech, the freedom of the press, the right to assemble. And of course, there was no redress of grievances at that point either. The First Amendment took a direct hit on all 5 points. That's unmistakable. And it's been continuing ever since. To say that these people don't care about the First Amendment or our Constitution, given they don't care. The only reason we can care about it maybe it's just our country. But nevertheless, when that attack on free speech and everything else in the First Amendment was completed, now we're to the point where everything is being censored, especially now with the advent of AI, especially all of the people of the world who are concerned about this now intend to use AI to finish the job of eliminating free speech. At the World Economic Forum, in this recent meeting, the first thing on their list of things that keep them awake at night was misinformation and disinformation. And they said, we need to take this to heart and crush the opposition, essentially. They're in process of doing that right now. So we have a very difficult slog ahead of us at this point. If we're going to rescue free speech from the clutches of these vampire squids, I call them, if we do not do this, if we allow them to crush free speech in the world, not just in America, but around the world, there's only one possible outcome that, historically speaking, that we'll see. And that is what we saw, for instance, in the Bolshevik Revolution, German Revolution, in Cambodia, in the Ukraine with the Holodomor, other places around the world, Rhodesia, the former Angola, Mozambique, etc. Every time a revolutionary force takes over free speech, they, in some cases, would just drug people out of the studio, kill them with machetes in the street, and that was it. Send their people in. But the only outcome of killing free speech is genocide, unmitigated genocide. This is something that I don't even want to contemplate, honestly. But I look at history. This has been always the outcome for killing for free speech. And these people are intent on doing this today. And this, and even now, in particular, by the end of 2024. If they're successful, we have a very, very bleak future ahead of us. If we can reclaim that space to where we can, so to speak, cry out for one another, we're under attack here, whatever, we need help, blah, blah, blah. If we can reclaim the space, we'll have a fighting chance. Platforms that we're participating with here, this is an example of what free speech should be. The sharing of ideas, news, whatever, free exchange without fear of reprisal, being shut down, etc. So my hat's off to you, David, for sure, putting this together. Free speech is under direct attack by all of the forces that are against us at this point that has been mentioned here in this conference, apparently, so far. I'll stop here and maybe we'll have some questions.
Sure. Great. Thank you very much, Patrick. So I think Lori has a question. Let's see if we can get Lori taken off of mute. Debbie, I might need your help to do that. There we go. Okay, Lori. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to address the comments regarding UNRWA and the Gaza Palestinian issue. Now we're 120 days into nonstop bombing, flattening Gaza, 30,000 killed, 60,000 wounded, which is brought before the court the International Court of Justice with the South Africa case, calling for Israel to not conduct genocide. So I was just really surprised at the lack of balance, because there is no proof of Israel's claims that these 12 people were, they haven't proved it. 2 of them are dead. And at the same time, another group of 2 countries are bringing another case to the ICJ, which gives over the 75-year history of Israeli terrorism. So to take just one side, you have...
So let's let Peter answer that question. Okay, go ahead, Peter. Would you like to respond to that?
Well, are you suggesting that there is no evidence against these 12 UNRWA staff members? If that is the case, why would the Secretary General and the head of UNRWA dismiss them without due process? They have never done that before in any case I've ever known about. The US State Department has come out, and it's been quoted in the press as saying that the evidence against them is very credible. The issue with the ICJ case is that there are complaints as the evidence that is being presented to suggest that Israel is conducting genocide is coming from UNRWA staff members. If you actually look up the definition of genocide, and I don't have it in front of me, but it is the complete and the total destruction of a population on national, ethnic, or religious grounds. It does not actually apply, because the Arabs resident in Palestine, are what is known as Palestine, are not a separate ethnic group from the Arabs just across the border. But the other issue is, in order to pursue that case, you would have to demonstrate that the objectives of the Israeli assault on Gaza was in order to cause civilian casualties. And there is a whole body of evidence to show that they are particularly careful to try and minimize Israeli casualties. Try again. They are at pains to minimize civilian casualties. The problem is that Hamas, with all these tunnels, are storing weapons and launching missiles from what should be protected sites, as in schools and hospitals, which is itself a war crime under the Statute of Rome, but nobody wants to make an issue of that, because that would suggest that Hamas was somehow at fault. And what I'm saying is that the information that people are relying on is fundamentally unreliable because of the bias inherent in the United Nations culture and the United Nations personnel that are giving it.
So, Peter, you and I did a podcast several months ago, which is available on Davos in the Desert. One of the things that you mentioned is that sometimes the UN soldiers at a very local level, they may claim that there was a skirmish, maybe, and there wasn't, or they may precipitate a skirmish, so they get higher combat pay. So that's bad, but it's a pretty small level. I think UNRWA is culpable at the institutional level for perpetuating tension between the Palestinians and Israelis. My understanding, there's about 26 million refugees elsewhere in the world that are governed by one organization, but the so-called 5.9 million Palestinian so-called refugees have UNRWA, which is just dedicated to the Palestinians, and they, are motivated to aggrandize the size of the problem. The Palestinians are the only people in the world where refugee status carries on generation after generation. So even if somebody was born on Park Avenue to a billionaire, they're still called a refugee. So maybe you can talk about, how UNRWA is kind of perpetuating tensions. We've seen all kinds of propaganda coming out, the textbooks that are used in Gaza. Thousands of social media posts have been collected by UN Watch, UNRWA people celebrating October 7th and that kind of thing. You know, the UNRWA people now in Gaza, are they getting higher compensation because of they're in a battle zone, right? So anyway, I kind of threw a couple ideas out there. Maybe you can.
I don't know about, you know, higher pay. What I was explaining to someone yesterday, if you remember, if you ever watched The Sopranos, look at the number of scenarios that they had where they had no-show jobs, which is basically putting one of the Soprano mafia members on the payroll of a company just to extract some money out of it. Before I joined the UN, I was recognized as something of an authority on money laundering and terrorist financing, which, looking back on it, is one of the suspicious factors that whenever the UN has touched upon the question of terrorist financing, and I did myself in a case in which had appeared to have connections to Hezbollah. The UN, the Undersecretary General of Oversight, did not want to know. Right? We're just sort of reversing out of this one completely. So, you know, well, what do you want me to do? You find these things, the UN doesn't want to know because it doesn't fit the narrative. Go back, what it was quite interesting, the subcommittee hearings on, I think it was Thursday last week. Maybe it was Tuesday, I can't remember. Right. I can send you the link. It is worth listening to it. The group called Insight, with the report that they have done on the radicalization of children in those schools. UNRWA is the single largest employer in Gaza, and they run the majority of the schools. And their explanation is, oh, well, we don't make the curriculum. We just teach the curriculum of the host nation, which in this case is Hamas. In the next breath, they say, but our teaching materials meet the standards, the UN standards set by like UNESCO and UNICEF and all the rest of it. No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't know of any other situation where you have junior school children being taught the benefits of joining a terrorist organization and murdering their neighbors. And these things are being put out, and you cannot deny them. They're there. We can get you a copy if you want. You can read the reports that have been done on them. The terrorists that are actually in there committing the rapes and murders, the butchering of bodies and killing of babies in Israel, guess what? Went to UNRWA-funded, UNRWA-run schools, funded in large part by the US taxpayer.
Okay. Patrick, what do you think the impact of X will be on free speech? You know, be the significant more free speech because X is now owned by Elon Musk? Or do you think even Elon Musk could be influenced by the Chinese since Tesla is dependent on the Chinese market? So will the next election cycle, the next pandemic, will there be more free information because of X? Or anyway, let's.
I wish there were. I don't see any long-term hope in X. Even though Musk has identifies himself as a free speech abolitionist. No, don't know what that is exactly. No, he's never defined it. But they have just recently hired, or in the process of hiring 100 new content moderators. All of the free speech platforms, by the way, not free speech, but all online platforms have a problem in one sense with things like child pornography, sex trafficking, and stuff like that. that is totally abhorrent to most people. They need to somehow figure out ways to get that out of the system. It's illegal, flatly illegal. When you think about, for instance, what happened to Taylor Swift with all the nude photos that were created about her using AI, it was totally bogus. They were spread all over the world. The legal system can't do anything about it, apparently, not right now. They're not willing to. So platforms like X have an obligation to do that stuff. But unfortunately, at the same time, they risk throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And you'll see this, I think, as we go on here from here on, that AI is going to be the deciding factor to obliterating free speech and the world. And Elon Musk is on the cutting edge of AI. He has his own company now that's doing it. He was a founder of OpenAI in the first place, et cetera. So honestly, I don't look for a lot of hope in Elon Musk.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you to Peter Gallo, Jeffrey Tucker, and Patrick Wood for speaking to us about the United Nations and censorship and so on. Excellent panel. So that brings us to our lunch break. Let's break for a half an hour. So let's resume the program at 12 noon Mountain Time or 2 p.m. Eastern. So have a nice lunch, and we will see you back here in about 30 minutes. And by the way, there are still some dialogues going on in the chat, so you can answer questions and participate and so forth. Okay, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Yeah. I am. They had a lunch break for 30 minutes. I may get on again. Very good. Oh, look at that. Whoa.
That was one I had to pull out because I had to thin them.
How about that?
I know. Have a bite. I washed them. It's very fresh.
Carrot.
Mm-hmm. That was the biggest one I pulled. The rest of them will get bigger now.
Yeah.
I really waited too long to thin them. I hope I didn't disturb the roots too much where they won't continue. I have a lot of thinner, smaller ones, but I don't know. We could eat them, but for now, I'm going to make bone broth. I'm getting ready to make some meat bone broth, but I kind of want to do it in crock pot outside. But I've got so many bones, I'd like to make a bigger pot than that. That means the whole house will smell like beef bone broth.
Oh.
I don't know. Do we care?
No. It's okay.
You know, maybe.
It's happened before.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get this Jacob. That'd be a great article.
Jacob Nordengaard?
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't put it in. I don't know why. But by the time I get it all in,
What happens?
I don't know. My server refuses to save it.
Why?
I don't know. I've never had anything like this before.
Was your server woke? It could be.
I don't know. Probably be something.
Got to do something with this crazy plant. It does not. No, it doesn't look good because there's a new one coming, but this one's. Looks terrible.
Yeah, I gave some comments. I guess they're okay.
Well, oh, how long did you talk?
About 10 minutes.
That's all, huh?
Yeah, I got a great contact with this guy, Peter Gallo.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Patrick, you can go ahead and mute your audio.
Might invite him to be our podcast this year. This week.
Oh, okay. Where's he from?
I don't know. Maybe Ireland.
Ireland? Oh.
Hey, Patrick.
Is he a free speecher, I guess?
Probably. He's
Ooh. Patrick?
He was a high-level member of the
Bonner, if you're on the call, please go ahead and unmute your audio so I can do a quick test for you.
Okay, I just unmuted.
Ah, there you are. Perfect. You can go ahead and mute.
I am.
Thank you. You can go ahead and mute. And when David comes back on and introduces you guys, then you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I just keep it on unmute until he comes back on?
No, go ahead and mute yourself.
Okay.
Thanks.
Debbie, I suppose we'll start in about a minute.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. All right, so Debbie, if you're ready, I think we can begin.
You're all set.
All right, welcome back to the Davos in the Desert Lockdown Nation Conference. Before I introduce the next session, I just wanted to invite you to become more familiar with Davos in the Desert. You can visit our website at davosinthedesert.us. You'll see that we have many, many informative podcasts that you're free to listen to. So I hope you'll take advantage of that. We do have quite a few live events, mostly in the Phoenix area. But we've had events in Singapore and probably have events in Northern California soon as well. Very much would appreciate your support for our mission, the anti-globalist mission that we have. We have different membership levels. Some are as inexpensive as $19 a month, and those contributions help us develop programs such as this one. Okay, so anyway, let's continue with the program. The next session is called Creating a Food Crisis as a Means of Controlling the Populace. Speaking on these issues, very pleased to introduce Dr. Bonner Cohen, who is a senior fellow for the Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow, and Margaret Byfield, who is executive director at American Stewards of Liberty. So Dr. Cohen and Ms. Byfield, we'll turn it over to you. Right, Margaret, you're on mute. Margaret's on mute, and Bonner, I'm not sure where I see you here. Maybe you called in?
Yeah, Bonner has called in.
Okay. So, can you hear me, Bonner?
I just did an audio test with him, and he was all set.
Okay. I don't know if you're on mute, but I don't hear you. And Margaret, you may be on mute as well.
Yeah, I saw Margaret on here earlier.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And Margaret, can you say something?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Great. You can go ahead and start your camera. Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Great. So, I'm not sure, Bonner, would you like to start off?
Yes, I'd be delighted to, and I'm very honored to be here. Ever since agriculture emerged in the Fertile Crescent, China, in Mesoamerica between 6,000 and 10,000 years ago, farmers around the world have faced many challenges. A lot of them had to do with things like droughts, floods, infestations, and the like. On occasion, farmers also had to do with their overlords. European history, for instance, is replete with examples of peasant uprisings against the powers that be. In the 20th century, we saw this taken to a next level in terms of what governments can do to farmers, when in the Soviet Union and in China, enormous famines were caused, and they were caused deliberately by Joseph Stalin in Ukraine through requisitioning of grain in the early to mid-1930s, and 20 years later in China, during the collectivization that took place during the Great Leap Forward. For millions and millions of Chinese, that was a great leap forward into premature death. Now, it would be comforting to think that we in the 21st century have learned from the disastrous mistakes of the past. But sadly, that assumption cannot be upheld. Today, farmers are facing challenges that come from both governments who do not know what they are doing when it comes to encouraging agricultural productivity, and from an increasingly hostile private sector, a private sector in league with global elitists. These elitists are both in government and outside of government. And together, they comprise a very potent force against policies that hold the promise of feeding the 8 billion people who inhabit the planet. For instance, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, in the name of combating climate change, is financing a project that would suck atmospheric CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it underground. By lowering the atmospheric level of CO2, this has the very predictable consequence of making it more difficult to grow crops. CO2 is absolutely essential for agriculture, and policies designed to lower that CO2 will only exacerbate the problems of feeding the Earth's 8 billion people. Last February, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, wrote in a letter to his shareholders that the U.S. government should seriously consider using the power of eminent domain to put wind turbines and solar panels on agricultural land. In other words, land will be taken out of production for food to host sources of intermittent energy, again in the name of combating climate change. I want to spend a little bit of time now turning into a third development, far more dangerous and threatening than what we have just discussed. Deep-pocketed financial institutions, the Bank of America, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, and Wells Fargo are part of the UN-sponsored Net Zero Banking Alliance. The Net Zero Banking Alliance is dedicated to transitioning all operational and attributable greenhouse gas emissions from lending portfolios to align with pathways to net zero by mid-century or sooner. To accomplish this goal, Net Zero Banking Alliance banks must require their customers to measure and disclose their greenhouse gas emissions in specific sectors, including agriculture. And to what organization have the banks that I just mentioned assigned the task of overseeing these lending practices? That organization is the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP. The UNEP is committed to review and monitor the bank's climate targets for consistency with UN criteria. Now, we already have a pretty good idea of what that UN criteria is, because the UNEP has published several roadmaps of what farmers are to do to come into compliance with UN policies. They include the installation of wind turbines and solar panels on farmland. They include replacing nitrogen fertilizer with organic fertilizer. They include replacing gasoline and diesel-powered machinery and equipment with electric-powered machinery and equipment. All of these will cause a tremendous restructuring across the board for all agricultural operations, be they farms or be they ranches. Traditionally, farmers have sought credit, and the basis of their receiving that credit was primarily their credit worthiness. Under the scheme being put in place by the UNEP and the 6 aforementioned banks, there will be new criteria farmers will have to reach before they are deemed credit worthy. That is, whether or not they are operating their farms or their ranches in accordance with UN and bank policies to combat climate change. It takes precious little imagination to see where all of this will go, and it will go very quickly. The cost of raising food, not just in the United States, but elsewhere around the world, wherever these policies are adopted, will skyrocket. Those who can least afford rising prices are those at the lower end of the economic ladder. This will also cause many farms to go bankrupt. Indeed, let's not forget that the organization that the Banking Alliance, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, has entrusted to oversee all of this, the United Nations Environmental Program, is the same organization that helped push Sri Lanka last year to phase out nitrogen fertilizers in favor of organic fertilizers, with results in Sri Lanka which were absolutely disastrous for the population. No one could have any illusion about the effect such policies are going to have outside of Sri Lanka. What we're seeing here are our global elites, practically none of whom have any experience in agriculture whatsoever. It's adopting policies, whether they're regulators at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency or functionaries at the 6 big banks who have no idea what they're doing. They outsource oversight of their lending policies to a UN agency, also staffed with people who have demonstrated for all to see that they too have given precious little thought to the consequences of their actions. This is a threat to agricultural productivity, the likes of which we actually haven't seen before. We have seen governments out of control, as we saw in the Soviet Union and China. But here you have a potent duopoly of deep-pocketed private interest in league with international agencies and with governments. I would point out that the Biden administration, through its climate envoy, John Kerry, a year ago announced that American farmers were going to have to start practicing climate-friendly agriculture. Mr. Kerry knows no more about agriculture than he does about climate. No one should have any illusions about these people's potential to do an immense amount of harm. It is encouraging if you look to Europe and you see where farmers, actually in the tradition of their ancestors, the peasants who here, there, and yonder, rose up against their overlords in France, Germany, Belgium, and elsewhere. You now see people actively protesting on the streets against climate policies which threaten their livelihoods and threaten the food supply of not just the countries in which they live, but the food supply of countries to which their food is exported. This is something we all need to take seriously. Do not underestimate these people. Do not underestimate their power. Do not underestimate their influence. And do not underestimate the harm they can do. Best thing that we can do here is encourage those in Europe to continue doing what they are doing to force their governments to back down from policies which will have absolutely disastrous consequences. And what we need to do here in the United States is, in the spirit of our brethren in Europe say that we will not under any circumstances go along with this. Our families' futures and the futures of families around the world are in no small way dependent upon keeping the next disaster from happening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Bonner. Margaret, would you like to go ahead now?
Sure, thank you. And first, let me say it is an honor to be Dr. Cohen's wingman on this issue. He is definitely an intellectual giant on what is happening to our country. What I really want to focus my remarks on are how they are doing exactly what Bonner has discussed. In other words, what are the practical things happening in America that the Biden administration is implementing in order to get control of our food supply? And the key thing I think that people have to understand is that if you want to control the people and you want to control the food, you have to control the land. The land is the real resource. It is the base of all nations. We can watch the war in Russia and we can watch the war in Israel and see that it is all about acquiring more land. Because if the governments own the land, they can control the people. And that's really what we're talking about. My dad said years ago that the environmental movement is not about whether we're going to use the resources. It's about who is going to use the resources. And that is the battle that is coming to play to a head right now in America. So how are they doing this? The first key agenda that the Biden administration implemented was the 30 by 30 agenda. That was January 27th of 2021. That agenda is the international agenda to permanently protect 30% of our lands and oceans in America by 2030. And by permanently protect, what they mean are lands that we are not allowed to use. The people are not allowed to produce from those lands. They will be controlled and or owned by federal governments, environmental NGOs, land trusts, typically, in a conglomerated state. So it's a way of eliminating the small landowner. It's a way of eliminating the middle class. And the concept is that they can manage better our resources if it is in the conglomerations, in other words, collectivist control of our lands. That is the exact opposite of America's founding. When we were founded, we can all talk about the great Bill of Rights, the great rights that our Constitution protects, freedom of speech, freedom of the right to bear arms. But and those are all essential to our liberty. But what is it that allows we, the people, to ensure we always have those rights? It's not a piece of paper. It's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. And our founders understood that the only way that we, the people, would be able to control our government, limit our government, and secure our individual liberties is if the people owned the land. And that is the distinction between our nation and other nations. And so if you think back on American history, when Jefferson made the purchase of the Louisiana Purchase of 540 million acres, when he did that, he doubled the size of our nation. And every acre was disposed to the people. And a settler could go out, and depending on which part of the country they were settling in, which state, they could acquire either 120 acres or 640 acres as their homestead. And that size that they were allowed to claim was based on what would make a good economic unit for a family in that part of the country. And that's how that acreage figure was determined. That every acre was disposed of to the people, because our founders understood that unless we own the property, we will never be able to control and limit our government. The people must own the resources of the land. Our opponents also understand that. Karl Marx said that the definition of socialism was the abolition of private property. So this is a war not only for our independence, it's a war for our resources and our land. And most importantly, the decisions that's being made is whether or not we as Americans are going to own the property or we're going to be the property. And that's what's really playing out. So 30 by 30 was kicked in. That agenda is deeply entrenched. It's being implemented through all of the federal agencies. So the purpose, every federal agency has a mission to help utilize their powers towards meeting this goal to permanently protect 30% of our land and oceans. And let me say that's just the first step. The next goal post for them is the 50 by 50, so 50% by 2050, known as the half-Earth philosophy. So they're implementing this. They are really courting landowners with these voluntary conservation programs, which Bonner alluded to, these climate smart programs. One of the first things the Biden administration did was pour more money into those types of programs. And with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, they specifically allocated another $20 billion to these conservation programs, where landowners can sign up for these. And when they do, they're signing up for these climate smart programs. And in particular, the Inflation Reduction Act did something very sneaky. These conservation programs have been around for a long time, since about 1985, programs like the Conservation Reserve Program for landowners. What the Biden administration did in the Inflation Reduction Act was keep the program name the same, but change the underlying purpose. So where before the purpose might be for agriculture productivity, that same program now, the purpose for that funding now is to control agriculture production. So, and what's very sneaky about it is most landowners who trust these programs don't realize the purpose for the funding has changed for that same program that they are signing up to. And they don't realize that they are signing up for things like controlling livestock emissions, which is one of the things that has to now occur under some of those programs. What's important to understand about 30 by 30 and how it's being implemented in America is that it mirrors what has happened in the Netherlands. In the European Union, they adopted the Natura 2000 program, which is our 30 by 30 equivalent. They are just simply about 20 years ahead of us. And all of these things, these ideas, getting climate smart programs in, getting landowners to enroll in these programs, and in our case, enroll in these federal programs, receive the federal dollars, and create a federal nexus on their land. And that's the real danger, is Americans, I think, that are in these programs still believe that their property is their own private property that they control. But there's now a federal nexus on these programs, which makes it more plausible and easier for the banking interests that Bonner just talked about to be able to insist on these climate smart programs being carried out and controlling agriculture production. So on the one hand, it's devious, the way that the globalists are going about this. On the other hand, America's landowners need to understand that they are also participating in opening that door for these types of controls on their land, which they may not be aware of. Another key one to understand is the conservation easement. That is when landowners sell their development right in perpetuity, meaning forever, to a land trust. And that land trust from that point forward is the primary controller of that land. And that's another thing that sometimes landowners don't understand, is that when they roll their land into conservation easement, they still think that that's their private property. But what they have done is they have sold the control of that land to the land trust or the federal government. And so it is no longer private property, because the fundamental piece of private property is control. If you control the land, that is private property. If somebody else does, that is not private property. And that's what conservation easements put into play. That's something else that the Biden administration has been funding heavily and pushing landowners to sign up for these great conservation easements where they're going to come in and help the landowners, help them protect the land. Those are a couple of the really of the key things that are happening to the private landowners, in particular through the 30 by 30 program, that landowners need to be aware of. On the heels of this, though, in September of 2021, we picked up the news item that the Rockefeller Foundation had created a group called the Intrinsic Exchange Group that had partnered with the New York Stock Exchange to create a new investment program called Natural Asset Companies. Now, hopefully by now, most of your audience has heard about this. We call them NACs for short. And what was interesting about this proposal, or this move that they were making, is that this is what they were trying to do, was create a vehicle where things like our federal lands, such as our national parks, the ecosystem services generated from those lands, and those natural processes on those lands, things like pollination, photosynthesis, those ecosystem functions could be enrolled in this private investment vehicle, the Natural Asset Company, for profiteers like the global elite to invest in these and profit off of our protected assets, natural assets. So not only could it be the federal lands ecosystem services that could be enrolled in these, but additionally, private lands could enroll their ecosystem services into these. And what's important to understand is that a land trust that owned the conservation easements on a private land, they would have the ability to enroll the ecosystem services in these natural asset companies with or without the landowner's permission, because they own that right already through the conservation easement. And so therefore, the land trust is going to profit off of that. The landowner is going to suffer under those additional controls. The other thing that the natural asset company issue was created was that it was giving management control over these natural assets that were enrolled into the natural asset companies themselves. So the purpose of the natural asset company was to really reduce production. Everything had to be performed on the land under sustainability requirements. Nothing that was not replenishable could take place on that land. And so it was a setup to make sure that there would be no production that would come off of this land, or that what production did come off of the land was tightly controlled by the owners of that natural asset company. So it was a way to control how much Americans could produce. And the people who could invest in these natural asset companies included foreign adversaries. In fact, when the SEC issued their proposed rule for these natural asset companies, which was October 4th, Exhibit 5 of that proposed rule, it specifically says that foreign investors are invited to create and invest in these NACs. So we know now that the intent was to allow, like, China's sovereign wealth funds to invest in a natural asset company and therefore control the amount of production that comes off of those lands that NAC covered. So think of minerals that would not be extracted, oil and gas that would not be extracted. They would control how much timber came off. They would control how much grazing, how much food production came off of that land. And it created a perfect opportunity for our adversaries to control our resources while they developed ours, and of course, continued on their mission to take over of America, which is the long-term China mission. So a very dangerous position that these natural asset companies put our nation in. And so we started writing on this back in September of 2022 and just getting it out to some of our key people. Dr. Cohen was one of them. And we started sharing this information so that they would be aware of this as it continued to develop. And we did a first formal briefing for Congress on it in May of 2023, and then did some other writings. And then on October 4th of 2023 is when they issued their proposed rule to approve these natural asset companies. And it was, the date to approve them was in 45 days. So November 18th of 2023 was the day that these were supposed to go into place. Thankfully, we had some really good people we were working with that stepped up and did some very key things. And I'm just going to name 4 of them that really rose to this challenge. And if you want to say thanks to some real heroes in America today, these are the 4 that helped us stop the NACs. And that is Senator Ricketts from Nebraska, Representative Harriet Hagman from Wyoming, Utah Treasurer Marlo Oaks from Utah, obviously, and then Chairman Westerman from Arkansas. Those are the 4 that used their positions, which we elected them to, and used them appropriately to push back and stop these NACs. Now, there were a lot of other people that weighed into this heavily and did some important things, but from kind of sitting in the position of watching and helping all of these pieces move together in order to stop NACs, those are the 4 key that rise to the moment at the right moment and did not back down faced with the NACs. So I just wanted to throw that out there. They're good people that we need to be thanking for what they did. We did get the NACs stopped January 17th. The New York Stock Exchange pulled its application for the rule. So what's interesting to understand about what they did is the SEC did not disapprove the rule. New York Stock Exchange withdrew their application, which means they don't have a decision against forming NACs or an entity like this from the SEC. So they preserved that position so that they can come back, make a new application, and hopefully, we will be there to stop it again. But that was actually very strategically smart on their part to withdraw it the way that they did, because it positions them to come back. And so, as I said, this is something we're going to keep our eye on, and hopefully all of you will be as well. However, even though that was an incredible victory, and it's certainly one that we should all celebrate, and take note that these kind of big, well-funded proposals can be stopped when we fight these in a very strategic, smart, committed way. And I think we all need to understand that every battle that we're all facing can be stopped if we really put the energy and the wisdom that we need to into these. It's not about money. It's about strategy. And that's really, I think, important for us to take away. Sometimes we think that we are the minority and therefore we can't win these kind of battles, but that is not the case. And the NAC victory should remind each and every one of us that that can be done. But I do want to focus on, that was round 1 in this battle. And we have already pivoted to round 2, which is in tandem with the creation of the natural asset companies. The White House issued in September of 2023 a proposed draft for a national strategy to create natural capital accounts on the federal balance sheet. And so they finalized that strategy in January of 2023. And they are on a 15-year plan implementing this through 27 federal agencies to do essentially the same thing that what the NACs would have done, where they take the value of these ecosystem services and natural processes, which no one has a right to own. And in this case, instead of it placing them in a private investment for people to invest in, they would take that value and place it on the federal balance sheet for the purpose of inflating our collateral, therefore increasing the national debt. Also, if they can quantify it and monetize it, then it also gives them another vehicle through which to tax the American people. So we're already dealing with carbon taxes. They're talking about now biodiversity taxes, which would come out of something like this. One of the things I really want to press on to this audience to really understand what the opponents are trying to accomplish in this moment. What is their next step in order to put their agenda in place? The idea of valuing ecosystem services has been around since the Clinton-Babbitt years. So think 1990s, 1992. The idea of quantifying the value of these ecosystem services, they had been working on for some time. The United Nations started talking about this in 1980, and it could go back further than that. But they have been very seriously working on this idea since then. So it's already entrenched in a lot of our federal agencies here in America. The key thing that would have changed if the NACs had been approved is it would have been the first time these natural processes were monetized. And that's a very, very dangerous step for our nation to take. That is also with these natural capital accounts that they are attempting to put on the federal balance sheet, is what they are also trying to do is monetize these natural processes. Now, I think just to be clear, so we have a good understanding of why these natural processes should not be monetized. Number one, they're not property. When you think of property, one of the key elements of property is that you can exclude other people from utilizing it. So you own 40 acres and you can decide who gets to come on those acres and who doesn't. You can exclude people from that. Things like a mineral right, you can extract from the land and remove it from the land. A water right, you can do the same thing. A mineral right and a water right are considered run with the land rights. They can be separately owned by somebody and still be a part of that land. What the proponents of NACs and the natural capital accounts are trying to do is equate things like pollination, which you cannot exclude somebody from having or not having. Clean air, you cannot exclude people from having or not having. Photosynthesis, the same thing. So they're taking these natural processes, which do not meet the definition of property, and they are trying to elevate them as run with the land rights, equal to mineral rights and water rights. And that is a very dangerous step for us to take, because if they can quantify them, monetize them, that means somebody owns them. And if somebody owns those things, they can control our use of those just simply by setting up a credit and debit system, which we've heard them all talking about and they're working on. So it's not too far-fetched to see how, if they are able to take this step and legitimately monetize these natural processes, how they could really start controlling the American people and certainly our food supply through that process. So those are really the key things that in America today we need to really be thinking about and watching. The 30 by 30 agenda, which they have renamed America the Beautiful, the NACs, which will be back, and the natural capital accounts, which are very entrenched already in our federal government. And we're going to have to dig out more, probably agency by agency, to get that dug out. But importantly, I think for everyone to think about is what they can be doing at the state level. And there are some bills that are trying to prevent this from happening at the state level. But importantly, I think the thing that we have to watch and press against is this attempt to monetize natural processes. So thank you. Appreciate you having me on the show, David, and look forward to the other presenters.
Okay, thank you very much to Margaret and Bonner. Excellent eye-opening presentations. So I think Patrick Wood has a question. Let me take him off of mute.
Thank you so much. Margaret, let me ask you, how does 30 by 30 affect total U.S. government land ownership right now? Supposedly there's like 623 million acres already in the hands of the federal government. Most of it's in Western states. But nevertheless, how do you see this affecting the total land ownership by the federal government?
Yeah, so government's total, if you put local, state, and federal together, they own about 40% of America already. And about 27% is owned by the federal government. There actually isn't a hard figure on that because the federal government cannot even tell you how much they own, which is revealing. Mm-hmm. But what's important to understand what they're doing is they own 27%, but they say currently in America, only 12% is permanently protected. So you're not talking about land ownership when it comes to 30 by 30. You're talking about level of control that they have over that land, level of restrictions. So what makes up that 12% comes out of the USGS gap analysis. And that is national parks, state parks, wilderness areas, national wildlife refuges, and private property with the conservation easements on them in perpetuity. That's what makes up that 12%. So what they're really talking about adding to meet the 30 by 30 goal is another 18% in that highly restricted, those highly restricted devices.
Do you see, let me ask just part of another question. Do you see the federal government using this new technique to value the land that they also hold in trust? Do you see, in other words, do you see the feds looking for a way to monetize all the land that they're under the control for what purposes, who knows, but maybe securing it against the national debt, for instance?
Yeah, we do think that the purpose, primary purpose of the White House strategy, national strategy, is to quantify all these natural processes and put a dollar amount of those natural processes on the federal balance sheet so that it can inform, and their document says this, help inform the GDP, and also, we believe, to increase our collateral base, to increase the national debt. So, and that's the thing that's really crazy about it is, you know, you can't make any more land. So they've come up with this new ingenious idea that, oh, but those things that land do, the land does, like photosynthesis, we'll just put a dollar amount on that, and then we will arbitrarily determine what that value is. You know, we have to remember, this isn't a commodity that is consumer driven. So everything else, our economy is based on things that people buy or they don't buy. And that's what determines our economy. And this is something that a bureaucrat is going to sit in an office and decide that the air you breathe is worth X and the air that I breathe is worth Y. And so it's completely arbitrary. There is no standard that supports this. And that's why if they are creating the value, then they can decide how much of that value we are taking as individuals, which really can cross a line. I think for me personally, it's a moral issue.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation.
Just very quickly, are there any targets for reducing the herds of cows or cattle or crop production, either in Europe or the United States?
Well, in the Netherlands, they are looking to have the landowners voluntarily sell to the government 2,000 to 3,000 properties. And I don't know specifically any other targets other than they want to really reduce the capacity of food production. It all goes back to the belief behind this is that we are overpopulated. And I know I'm not telling you guys anything new. They believe there are too many people on the earth that are taking too many resources. So a lot of times I know we'll get the question, well, why are they even doing this? I mean, don't they know that if they do this, we can't feed the people? Well, That's not a problem to them because they think there are too many of us. But as they are doing this, they are also gaining control over all of these resources. So, the interplay between 30 by 30 and NACS is that the 30 by 30 agenda is the agenda to clear title and to consolidate the land into entities that either they control, whether they are the ENGOs or the government, and then they can control who is entitled to that production. So it's 30 by 30's agenda is to clear title, create all the protected lands so they could be enrolled in the NACS or placed on the federal balance sheet. And all of these lands are consolidated into the global lease power. And then they can dictate to us, the people, what we can and can't eat, whether it's going to be beef or bugs, which is part of the debate right now, and how much we're going to be able to produce.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Margaret and Bonner, for speaking to us. Very well delivered presentations and fascinating topic, and very unfortunate that we have to talk about depopulation and reducing the food supply to achieve that. Anyway, so let's go to the next session now. The next session is called Controlling the Populace by Coming for the Children. So speaking on this issue, very pleased to welcome Hugh McCarthy. Hugh McCarthy recently retired as a head teacher after 23 years of service in that role. He also lectured in a postgraduate leadership course at the University of Ulster, and he has served as a director on 2 of Northern Ireland's major education councils. So Hugh McCarthy, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and we'll turn the session over to you.
Thank you very much, David. I trust you can hear me and see me, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Just a second, I get going. And this is who I am. But just before I say that, in answer to the last speaker, I believe there are targets in many European countries, incidentally, and I think there was recently a target in the Republic of Ireland. And it's not on mainstream media, but there are widespread farmer protests across many countries in Europe on that issue. I think there was 30% reduction in the cattle herds. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I feel a wee bit like a fish out of water. I'm the only accent that I recognise, but this is who I am. As you can see, I've been involved in education for 50 years, and I look like it, I suppose. 23 years as a head teacher. I was a director of 2 of Northern Ireland's leading education councils, and I'm now on one of them. I have a lot of articles published on the damage that COVID policies did to children. 46 or 47 or so. As you can see, I'm married with 3 sons. I live on the shores of Belfast Lough. I am in Northern Ireland, and just to be sure, this is the part of Ireland which is still united, part of the United Kingdom. And as such, we are not in the European Union. That's who I am. So this is what I've been asked to speak about. A child is understood to be a sexual being from the beginning, and that's from one of the World Health Organization documents that I'm going to reference as I speak through this. I live in a world in which I and people like me have to persuade people, to inform people what is actually happening, what is going on, and then try to roll back what is already happening. So I'm going to put a couple of positions to you by way of scene setters. Now remember, this is very much a case study, I guess, because I'm obviously in Britain, so I can speak largely from the British and in particular the Northern Irish experience. So these next 2 slides are for you to think about, and as always, when you're using PowerPoint. You're never quite sure whether to read them or whether to read, but I'm going to read this one. The rise of gender ideology in British schools has me fearing for my 3 young granddaughters. You might think this is excessive, but the trans takeover of British schools is no small matter. An unscientific belief system is now being pushed as fact, and our children are being bombarded with 2 ludicrous ideas, namely that a person can change sex and that there are countless made-up genders to choose from. And next, pupils are being required to rethink everything they once knew about being a male or a female. All their assumptions about sexual relationships, marriage, parenthood, and being a boy or a girl or man and woman are now to be challenged by adults in authority. This is not teaching, understanding, or toleration. It's about abusing power to bend the minds of young children and indoctrinating them. And next, sex education in primary schools is tantamount to grooming. And we are in danger of instituting via RAC, that's Relationships and Sexuality Education, a national grooming programme recently mandated by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. And it's to be promoted by the very ethos of the school. No longer use boy and girl, all around the school and office staff, support staff. Children are being guided along a journey away from being a boy or a girl. It's about dividing the children from their parental influences. Educators are trying to sever the bond between a parent and a child. And that's not what schools should be for. They should be something about teaching skills, knowledge, and what the children don't know. So the aims of this needed. The aims are to raise awareness, to prompt you to ask what is being taught to my child and why. That might sound self-evident in American context, but it isn't here. To highlight the change of culture that's taken place over the last few years, how that culture has been brought into school, to explore parental rights, at least here, to suggest what you can do, and to flag up the issue if you don't know, find out how my children's school is being managed or what the management structure of it. What I'm briefly going to set the scene. What are we talking about here? What is the world we live in? Now, obviously, the speakers here today and tonight know the world we live in, but remember, we can, to a certain degree, speak in a bubble where we assume everybody else lives in that world, but that is very far from the case. So the first 4 are about that, and I'm going to be specific when it comes to what are we talking about. A brief spiritual perspective, scientific evidence, your rights and your responsibilities, and where is this going? So, first of all, obviously the macro environment, the one you live in today and tomorrow, very much part of the large environment, the world one. But specifically, certainly in Northern Ireland, and across Europe, the cultural, social, and religious norms are part of the world you live in. In Northern Ireland, it remains quite a Christian-based country. And it's essentially conservative. It's small. Because of our history, there are church involvement in our schools. Church representatives of 3 or 4 sit in all boards of governors. You might know them as boards on every school in the country, whether it's Protestant or Catholic. Local politicians are, in fact, local. I would have taught some of them. I know many of them. And I know where they are and where they live. And that's different. How accessible are they? And then there are the existing laws, which in our case is the Education Reform Order 1989 Northern Ireland. Now, what you can do depends on your knowledge of them, and you might at this point have switched off and said, there's nothing to worry about. How did we get here? David, Reggie, and James have already spoken to some degree about this, but in Northern Ireland's case, international private financiers funding the who are into now preparing teaching lessons, who advised the UN, who advised the European Union, the UK government signed up to the European Union, passed it down to the devolved administrations in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. We had no devolved administration until yesterday. So the Secretary of State governed. He passed that down to the civil service, who passed it down to the Curriculum Council, who relied on World Health Organization guidelines, and their guidelines appeared on the website. Now, the curriculum body, as its name suggests, prepares the curriculum for every child in Northern Ireland. So, the world we live in. Again, this is Home Office guidelines urge protection for civil servants whose gender may vary regularly. Now remember, we're talking about a culture, a climate of change. The Telegraph, that's one of the major newspapers in the United Kingdom. Doctors have been advised not to speak of boys and girls. The BBC ran a programme, said there were over 100 genders. Great Ormond Street Hospital, which is a large children's hospital, told 150 ways to express gender. The Daily Mail published NHS guidelines. As you can see, health guidelines don't mention girls or women. And apparently these are people who bleed, and if you don't get it right, this can cause harm. And on the next one down there, one of the most common types of cancer for women apparently can affect, ovarian cancer can affect women, trans men, non-binary people, and intersex people with ovaries. And the NHS, you fill in a form, you have to choose gender fluid, questioning, agender, non-binary, demi-boy, demi-girl. Patients are offered a menu of sexual preferences, as you can see. They are also asked to select their sex assigned at birth. This all normalizes an agenda and creates a climate or a culture which is normalized. So how this then gets into schools, as you can see from that article. Schools are being increasingly adopting gender-neutral positions, uniform policies, which are based on self-identified gender. And in many cases, the words boy and girl are being erased from uniform and other policy documents. Primary schools have abolished uniforms based on sex. Boys wear trousers, girls wear dresses. And to let children as young as 4 wear clothes that most reflect their self-identified gender. Now, this is transgender guidance. Now, apparently, children can only change gender under certain circumstances at school. Socially transition at school under conditions. And what this means is, for the first time, A new paradigm has been created where the state officially ratifies the belief that some children are transgender. And this has never before been affirmed by the government. Now, in Northern Ireland, that's our curriculum council. Schools should be proactive in establishing links with agencies such as Cara Friend. And these agencies are brought in, external agencies brought into school to provide teachers with guidance. Now, this is an LGBTQ awareness group, a promotional group. Separately, the Education Authority, which is the management body for all schools in Northern Ireland, has a suite, and I mean a suite, of materials for both primary and secondary pupils. The Department of Education, the name of which speaks for itself, and those are direct lifts, possibly welcoming to all, whatever their identity, and goes on to say in the last paragraph, schools should increase the visibility of transgender young people by supporting pupils in setting up a gender and sexual orientation alliance or introducing transgender role models. To me, this goes a long way beyond informing or promoting tolerance. This is about persuading. There are organisations in Wales, and for those of you in the UK listening, Kim Isherwood of Public Child Protection Wales is who you might get in touch with. In Scotland, Scottish Union for Education under Stuart Waiton. And as you can see there, he is saying that the Scottish government is promoting a form of transgender ideology under their document entitled Supporting Transgender Pupils in Schools. And it includes the highly contested idea sex and gender are interchangeable. So we've set the climate, and I could go on, of course. We've set the climate. Now we get rid of the parents. Right to know what is being taught is being denied in schools. Now, it's highly contested in England, highly contested. In Northern Ireland, in theory, the law is quite clear. Parents have a right to know. Not quite as easy, but they do have a right to know. And of course, if you know, you can do something. So you have a right to be consulted on the school's curriculum in Northern Ireland. You have to fight for that right. You have to know it's there. The Education Reform Order makes it quite clear. The Board of Governors is responsible for the school curriculum and has to consult the parents. The right to remove a child from a class is difficult, and it's being sidestepped. The right to know about external trainers that I've just referred to. And then there are changes in the laws which affect consultation. And then there's the little bit at the bottom that's being bandied about. Parents could be charged with domestic abuse for not using their child's preferred pronoun. Under controversial new guidelines, the Mail again is a major UK paper. Then a prominent journalist wrote, "Would you feel comfortable about that?" But more worryingly adds, "I don't know why I'm bothering to ask. It's not like you have a say." And then some public schools have a policy of not informing parents. And worse, in many schools across England, not in Northern Ireland, some of the big trusts are pushing parents out from the governing bodies. I think we call them the boards. We call them governing bodies or boards of governors. And in our boards of governors, parents Elected parents have a right to sit by law. In our case, it's round about 4 parents. We have 4 parents, 4 church representatives. It's a majority of the governors, in other words, in our case. So you can look at the next one. Dressing in a way that reflects their sexual orientation or gender could become illegal. And then the safeguarding policies are being promoted as a way of shutting parents out. And you can see withholding the information from the parents. So we have removed the parents. We have created the climate where it's normal and the culture. So get them early. So this is one of the major documents. The WHO has 2 documents, the WHO Standards for Sexuality Education in Europe, and there's another in the International Technical Guidelines. A bit like watching paint dry, I have to say, but about 90 pages in each. This is a direct lift, as you see, from section 1.4, and you can see the age groups. Alarm bells should be ringing already. 0 to 4, 4 to 6, and so on. In section 5, look at those 3 statements. Sexuality education starts at birth. Sexuality education should be delivered in an interactive way. And then further, why should sexuality of education start before the age of 4? We are told that a child is understood to be a sexual being from the beginning. Now, much of this information comes as a shock to the parents I speak to. And then just an example of the get them early. KS2 there that you can see is Key Stage 2, which is primary school. The Premier League is committed. As you know, the Premier League is the major football league. That happens to be Burnley. But you know, Manchester United, Liverpool, Manchester City, and so on. Of course, you've got to train the teachers. The INTO is a major teaching union for Catholic teachers in Northern Ireland. And it ran training courses. And these are direct lists. To change their language, this is the teachers were advised to change their language and lessons to make them transgender, non-conforming, inclusive. And again in red, primary school teachers should be prepared to challenge attitudes, introduce transgenderism to junior infants, and get children to challenge their own beliefs on issues around gender. It offers advice on social transitioning, and children are encouraged to debate whether boys and girls should only wear clothes from boys and girls sections and shops. And it further develops the theme that we'll come back to briefly, that transgender children find happiness when living as their true selves. Now, the worry there is that research shows that young children crave the approval of adults, and of course you know from your own school days, you like the approval of teacher. There is other research, and 2 of them are quoted below, where the teachers, other than the student, the teacher is the main influence. And the last one at the bottom by Saunders. Not surprisingly, thankfully, the most important factor affecting student learning is the teacher. Examples of books. Now, a chap that put in my stove had got books from the library called 2 Princesses. for his daughter before he realized what it was about. So one of the things that parents might be doing, should be doing, is checking your child's library books, checking their reading books. Of course, you get them early and then you keep them. So, Queen's University, one of two here in Northern Ireland, Russell Group University. Failure to comply, you face punishment. It's a zero tolerance disciplinary matter. So, perhaps you have had an intake of death already. There's worse to come. But before I do that, a question. Who should decide what is age appropriate for your child? When is it age appropriate? What should be there? What is your answer? And then, of course, where is it headed? So, is it the state that should decide? Is it the WHO that should decide? Is it the school? What is your answer? Oh, going back then, it's from the International Technical Guidance. We've already said most of those, but they look at the fourth dot down. Sexuality should be delivered in an interactive way. And that's settled. That's the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission is the next one. Promoting gender diversity. And the last one I've already mentioned, our Department of Education. You notice the title, Setting the Culture. That's the International Technical Guidance. I can't advise you strongly enough. These are both the WHO documents. So, yes, but what is he talking about? What do you mean, Hugh? Guidance, actual guidance, this is direct lift. These are for 6 to 9-year-olds, recommends a curriculum content which includes. Now remember, if you're asked as an officer of a curriculum council anywhere in the UK or anywhere in Europe or anywhere in America to design a curriculum, your first port of call will be WHO. What does the WHO say about it? And this is what they say for 6 to 9-year-olds and from 9 to 12-year-olds. I'll give you a moment to read that. And remember, underpinning this is taught in an interactive way. So, international technical guidance. Now, I'm at a loss to see, for example, how you describe pornography without seeing any of it, hence the interactive way. As 9 to 12-year-olds, obviously. Now, these again are direct lifts. Now, at the very least, the first few means discussion. Now, I'm at a loss to know how somebody could write this material for 5 to 8-year-olds. Actually, I'm at a loss to suggest that it's a classroom, a place for this. So a child who goes into school and won't put up their hand about Ohm's law, or I don't understand a quadratic equation, or how 6 times 4 equals 24. They won't put up their hand and ask, are going to suddenly put up their hand in a class of 30 and say, I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. And what psychological effect is that having? So, We can't blame our politicians or the WHO full stop, actually. Even though the Secretary of State introducing it to Northern Ireland didn't mention this, but the WHO in the small print says the programme must take account of the culture, religion and social norms of the society. A successful programme needs the support, engagement of parents, and a successful programme needs trained teachers. Now, in the world that I live in, where I have to present evidence because it's already here, what we've got to do is push back because it's already sitting there. So I and people like me can only push back using the evidence. And this is what WHO says. So in our case, as I said, we are conservative, still largely a Christian country, with many Christian representatives on our boards of governors. And in fact, our education reform order specifically states the spiritual and moral education of the children. Now, it's quite clear. There are rights there, but rights are no use unless you enforce them. So, what I was saying, even the concept of doing this at an impressionable age, in my view, using untrained and unwilling teachers is a recipe for permanent psychological harm. And that's even if you agree with it in principle. Now, the WHO says for a successful programme, you need trained teachers, but yet it should go ahead anyway. What? Now, the international technical guidance, as I said, specifically recognises the role of churches, the role of parents, and the cultural differences. And I'll give you a moment to read what it recognises as the role of the churches. You can see faith-based organisations have a role to play. And it's a role they have to play, in my view. Again, that's a direct lift. The last one, if you recall, was about faith. This one are the other two words, diverse social and cultural settings. It's important. And the sexuality education should correspond to the reality of young people's lives. And this requires sensitivity to social and cultural norms. A one-size-fits-all approach to sexuality education would hence not be feasible. That, once again, is a direct lift from the WHO. Yet, it appears to be what is being passed down from on high. So, just a brief word. A church. This happens to be the Presbyterian Church, who have written a very helpful book on transgender from a Christian perspective. And that's the moderator of the Presbyterian Church, that's the head of the Presbyterian Church in Ireland. The distinction between the sexes has increasingly been undermined, especially in schools, where the concept of gender fluidity is often promoted. Christian parents and governors will surely want to express concern. And the author of the book actually speaks of the profound insecurity and anxiety of many young people as they're being asked now to consider their gender. Surely that was one of the foundations of young people, and now it's wobbling. Now it's wobbling. They don't know whether I'm a boy or a girl. We will, as he says, we will always be insecure if our identity is based on something within us. And of course, an identity in Christ could not be more secure. So, how do we get here? Well, originally, transitioning was the so-called evidence was the belief that transitioning leads to a healthier, happier, more fulfilled life for children who were confused about their gender. So there was a movement where children who were disturbed, very unhappy, confused, went to certain professionals, and their solution was something called the Dutch Protocol, which consisted of medical, puberty blockers, and surgical interventions. And these were pioneered by a Finnish doctor called Dr. Kaltiali. And as you can see, the belief was they could start living transgender lives earlier and more credibly. I'll just give you a moment to read that. However, the Secretary of State has repeatedly said science-based, evidence-based, and so did the WHO. The top line is a direct quote. Now, where Dr. Kaltiali is, it is dangerous, I know, because I helped pioneer it. And then she goes on to point out about America. There's no solid evidence supporting the medical transitioning of young people. She has a conviction that the patients are being harmed, and she's researched the evidence and she calls it fraudulent. So what does the evidence actually show? Well, most people in the United Kingdom followed the National Health Service guidelines when it came to COVID policies about masks, vaccine passports, PCR tests, and so on. I'm hoping they're going to do it again. I mean, I hope they didn't do it the last time, but I'm now hoping. Notice a change in the guidance that such children may now simply be going through a transient phase when they say they want to change sex. And they now recommend a clinical management approach, being mindful that it's a transient phase. And the same NHS Commission report warned that allowing children to socially transition could have significant effects on the child or young person in terms of psychological function. And better information was needed about outcomes. I'd say that before you surgically cut me up, I think you should have better information about the outcome. And the same report, uncertainty around the evidence relating to the use of puberty blockers. The review was not able to provide definitive advice due to gaps in the evidence base. It goes on to say that the evidence was weak. So when the Secretary of State or when the Minister of Education talks about scientific evidence, would you ever talk to the NHS, please? Now, of course, it's the same. What about other countries? Where is the Finnish national medical body, as you can see? And its findings, the studies touting the success were biased and unreliable. It then goes on to say gender reassignment of minors is an experimental practice. And it goes on to say at the bottom that young people whose brains were still maturing lacked the ability to properly assess the consequences of making decisions they would have to live with for the rest of their lives. That's daunting, isn't it? This is not something to be entered into casually, obviously. The authors concluded that for these reasons, gender transition should be postponed until adulthood. So why on earth are we talking about it at school? Every systematic review of evidence to date found the evidence for mental health benefits of hormonal interventions for minors to be of low or very low certainty. Couldn't be clearer. Couldn't be clearer. And in the States, this is, as you can see, Professor Paul Michu. There are significant gaps in the research and evidence base. Affirming children in a false gender can cause real damage. All the studies show that at least 80%, he said 88, 80%, this is the bottom line, 80% of the children lose their gender distress over time. At least 80%. Now, the reality is, to read that, more research needed, lack of research. We lack the knowledge about what happens in 10 and 20 years' time. Transgender young people have, for the most part, no active sex life. Do they know this? This is common. Now, the reality is those countries which led us, being the UK, into this are actually leading the way out, but will be slow. Northern Ireland tends to be the slowest of all. So, no doubt, we'll be slowest out. So, remember, this is being promoted on the basis that such children will lead more fulfilling lives. This is a lifestyle satisfaction survey. The high rates of suicide at the bottom. And then a research into it. 6%, the 103 research studies into relationships and sexuality education programs find any positive effect at all. There is more evidence of harms. Instead, in fact, they found a decrease in condom use, an increase in sexual activity in the number of partners, oral sex, forced sex, STDs, and pregnancies. And that's the research document. And if they don't like what you say, sounds familiar, this is what Dr. Kalkayali said, actually. And this is why I've used government's own research and wherever possible, because that is where I have to win and possibly where you have to win as well. It is nearly a no-no to dare suggest what I'm suggesting here. I'm coming closer to an end. David, I see you looking at me. So, where are you? Where do you stand? So you can oppose
I just have a couple of minutes here, so perhaps we can finish up. This is excellent and very thoroughly researched.
Okay. You can oppose it in scientific grounds, moral grounds, or both. At the end, you can just decide it's right or wrong. Do you have to do this? Establish your rights, establish who is on your board, inform yourself, establish what is being planned, establish what is being taught, and above all, exercise your rights. In Northern Ireland, the rights are clear. In England, they should be clear, and enforcing them is more difficult. Those are the rights in Northern Ireland as a case study. By law, I know them, Education Reform Order, and the parents that I deal with, I'm informing. Our own authorities have affirmed them. So, even if you agree, I'm advising principals and governors to monitor implications of the direction of travel. At the start, David, you stole some of my thunder, but that's the pathway. So there was the proposition. What are you going to do? And thank you for listening. And obviously,
Thank you so much. That was a very thoroughly researched presentation, very methodical, excellent work, excellent delivery. Unfortunately, you had to do that on a very dire topic. It's hard to believe the depravity of people that are mainstreaming the Mengelization of children. I mean, in the 1940s, the worst possible nightmare would be that your child would fall into Mengele's hands, and now we're mainstreaming this. We're mainstreaming the mutilization of children, and even the children that are not yet subject to hormone treatment and surgery. They're terrified. Imagine a little 4-year-old kid doesn't know anything, and his teacher is saying next month he might be a girl. Well, he's afraid he's going to lose his sexual organs, and he can't tell his parents. The teachers tell him not to talk to his parents about this. The kid's terrified something life-altering is going to happen to him soon, and there's no one he is allowed to talk to other than the people that are trying to recruit him into being a subject of Mengelization. So anyway, I mean, there's a lot we could say about this. I think maybe some of the other ulterior motives of this are to break up the family, destroyed a generation of children, as if confining children to their homes during the pandemic and taking them out of schools and putting them in front of a computer for 2 years wasn't bad enough. Now we need to Mengelize them. They become infertile, so that reduces the population. And maybe it's a way to bankrupt the Western countries if we're spending all of this money transitioning boys to girls and vice versa. That's tremendously expensive, and maybe
I think it's 7 million per child. Had I had another 3 hours, the other 50 slides on this were about the damage to children caused by COVID policies, by the way, masking and school closures. I wholly agree. This is just yet another brick out of the wall or another brick in the wall, but I think it is 7 million per child to transition.
Yeah, I remember maybe 6 or 7 years ago, I lived in Northern California, close to San Francisco, and they started with the drag queens going to libraries and reading to kids, and I thought this will only happen in the San Francisco area. It will never go beyond this. But this thing has exploded, much worse than just having drag queens read to children. It's conducting life-altering surgery on them in some cases.
Yeah,
so anyway,
I was told here by some of our teachers it'll never happen here, but they didn't know what I have just been saying to you. They didn't realize the program was already prepared. It's being implemented. There are a lot of people, and parents don't know how to contact schools, who manages the schools, and what the curriculum is. And it is a question of trying to inform, no matter where you are, of course. This is me, but it applies to everybody.
Yeah, and I'm sure this nonsense isn't happening in China. I'm sure they're not doing that, but it's okay for the rest of the world to Mengelize their children. Anyway, Hugh, great job, excellent research. Okay, so let's continue. The next session is going to discuss digital currencies as a threat to our freedom. I hope our speakers are with us now. We have Aaron Day, who is a former United States Senate and presidential candidate, and Kevin Freeman, who is the producer and host of the Economic War Room and the author of a widely heralded book called Pirate Money. So it looks like we'll have Aaron Day speak first, and then Kevin Freeman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right, thank you for having me. Just so I know, just so I'm clear, how much time should I allot? I just want to make sure I've...
Yeah, maybe you can speak for 20 minutes, and then we'll let Kevin speak, and then you can take questions.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to go through what is it's actually a 4-hour presentation, but I'm obviously condensing it and putting an executive summary version of it. My name is Aaron Day. The reason that I'm here is I believe that the single biggest threat to human liberty is central bank digital currencies. And if you're not familiar with what central bank digital currencies are, essentially it's a form of digital money that can be programmed, censored, and monitored by the government. I have spent 30 years as a serial entrepreneur turned liberty activist in 2008 when my healthcare company was destroyed by Dodd-Frank and Obamacare, and moved to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project and got very involved in helping to get candidates elected and to help promote the idea of New Hampshire as the destination point for liberty, a beacon of liberty basically for the world. In 2012, I got involved with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. In 2018, I came to the conclusion that politics was a lost cause and moved and focused my efforts on how to take the technology behind Bitcoin and use it to basically get rid of other third parties. So what Bitcoin does for money, it gets rid of central banks and governments. That same technology could be used to get rid of middlemen for basically trading anything, whether it's stocks, bonds, what have you. And so I had exited politics, but then a combination of things happened. COVID tyranny happened, and then I had friends of mine who were personally involved in cryptocurrency. Well, one was sentenced to 8 years in federal prison just for the act of selling Bitcoin, and another friend had his business destroyed by the SEC. So that got me into looking at, well, what is the cause of all of this? What was the cause of COVID tyranny? What is the reason for this crackdown on crypto? And what I realized was that CBDCs are much further along in development than anyone is aware. In fact, it is my belief, which I hope to demonstrate today, that it's very likely that we'll have CBDCs implemented before the 2024 election. So I decided to run as president specifically for the purpose of raising attention to this issue, which it did do, but I've exited the race and I'm now at the Brownstone Institute as a fellow specifically focused on this issue. I'm going to move through some of this. I have an introductory story that kind of shows what a world looks like with CBDCs under a one world global technocracy where you have universal basic income, social credit scores, digital IDs, vaccine passports. But it's closer than you think. And in fact, this type of situation is already in place in China, where close to 1 billion people are using CBDCs. They have a very highly developed social credit system that uses AI and all kinds of surveillance technology where they track all kinds of behavior at a very granular level, including, they'll penalize you if you cheat in a video game or if you don't meet with your elderly parents enough. We are on the cusp of things like vaccine passports. Despite what happened with COVID, that has not stopped the World Health Organization from working on vaccine passports as well as more centralized control through pandemic accords. And so we have that. We have Canada's MAID program, which is their euthanasia program, which has gone from 10,000 people dying under the program in 2022 to now over 13,000 people. And this represents 4.1% of all deaths in Canada. And they are reducing the criteria to the point where, I think somebody's proposed allowing children to make the decision to use the euthanasia program without the approval of their parents. And so this is a perfect example of slippery slope and something that when integrated with a CBDC and social credit system, we're on our way to a complete dystopian nightmare. I'm going to move through some of this. I think most people are aware that China has a pretty robust surveillance state. They have over 600 million surveillance cameras. They are tracking everything, all movements and interaction. Now they're trying to integrate DNA databases, all kinds of facial recognition technology. But to me, the scariest words in the English language are, that could never happen in America. And I think people have a profound sense of complacency about how developed the surveillance infrastructure is in the United States. And you would think people would be waking up more quickly, given what we went through with everything from the TSA to the Patriot Act to all of the ridiculousness surrounding COVID with stay-at-home orders and TikTok dancers and masking children. But that hasn't stopped the World Health Organization or our participation in pandemic treaties or vaccine passport programs. The beat goes on. And in fact, the United States gets a substantial percentage of our own AI surveillance technology from China. So this idea that China is the enemy and, we're this, free capitalistic country over here and China's this communist state technocracy over there is just false. There is, quite a bit going on in terms of technology transfer. And in fact, I view China as more of the test case than an enemy for folks that are very actively working towards a one world government. And we now know how bad the surveillance situation and censorship situation is in the United States. And we've known since the 70s from the Church Committee that the CIA has infiltrated various mainstream media outlets. We know from Edward Snowden that the NSA has been collecting heaps and heaps of data on all U.S. citizens in an unconstitutional manner. And now we know from the Twitter files and the subsequent work at putting together this censorship industrial complex that there is a whole network of entities from the government, foundations, big tech, working together on a coordinated basis to filter, refine, and suppress content as it goes out through social media. So we are not, I don't even know if we're really that far off from China. These are some examples of them. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through. But what we're facing right now is really two worldviews. I think there's one view which, with the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, sees a world based on complete centralization, determinism, and through the use of fear tactics. And then on the other side, which is the approach that I'm in favor of, which is decentralization, free will, and love. I think that the actual battle lines couldn't be clearer or more distinct. The technocracy movement has really started over 100 years ago. And there was a formal Technocracy Inc. in the early 1930s that had quite a bit of momentum around it, but kind of died through civil war and internal politics. But it was picked back up in 1973 with David Rockefeller and Brzezinski and the formation of the Trilateral Commission, which the Trilateral Commission, trilateral means North America, Europe, and Asia. And essentially what they've been doing is infiltrating governments from the top down and doing this in a way that pushes a globalist agenda, reduces sovereignty, and has kind of pushed us on a fast track to one world government. And this is something that, based on the Trilateral Commission, kind of pushing things through the UN, that really became some of the initial framework for what we now know as Agenda 2030. There are other organizations involved. There are some organizations behind the scenes, and this isn't a complete list, but groups like the Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, which is big on pushing the environmental policy and scarcity aspect, and the Council on Foreign Relations. But if you dig into the UN, you'll find that from the very beginning, this was about one world government. H.G. Wells was quoted here saying, "Countless people will hate the New World Order and will die protesting against it." Julian Huxley, who was one of the first directors of UNESCO, or was the first director of UNESCO, said political unification in some sort of world government will be required. I bring this up because it has a specific bearing on CBDCs and central bank digital currencies. These 5 groups are really the public-facing groups that are intertwined and coordinated on pushing the CBDC agenda. You have the United Nations, World Bank, IMF, World Economic Forum, and Bank of International Settlements. And combined, these 5 organizations employ over 60,000 people and have an annual budget of $35 billion. But when you dig further, it's the size, and these organizations are more front organizations being pushed by other interests behind the scenes. So if you look at the WEF, if you just take the top 10 largest WEF partner companies. They have over 1,000 partner companies. Just the top 10 have a combined market cap of $9 trillion, employ 6 million people, and have $1.5 trillion of cash on hand. And I will add, just as a note, I just finished an article about the fact that the U.S. taxpayer has granted the WEF and their programs at least $60 million in the last 10 years. And that's not including travel and direct participation. Those are just outright grants to the World Economic Forum projects. The World Bank, so all of these groups are working together in developing policy toolkits and frameworks and guidelines to help nudge and push countries into central bank digital currencies. I'm going to skip through that. And if you want to get a sense of what a one world government might look like, these are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. And what I did as an exercise, and as you look at these, you can see the UN basically wants to regulate every aspect of your life, where you work, what you eat, how you address people, your education, your healthcare, and they want to regulate the land, the air, and the sea. There's really nothing, you can't really coexist with a one world technocracy. And if you take these sustainable development goals and go through the exercise of saying, well, what if I wanted to turn these into a social credit system? What would I monitor and what kind of behavior would I reward and punish? And when you go through that exercise, you can really see in China how that might look moving forward and what a prototype might look like for a one world global technocracy. And the UN has quoted, the UN Secretary General has stated directly that CBDCs have the potential to promote financial inclusion and stability and support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is in fact a part of the plan. So I'm going to get more into the specifics of CBDs in a bit. But before I get into CBDCs, I just want to say that the dollar is in the process of collapsing. And I have quite a bit of information on this, but a guy named Mike Hewitt did an analysis of 775 fiat currencies. And what he found is they all fail. There's a 0% success rate of fiat currency. The average fiat currency only lasts 27 years. And the reasons a fiat currency fail, the top 7 reasons are inflation, loss of confidence, debt overload, economic mismanagement, currency competition, political turmoil, and technological changes. So I think it's pretty clear if you look at that list of 7 factors, the United States is blinking bright red on all 7. And if you look at the progression here, FDR changed the gold standard from $20.67 an ounce to $35 an ounce. Nixon then abandoned the gold standard. Banks used to be required to have reserves. Banks used to be required to hold 10% of customer deposits in reserves. That was waived under COVID. So banks are no longer required to have reserves. So when you go to withdraw money from the bank, you're hoping that the bank is successful in collecting principal and interest on commercial real estate, which is collapsing, residential real estate, auto loans, credit cards, and student loans. This is how bad and desperate this situation is. We've gone from fractional reserve to no reserve at a time when every asset class is collapsing. And Americans are starting to wake up and actually have some concern about money in the bank. The BRICS nations are competing and are aggressively moving away from the dollar. There are, I believe, now 12 member companies, and it is estimated that by 2030, the BRICS will have a greater percentage of the global GDP than the West. The dollar's already been on a decline in terms of its use as the global reserve currency. So needless to say, so the dollar is doomed. And even as a global reserve currency, most global reserve currencies, which is what the dollar is right now, they typically last only 94 years in the role of global reserve currency. We're over 100 years. And so, I mean, I think we're on the way out. And furthermore, I think it's a controlled demolition. I think this is the classic problem, reaction, solution. They're going to destroy the dollar, create fear, and then usher in CBDC, which they are working on at a very fast pace. And I'll start with Executive Order 14067, which President Biden signed on March the 9th, 2002. This executive order authorized the exploration of a central bank digital currency. It also authorized a whole of government approach to regulating digital assets and other cryptocurrencies, which they have been doing, and I will give some examples of that shortly. In my run for president, again, my purpose of this was to try to get on the debate stage, to have a platform to get the word out that I'm, to basically share the information I'm sharing with you today. That didn't happen. In fact, I was suppressed from even being included in polls, but I did get the opportunity to travel across the country and to meet with other presidential candidates and to share my book, The Final Countdown, which goes into great detail on all of these topics. And in fact, I met with Vivek in June, gave him a copy of my book. He read it. We talked about it 2 or 3 times. And when he dropped out of the race, one of the first things that he did was he pushed Trump to adopt an anti-CBDC policy. So I'm hopeful that at least in some small way, me hounding him on this issue helped. But the current landscape is, Trump has said he's against CBDCs, RFK has said he's against CBDCs, Biden is obviously pushing CBDCs. So most of the other candidates, including the Libertarians, are against CBDCs. However, my concern is what happens before the election. I had an opportunity to speak with Ted Cruz, who introduced a bill in the United States Senate to prevent the Federal Reserve from implementing a central bank digital currency. It was dead on arrival. He was not able to get support at all. In fact, he was, I paraphrased in a polite way what he said to me, but, he basically said that the Senate is an absolute technological backwater and there is no support right now in the United States Senate to stop CBDCs. He is concerned that the Federal Reserve will actually act unilaterally and implement it without congressional approval, which they're not supposed to be able to do based on the Constitution. But, I think we all have seen what's happened with the Constitution over the last 20 or 30 years. And he's even expressed the concern that Senator Elizabeth Warren will become the next chair of the Finance Committee. And Cruz himself has only had 2 points in Texas. And so he had a very dire outlook about the state of CBDCs in the Senate. I spoke with Warren Davidson. I spoke with other members of the U.S. Senate like Cynthia Lummis. And truly, there is a very, very small number of people that are aware of this issue or would actually put up any active opposition to it. Senator Warren has been very vocal in promoting CBDCs. She recently said, a CBDC could help reduce the risks associated with cryptocurrencies, which are often used for illicit activities and are subject to changing technology and market conditions. So that's where we are with the Congress today. And I'll get to what I think is likely to happen. But going back to Biden's executive order, I've had 2 friends that have been directly impacted by this. Ian Freeman, who you see here as part of Crypto 6, he introduced me to Bitcoin in 2012. He operated ATMs and operated a business to basically help people get into crypto. And he was set up and targeted because he's a liberty activist with a radio show. And so he is now serving 8 years in federal prison. Jeremy Kauffman formed a company called Library, which also goes by Odyssey. You may be familiar with it. It's a decentralized version of YouTube. And his company was targeted for 5 years by the SEC, where, there are a lot of scams in crypto. This was not a clear case of being a scam at all. He was targeted specifically because he was applying blockchain technology to freedom of expression and freedom of speech by allowing videos to be distributed without censorship. So overall, the SEC has cracked down on 127 companies since 2013, 24 just last year alone. So they are absolutely accelerating the exit ramps. And the reason that they're doing that is they have CBDCs right on the horizon. This map shows there are 131 countries globally that now have CBDC projects in various stages of development. 131. In 2020, it was 30. In fact, there are now 1.3 billion CBDC accounts registered globally. There are only 580 million decentralized cryptocurrency accounts. So CBDCs have actually taken over dominance relative to crypto. To talk specifically about the projects, so you'll hear the chairman of the Federal Reserve say, we don't know if we're doing anything about this. We haven't even considered it, blah, 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 blah. The truth is they've conducted 3 successful pilots. Project Hamilton replaces cash. They did this in conjunction. The Federal Reserve Bank of Boston worked with the MIT Multimedia Lab. They did a 2-year pilot. Their system can handle 10 times the transaction volume of the traditional financial system. It works and the technology is sitting on the shelf. Project Cedar is a CBDC for banks doing wholesale transactions, basically moving large amounts of money back and forth with one another and doing cross-border payments. That project is successful. And the worst and the most dystopian of them all is this thing called regulated liability network, which is essentially, imagine one database that logs all transactions, all CBDC transactions, and all decentralized crypto transactions that can be monitored, tracked, and censored by multiple centralized third parties. So it's basically so imagine in the future, everything is given a digital token. You buy a computer, it's given a token. You buy a car, it's given a token. All of that is stored on a ledger. You can only buy and sell things with CBDC. If the government doesn't like your speech or your social credit score drops, they'll just simply remove access not only to your cash, but prevent you from using your assets or selling your assets. In July of last year, the Federal Reserve launched FedNow, which is a infrastructure for real-time payments between banks, which isn't a CBDC itself, but it's an infrastructure on top of which you could put a CBDC. This is a communication I had just last night with a developer who has worked on Project Cedar and also knows the folks over at Project Hamilton, and he has said to me in no uncertain terms that CBDC is part of the regulated liability network. The government won't use any blockchain they don't entirely control, and that Project Hamilton has actually gone from 1.7 transactions per second to 1.84. So the technology is there. The president has passed an executive order. No one in Congress is there to stop it. Most Americans are oblivious. This Cato report shows that 49% of people haven't heard of CBDCs when posed the question of whether they would support one or not. And my fear is the way this gets brought in is the way every other major piece of legislation that strips us of our rights gets put in. It's a fast-track law in an emergency. As an example, the Patriot Act was passed 45 days after 9/11. TARP was passed 18 days after the collapse of Lehman Brothers. The CARES Act was passed 16 days after COVID was declared a pandemic on a voice vote. So the scenario I'm envisioning here is one where if there's a terrorist attack or a cyber attack, it gets ushered in on a voice vote on the basis of national security and stopping money laundering. So in summary, what can we do? What we can do is I've written this book, The Final Countdown, which outlines what I've just discussed today in much greater detail, but then provides practical advice on how to use crypto, gold, and silver as alternatives to fiat currency. I've been living off of crypto, gold, and silver exclusively since 2019. It's possible, and this is the best way to stop CBDC. The best way to stop CBDC is to stop using fiat currency. I'm doing 4-hour workshops across the country because, people may buy the book, but to get them to actually take the step of acquiring crypto or silver and gold requires more of a personal touch. And so I'm doing that. And then I'm doing talks such as this, regular articles in the with the Brownstone Institute. And I'm launching a podcast that will go into greater detail. So I thank you for your time and look forward to any questions.
Right, Aaron, thank you so much. That was very interesting. Let's let Kevin speak to us now, and then maybe we can take some questions when Kevin is done.
Great.
So let's bring Kevin up.
Yeah, excellent. So I'm going to share, as soon as I start this, I'm going to continue, and then I'm going to pull up my Davos in the Desert play from the start. Can you all see can you see the slide presentation?
No, I don't see it.
Okay, well, I'll just walk through it then.
Kevin, you can go ahead and click share, which is at the bottom of your screen, and then click
window. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Now are you seeing?
Not yet.
You see it now? I allowed to share screen, but I guess it's not going. I can go without that.
Then you have to choose what you want to share. So you might have to click like on is it a PowerPoint that you have?
Yeah, it says it's connecting. It's a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
All right, I'll watch that, monitor it, and if it's not connecting easily, so I'll just go from my PowerPoint. Basically, I agree with everything Aaron says. 3 points I'm going to cover. Our money is failing. It's just a matter of time. States have an alternative. That may be a new piece from what Aaron shared, and the time to act is now. And my background is I've got 4 decades in the investment industry. I did Pentagon research on economic warfare in 2008. I warned that the dollar was going to come under attack as the next wave of economic war. I briefed all the major agencies, DIA, FBI, CIA, DARPA, war colleges, generals, admirals. We're in an economic war. Since 2018, I have Economic War Room on Blaze TV, also Liftable, XOTV, Rumble, YouTube, WVW TV. I've written 4 best-selling books, including the book Pirate Money, which is this one. Number one, I said our money's failing. Aaron covered this, but it's just a matter of time. We have $34.2 trillion in debt, and it's going to exceed $50 trillion before this decade is out. That does not include unfunded liabilities. We owed $10 trillion in 2008 when I started working with Pentagon. Then $16 trillion in 2013. Then $20 trillion in 2016. Last April, we owed $31.8 trillion, and now it's $34.2 trillion. Right, so you just see the ramp. If you took interest only at the Fed funds rate 5 to 5.25%, right now, more than half of all of our income tax receipts, personal income tax receipts, would go interest only. You know, just 3 years ago, it was $368 billion we're paying in interest. Right now, we're running at a rate that will top $1.7 trillion just in the next couple of years. And interest expense will go even higher from there. I mentioned the national debt. I look at the U.S. debt clock. I wrote the book Pirate Money on page 50-something. It showed $32.1 trillion in debt, and today you look at it, it's $34.2 trillion. So it's rising rapidly. Our money's failing. It's just a matter of time. Foreign interests want to destroy the dollar. Since 2008, Vladimir Putin has said his number one goal was to destroy the dollar. Xi Jinping has said that since 2013. In 2008, China held about 10% of our outstanding federal debt. Now they hold about 2%. So in 2008, when I told admirals and generals, Chinese are going to try and break America. They're going to do it with a digital yuan. They're going to do it to replace the dollar's reserve currency. Why would they do that? They said they own 10% of our debt. Now they only own 2% of our debt. 2008, Vladimir Putin helped create the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now there are 30 nations vying to join that group, and they've said very publicly, we want to remove the dollar as the world's reserve currency. Elon Musk explained it. You know, in World War II, our enemies were Germany and Japan, and our allies were China and Russia. Today, that's flipped. So Putin said to India, I know you're an ally of America today, but they just took all the Russian assets that we own in dollars. They just took them when we invaded Ukraine. How do you know they won't do that to the Indian assets? Get out of the dollar. Elon Musk said it. He said, if you weaponize your currency enough times, other countries will stop using it. And as a result, we see a rise of alternatives. There's a digital yuan that's been created in China and a golden wallet where they're asking people to deposit their gold with the Chinese government. There's central bank digital currencies formed in over 100 nations being created. And of course, Biden bucks that we've talked about. First, the digital yuan. Its purpose is to replace the US dollar. It's backed by gold, they say. They will force other nations to use it in trade with China. It has support from the Saudis, and it virtually means the end of the petrodollar, because the petrodollar was built when Saudi Arabia said exclusively all oil trading has to be in dollars, and any dollars that we get, we will put into U.S. Treasury bonds. That's no longer the case as of last year. Now, on September 7th of last year, the G20 received a paper from the International Monetary Fund. It sets the stage for coordinated central bank digital currency, like Aaron talked about. It gives you the ability to monitor, tax, and regulate all currency anywhere on the planet. For example, if you've driven too many miles in your gasoline-powered car, your money will not be useful to buy gasoline. It creates a digital ID, which is necessary to transact in it, which becomes a digital panopticon or digital prison. And with central bank digital currency, it's not your money. You get a use license to use it, and it can be revoked if you violate the terms of service. There will be no privacy. Everything will be monitored, and the government has a line item veto on your spending. And all of this is legal under the legal framework because you'll agree to the terms, and it'll start with, in a crisis like Aaron mentioned, here's a crisis, we're going to give you $5,000. And people will say, well, I can't afford to pass that up, so they'll sign up for it. Just like the COVID vaccine was initially voluntary and then it was mandatory. That's the intention here. Now, I mean, this really scary thing about this is the spokesperson for the IMF came out on television in India after the G20. You read the subtitles, and what she said was, won't it be wonderful? They'll be able to monitor our caffeine consumption. And if we've had a cup of coffee in the morning and we go to buy one in the afternoon, they'll know we've had too much caffeine that day, and they'll look out for our health and tell us that we don't need any more caffeine, so your money's not good for that. You think that's crazy? Well, what about Mayor Bloomberg saying if you drink more than 16 ounces of soft drink, you should be cut off? Or PayPal, when they said if you have hate speech on the internet, we'll just take $2,500 as a fine out of your account. This is the problem with central bank digital currency. Aaron mentioned Biden bucks, Executive Order 14067. It was 37 pages long, dated March 9th, 2022. It is all about control. They talk a little bit about the technology, and then they get into how they can enforce ESG, environment, social governance, or DEI, diversity. I'll do DIE, diversity, inclusion, equity. That is the intention, to make money control everyone. It's all about climate change. It's all about protecting you. So you go to buy a gas-powered stove, natural gas stove. I'm sorry, it won't work for you. Probably will work for Governor Newsom, but won't work for you. Our money's failing, and real people are going to be hurt. If we lose the reserve currency status, which is a real possibility, then ordinary people will be hurt in a hyperinflation, and then they'll implement central bank digital currencies. We'll see major inflationary pressures, and we won't have the ability to dig our way out of it. This is what happened in Weimar Germany. This is what happened in Zimbabwe. This is what happened in Argentina. And you can see in Germany, they actually had to wheelbarrow money in to just buy a loaf of bread. Children played with it like blocks. I have a $100 Zimbabwe note from 1995 that would buy a lot of stuff. It was worth the equivalent of a $20 US bill. 13 years later, they were printing $100 trillion notes in Zimbabwe, and those weren't worth 1 penny. Argentina, they had 124% inflation at the end of last year. This is what happens when a currency fails. And even the Federal Reserve is losing money. They won't be able to bail us out. You know, James Rickards posted September 18th that the Fed was losing over $100 billion. Well, they lost more than that. Why? Because the Fed bought all of the debt, all of the government debt. They bought it and bought it and bought it at lower interest rates. And then when interest rates go up, the value of that debt goes down. Nobody wants a Fed note paying 1.3% when they can get one paying 4.3%. And so the value of that debt's gone down. The Federal Reserve is not in a position to bail us out going forward unless they just print massive amounts of money. And the pain has only begun. In 1971, I was 10 years old. My dad hired me. He said, I'll pay you $1 to cut the front lawn. I argued with him, and he paid me $1.60, the minimum wage that year. Since 1971, that dollar has lost 89% of its purchasing power. I could buy a Hershey's bar for 10 cents. I could buy a Spider-Man comic for 15 cents, a Slurpee for 15 cents, a cheeseburger, fries, and chocolate shake for $1. I paid a tithe out of that $1.60 I earned. It gave me $1.40 left. That bought everything I wanted. Today, that would cost $20 to do the same thing if I gave a tithe at that same level. Bottom line is, we are really facing a dire economic situation. I mean, that's my background. I'm in the global investment management business. I've been there since 1983, graduating from college. I ran a $2.5 billion division of Templeton at one point. This is really a serious thing we're facing. But point number two is states, not the federal government. States have an alternative. And I think that's important. I was with the Attorney General in Texas, Ken Paxton, on the Monday before the governor announced we're being invaded and we're going to field an army to protect America. We are needing to rely on the states. And I actually gave some of the ideas to Ken Paxton. We were talking about them. I don't know if he acted on them or not, just like Aaron talked about Vivek. I don't know if that's what led him to do it or not, but he gave the governor the go-ahead, and they went ahead and were starting to protect the border. States can make a difference. States have an alternative. To understand that alternative, you have to understand the Constitution, gold and silver. You have to know what money really is. You need to understand history and what the courts have said, and I'll run through that very quickly. Number one, money is a unit of account, a medium of exchange, a store of value. From a biblical standpoint, money is gold and silver. From a founder standpoint, money is gold and silver. Today, people can use Bitcoin as a unit of account, medium of exchange, and store of value, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, it's not enshrined in the Constitution, which means that Aaron's friends are going to jail because the government hates it. But I think we have at least a firewall, a fallback position of state-based gold and silver. So let's talk the history of money. History of money in colonial days, we had continental notes that weren't worth anything, but they promised. They said, I've got a $4 continental note from 1776 Philadelphia. It says, payable to the bearer 4 Spanish milled dollars or the equivalent in gold and silver. Unfortunately, they didn't have the gold and silver to back it up, and therefore the men at Valley Forge did not have shoes in the winter. That's why they didn't have good money. After we won, which was a miracle, the Articles of Confederation had every state having their own type of money, and so people didn't know state of New York money or Massachusetts money. They didn't know which was good, who had anything behind it. So the Articles of Confederation created more confusion and complexity, and that is one of the reasons monetarily why they failed. Under the Constitution, they specifically used the term dollar. What they meant was a Spanish milled dollar, also known as a piece of 8. Or they meant gold doubloons. Pieces of 8 and gold doubloons, you think about that, that's pirate money. The founders hated paper money. They loved pirate money, which is real gold and silver. Now, in the 19th century, the Bank of Kentucky started taking gold and silver on deposit, and they would write certificates. I've got a 12.5-cent Bank of Kentucky note, which is 1/8 of a piece of 8, and that represented silver. You can get a certain amount of silver. It's about 0.1 ounce of silver for 12.5 cents then, because a silver Spanish milled dollar was 0.7734 troy ounces of fine silver. 1/8 of that's about 1/10 of an ounce of silver. They issued certificates. You deposit your silver and gold there, you get a certificate, you could spend it like currency. Somebody took them to court, a guy named Briscoe. Briscoe said, this is unconstitutional money. Supreme Court ruled 6-1, it's totally constitutional. You can absolutely make warehouse receipts of gold and silver and exchange them as currency, and the federal government has no say in it. That is a state enumerated right. Later in the 19th century, we had a civil war. In the Civil War, the Union produced greenbacks. They were backed by nothing other than the green ink on the back of them, which is fiat currency, and the South produced Confederate money. And this miserably failed because it wasn't backed by anything and created some inflation. Now, in 1870, Hepburn versus Griswold was a Supreme Court case where they took them to court and said these greenbacks are not legal tender, even though they say they're legal tender on the paper. And the Supreme Court ruled that the U.S. federal government is authorized to coin real money, but they cannot produce paper legal tender. It's not authorized under the Constitution. Boy, do I wish they'd stop there. If they'd stop there, we wouldn't have the problems. Unfortunately, Ulysses S. Grant, the war general, the Republican, decided he wanted greenbacks, and so he packed the court, and 1 year later, they had a ruling with a packed court, Knox versus Lee, in 1871 that overturned Hepburn versus Griswold and allowed paper money. Curse Knox versus Lee. That's a terrible decision. Anyway, in the 19th century, at the end, they wrote this book, a guy named L. Frank Baum. You may have heard of it. It's called The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. What you probably don't realize is that Oz stands for ounce, O-Z. All throughout that book is an economic allegory complaining about 1857, the Coinage Act, and 1873, the Coinage Act, and saying we need to return to gold and silver as a money system. And he used some wonderful illustrative visuals in that there was a yellow brick road, that's gold. There were silver slippers, not ruby like the movie, silver slippers. They changed it to ruby for Technicolor use. The ideal monetary system was the gold yellow brick road with silver slippers to go along it. The Wicked Witch was the banker of the Northeast, the Tin Man, the factory workers, the Scarecrow, the farmers. The Cowardly Lion was William Jennings Bryan, who was fighting for a gold and silver standard. The Flying Monkeys, those were lawyers. The Munchkins were citizens, and Toto, even Toto, was a teetotaler. And who was the wizard? The man behind the curtain in the emerald green city, like the Greenbacks, and he had no real power. That was the Greenback. Nothing really behind the curtain. It's a beautiful story, and I've covered, by the way, all of this in my book, Pirate Money. Now, the 20th century, we created Federal Reserve notes starting in 1913, the creature from Jekyll Island, and I was just at Jekyll Island a couple of weeks ago. 1933, FDR confiscated all the gold, although we continued to produce silver certificates. And in 1971, President Richard Nixon decided to remove us, the last vestiges of the gold and silver standard, from Federal Reserve. And so now our money used to be backed at least 40% by gold and silver, is backed by absolutely nothing. He said it was a temporary order. Of course, that temporary has continued to today, 53 years later. Now, in the 21st century, what do we have? We have a lot of ways to pay. PayPal, Venmo, Tap to Pay, Bitcoin. We're moving towards a cashless society and reverse ATMs. Is that good? No. All of this is designed to usher us in to central bank digital currency. When the paper dollar fails, they'll substitute the electronic version that won't be backed by anything, but it'll be the only alternative you have. Unless, and I love the idea of gold and silver and Bitcoin, that's great, but when the government cracks down like they did on gold in the 30s, what will you do? So here's our solution. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. No state shall enter treaty, alliance, confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit. If you stop there, it'd be devastating. But it went on and said, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender and payment of debts. The founders were specifically contemplating pirate money, silver pieces of 8, and gold doubloons in 1787 when that passed. Briscoe versus Bank in Kentucky already said you can deposit gold and silver in a state-based institution and they can write you certificates and you can trade off that. Bronson versus Rhodes in 1868 is a Supreme Court decision that said that gold and silver coins are the equivalent of gold and silver bullion. In fact, I just bought, let me see if I can find where I put it. This is a gold coin. This is a gold doubloon, 8 escudo piece that I just acquired. It's cost me $1,400 on eBay. It just arrived just before we got started here. Now, there's a couple of other court cases that are important to understand. Nebbia versus New York, 1934, that says states have police powers and can do whatever necessary to keep their economy functioning, even regardless of what the federal government says. And Lane County versus Oregon, 1868, which basically says that a state can require the use of gold and silver coin and the federal government has nothing to say about it. It's an enumerated power from the Constitution. So when you put all that together, I believe we have a pirate money plan to offer that the founders stuck in. This is my book, Pirate Money. You can get it on Amazon. I just had somebody contact me and order 250 copies to pass out because I met them over the weekend. This thing is taken by storm. And pirate money, because it's gold doubloons and silver pieces of 8, but also because pirates helped us win the American Revolution. Pirate money is constitutional, biblical, desirable, and an excellent store of value. 100 years ago, 1 ounce of gold would buy a great man's suit, shoes, shirt, and tie. Today, 1 ounce of gold will buy a great suit, shoes, shirt, and tie. And 2,000 years ago, it'd buy you a nice toga. 100 years ago, you could buy 5 gallons of gasoline for 10 dimes. That's true still today if you have the silver content of pre-1964 dimes. Gold and silver hold their value over time. So I'll just fly through this. Point number 3, the time is now. Our money's at risk. There's tyranny on the horizon. There's no other viable alternative a state can offer. It's a matter of economic justice. The technology is in place, and we have a national movement with 25 states working on this. Our money's at risk. We've already said that, from foreign efforts and debt and interest rate realities. And this could offer, oops, I'm going the wrong direction, I think. No, there we are. This could offer economic safety and economic justice. Gold and silver hold their value. Traditionally, only the well-off could afford to put their savings there, and you stick it in a vault or something because it's not transactional. In fact, the Wall Street Journal article of April 24th of last year says how to buy gold. It's a Google record for people searching how to buy gold. And here's what they said. They said, Bitcoin shares common qualities with gold. Both are mined. Neither is wallet friendly, and they are virtually useless for buying gas, groceries, or a movie ticket. Oh, you don't need that. Central bank digital currency, oh, that'd be useful. Guess what? Transactional gold and silver is possible. Right now, gold is taxed as a collectible, same as Bitcoin. How do you buy it, though? Well, there's a new way with technology where you can go to Glint Pay on your iPhone, and you can download that. You can buy gold and silver, and then you can get a MasterCard and spend it. I talked to the CEO of Glint Pay. I spent the last week going to state legislators with him, and I said, some people don't like electronic versions. They don't want a debit card. But imagine you could take your gold and silver, put them on deposit in a state-run depository where they guarantee privacy, safety, and everything else as a stopgap. It's not the ultimate. It's not the end-all. But as a convenience, they would hold it for you, and then they would give you a debit card that you could transact in. I've got one in my wallet. I went and I paid for a number of things last week. I went to Chick-fil-A, and there's my Glint card, and I paid for it. You can tap to pay with your phone, or you can use your MasterCard and pay for it. I did that. How convenient is that? But I said, look, some people don't want that. Let's add a checking account feature to it if it's offered at the state level. He loved it. He said, absolutely. We already have a bullion depository in Texas. We're willing to loan it to other states, or they can use a vault that they've got from Brinks or somebody else in their state, and they can literally make gold and silver money again, where you can buy stuff with gold measured in ounces rather than dollars. And that's the key. So that if you got if you got a gift card that was 1/20th of an ounce of gold, that'd be worth about $100 today. If you got a $100 gift card, in 2 years, you'll lose money. I'm about to wrap up. I'm trying to stick to my time. Is that all right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So the other thing with gold and silver, if it's offered transactionally by a state, is it will not be taxed as capital gains because it will meet the definition under the IRS of functional money and legal tender. And I love Bitcoin. It can't meet that definition. It can't be legal tender in the United States unless the Congress makes it so, and they're not going to. But at the state level, they can make gold and silver legal tender, and if we make it functional money where you can transact in it, you could own gold and silver and not have to worry about capital gains taxes from inflation. This is the way to beat the Great Reset. We have 23 states showing interest. I've visited most of them. I'm getting calls all day long. The book is attracting supporters. We have a media campaign that will soon launch. This is our plan to defeat the Great Reset. So I'll paraphrase Colonel Davy Crockett. CBDC may go to hell. My gold and silver is going to Texas or Utah or Nevada or Florida or Arizona or Alabama. All those states are looking at it. This is the opt-out. You can get this book from piratemoneybook.com, but I truly believe, and I've got court cases, I've got constitutional experts, and I've got legislators and state treasurers and governors who say, hey, wait, we can do this. We can have a state-based monetary answer to central bank digital currency. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Kevin and Aaron Day. Very much appreciate you speaking to us. I guess I have to give myself a little bit of credit. I got excellent speakers. All the speakers today have been excellent, and you've all done a great job for us. I'm sorry we don't have more time. I know that we would all like to listen more to the risk of CBDCs, and maybe we'll get the two of you to come back to us and speak to us for a longer period of time. But that was a very informative session. We really appreciate that. Okay, so let's go to the last session of the day. This last session deals with the vulnerabilities of the telecommunication systems. Speaking on this issue is Robert Johnson, who is the CEO of EME Safety. Bob Johnson has spoken to Davos in the Desert events in the Phoenix area and makes very informative presentations and covers very difficult issues in a language that the lay people can understand. So we're very happy that Bob Johnson decided to join us at the last minute. I just invited him a few days ago. So Bob, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can hear a yes. Not sure if you want to open up your camera. Not sure if you have any presentation or you just kind of want to talk about some issues. Okay, great. So there is a presentation. All right, so take it away, Bob.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Thank you. So, yeah, what an interesting day. I mean, I don't know. Just listening to everybody, it was just kind of funny. I don't know if I'm happy to learn all this or depressed. I don't know. So, at any rate, for all the people in here, a little bit different presentation. I come at it more from an engineering point of view. I'm an engineer. Spent my career mostly in the RF and microwave world. And that's kind of what I've done and still do a bit of work in that area. And I've spoke to a few people and I think maybe in line with today's discussions, but one of the big buzzwords, of course, nowadays is 5G, right? So, the whole 5G thing and whatnot. Sharing your screen. Okay. You guys can see the presentation, right? Yes, no?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, great. I don't know what, I'm getting some weird WebEx thing, so, in any rate, so, but again, very, very neat, very interesting for some of the stuff here. So, just from the idea of what 5G is and, just kind of go through it and why it's seemingly important. I mean, I'll it'll be interesting to, as we all back into this and why, of course, the government or the industry would tell us we need this. And why will it be a target for bad actors, whoever they might be? And, maybe what we should be doing about this, like all forms of technology, it comes with a bit of a price, I guess I'll say. So, we've all over the last 20 years or so gotten hooked on our mobile devices. And the 5th generation of cell phones is kind of the next thing here, right? So not many of us remember, maybe some of us do, the original analog phones, the Motorola flip phone, or even the brick phone from the 80s, 90s, or 80s was when they were first start working on with those such large phones. And they were all analog, and we simply used them as a phone. They had no digital capability. And of course, then we got into the digital world and 3G and whatnot. And of course, 4G, which is very dominant here in, across the world, no matter what country you're in, we're all pretty much at 4G. And then 5G, that's kind of what's coming, the 5th major generation leap of phone technology. And it allows, this whole like Internet of Things, for some reason, you need the ability to query your refrigerator as to what food is in it. And the refrigerator could send you a message if you're low on milk while you're at the store or whatever. So all these things seemingly provide more quality of life to us. And, people would kind of press us on it. And even for some of us in the US area, you'll see commercials on today from like Verizon as well as T-Mobile, and they're touting the home internet, right? So you can now get home internet from you're a wireless company. So you don't have to necessarily have cable TV or whatnot. Let Verizon be your supplier. And of course, they're offering some relatively low introductory pricing to go with that stuff. And from a financial point of view, that's what everyone wants, right? Everyone wants in your home. Everyone wants it. Used to be just simply the phone company and, cable company, and now it can be the wireless company. And everybody wants to supply you the broadband internet. And for some of us, like Starlink, right? That's one of the brilliant things that Starlink does is this ability to supply you this broadband digital data that you need so that, for some of us, we can stream data. I was interested in some of the other presentations. I'm kind of I consider a big landowner in upstate New York, and I've got rural property and, say like around 80 acres. But I'm in a valley of no communications, and Starlink's about the only way I can get communications. But of course, in New York State, the Department of Environmental DEC officers, they can go anywhere on your property without a search warrant. So they have rights in the state of New York to go wherever they want and, to investigate you without a search warrant, which I find always kind of interesting. But yeah, that's my upstate New York kind of mentality. But, the 5G world allows for really almost like billions of objects to be connected and go through this 5G wireless network. And of course, the wireless network is got certainly an open doorway to the internet. So we all know what happens there. So they've got all this, ability to, connect up all these devices. But the other part of it is it's extreme accuracy positions. So, like I said, the wireless companies want you to go out and approve 5G and buy 5G because it's a big dollar investment for them and a big dollar gamble that you'll all go get, 5G. And the initial offering is this high-speed data to your home. And like I said, everybody wants in your home. They want more of your money. And the yes, sorry.
If you don't mind, can I just ask a question to focus this a little bit? I guess what maybe some of us are most concerned about are the vulnerabilities of the telecommunication systems to bad actors. So if the Chinese or Iranians or somebody was motivated, is it easier to penetrate, to corrupt with a virus or routing data to an enemy country as we deploy 5G compared to older technologies? Because my understanding with 5G is the intelligence is closer, there's many more points of intelligence closer to the end user. The intelligence is not back at headquarters or central stations anymore when you deploy 5G.
Right, and I'm going to kind of get to that, from from the NSA and some of the other people. The problem is that everything here, mostly in the 5G world, is in that mythical place called the cloud. And the cloud is a very connected place, whether through the internet or not. And so everything, how to say it, everything has a risk. And, there's guidance out there that how we control this risk and how we, if you will, isolate the data and isolate the bad actors and not allow them, even if they get in, to not go to any room they want to. The fear is that costs a bit of money and it costs a bit, will wireless companies do that? There's no law requiring them to do that. So there are ways, as we all know, there are ways to combat this, like Boeing does it every day. They get thousands of, people trying to hack into their system, and they defeat them, pretty handily. The problem is they've spent the money to do that. Will the wireless companies do that? They can do that. My fear is that they probably won't. And so your fear, if you will, of, are we going to be safe, or could a bad actor get into our world? Being negative, I would probably say yes, the bad actors, unfortunately, are going to have a path to you and me. And we know how to stop it. The question is whether or not we would spend the money to stop it. And that's where I think the rub becomes, because, corporations are, pretty greedy little entities. And, they just want you to pay, and, and to do everything they want. And I mean, you'll see as we get into this, just the whole self-driving, I look at this high accuracy position, and, depending on who you think the bad actor is, right? So how about if we just turn your vehicle off? You know what I mean? How about if you can't go anywhere, whether you've got it charged or not, or you have gasoline or not? New vehicles have an incredible amount of communication capability that most people are unaware of, and it'll make you want to keep your 2000 Toyota instead of getting your 2024, Tesla, whatever. Anyway, so hopefully I answer that, but I am going to get into it more. So,
okay.
And again, you can be kept at home if you've got, drones that can deliver you food, so you don't need to go anywhere. So when we lock you down the next time, we'll just, we'll authorize, or you'll authorize this food delivery by drone. So be happy with that. These are the small wireless facilities, and you'll see that this is kind of one of the things where, these high density areas, and this is a picture of, us here, David, in Chandler. These are the pictures of some of the sites in Chandler. And if anybody remembers, and I know a lot of people don't, but after Hurricane Katrina, a lot of the cellular sites that were being used were shut down and didn't have any battery backup. And the Congress made changes, and they required the wireless companies to put in batteries. And so right now the wireless companies are spending a boatload of money taking care of these backup lead acid batteries. Well, the wireless companies are smart too. So they go back to the FCC and they develop these things called small wireless facilities. And most of the 5G sites will not be the big sites. They will be these small SWFs. And in an SWF, they are not required to have battery backup. So this becomes a much more economical, pleasing thing for the wireless companies. The problem is that when you lose municipal power, you're going to lose these 5G sites. And so that's going to be a bit of a problem. So, I'm unsure in our world where we've got bad actors who want to attack our grid and take and control our power. This would have a direct effect on our 5G capability, our self-driving and other vehicles. And so, 5G is very, very accurate positional information. So whether when you're carrying the phone with you, the system knows exactly where you are. And I mean within less than a meter, right? So just keep that in mind, because that's part of the whole 5G thing. So what would a bad actor, could a bad actor hack into the system? Of course they could. Whether that's foreign or domestic, I'll just leave it at that. So people can find out information for it. And Yeah, it allows all these internet, Internet of Things. Why we all need this, I don't really know, but it will certainly allow your refrigerator to communicate with you when you're at the store or whatever, or vice versa. And I think the thing is that you come to depend on it, right? So in my world, I think we've got a whole lot of people. I'm always amazed because one of my hobbies is to drive a vehicle on a racetrack. And so I'm amazed at the vehicles or the people that we have in vehicles that no longer want to drive. We all want autonomous vehicles, and we don't see the value of it. And I think this whole Internet of Thing is, it provides all that, and 5G provides this locational accuracy. The problem is you're going to become a bit of a slave to the technology. So a lot of things I heard today are probably going to happen a lot faster, but I often think of the next generation of people who probably won't be able to drive because they'll just be used to riding in autonomous vehicles. And of course, the insurance companies will turn around and won't insure you if you are driving. So you better put it in autonomous mode if you want to do that. So it's, the threat. There's plenty of threat out there when it comes to the information. More directly here, if you look at like the NSA and CSI, 5G networks, again, will be lucrative for cyber threat actors who wish to deny or degrade network resources, otherwise compromise information. It's imperative that 5G cloud infrastructures be built and configured securely, with capabilities in place to detect or respond to threats. So, it's a little bit maybe, to a bit beyond, but take the example, right? So the example would be if you're allowed access to a building, so you go into a building, that's one layer of security. In more secure places, you have only access to the rooms that you are authorized to go to and of the doors that you happen to go through. So that's a higher level of security. That's really what, in the first bullet, prevent and detect lateral movement. So once a bad actor is in the system, if you will, in the building, in your house, then you try to control them as to where they can go. So you don't allow them to go, to a bedroom or a bathroom or whatever. So you try to isolate them, right? And second bullet, we try to isolate them certainly from network resources. Yeah, you got in, but you can't go anywhere and you can't do anything, hopefully. The data that goes through, that transits through, you know what I mean? Like, again, my poor example of you communicating with your refrigerator. Well, yeah, protect that data, but what does it really mean? It's not really very important data, as perhaps data that would compromise sensitive information, let's say, that you or I may store on our computers. So that's going to be part of this. And then the integrity of the infrastructure, the whole infrastructure that's based on this. So that is what, like, NSA will say that we should be doing. And, you get into it further, like, in some ways, I know we're not all welcoming of AI technology, but AI technology may be the best way at detecting these occurrences, isolating them, defeating them, because they're, if you will, have this ability to constantly watch this kind of a system or a setup. So, in our, coming world, like I said, is we become more wireless and as more things become connected and whatever, it certainly gives the bad actors, unfortunately, more ways to get into our lives. And like I said, you'd be surprised on some of the automobiles, how much they communicate that you don't know about. And so I foresee a future. I know I see a future where, maybe people would have a different idea of modifying a vehicle. And I'll kind of leave you guys, more with this way as, what should we do, right? So whatever, the bad news of 5G, the good news of 5G. I think you want to demand this protection. And I know we all know privacy is pretty much a gone thing these days, but you really want to have, protection in your personal information. And I think that's something that we need to, like we've said all day today, we need to do it grassroots, and we need to get the right politicians in, and we need to kind of bring them up in some way here. And whether it's defeating CBDCs, whatnot, we need to get the right people in there. I call it considering alternate communication technology. Probably funny coming from an engineer, but we used to all have landline phones, and we'd be scared of maybe who was listening into the landline phone. Not that I'm saying we should all go back to landline phones and walkie-talkies, but you might want to consider it for some things. So I'll leave it at that. Do you really need 5G? Do you really need that new 5G phone? It's whatever. I call it alternate transportation technology, newer vehicles. I can see the future of where I would go to a place not to modify or to soup up or to give me more power from my vehicle. I might want to go to a place that's going to do a digital cleansing of my vehicle. You believe it or not, most all the vehicles, I would say for the last 5 years, they've got stored in them the fastest you've ever driven. So your vehicle is keeping data that you don't really know about. And so you can see there might be a future for digital cleansing of this kind of information before it becomes illegal to remove that information, right? And again, these politicians, somebody that understands the free travel. So I'm really, concerned about the ability of a bad actor, domestic or foreign, of getting hold of our infrastructure via the 5G network, which will be their path in because it's too much in the cloud. It's too much. And again, there isn't a cloud. They attack a data farm. You know what I mean? We keep calling cloud. You think it's somewhere magical. It's really in a building with a bunch of servers and storage devices is what the real cloud is. So that's kind of my thing. So I just wanted to give you an idea. Yeah, the more technology that we do, we open ourselves up to it. We can defeat it. We have the intelligence. The question is whether or not we have the patience and the desire to spend the money. And that's what scares me, is I think most likely we probably don't. So anyway, that's my presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Bob. Really appreciate your sharing your knowledge with us. Just one question. Just by the way, what kind of precipitated me for creating this session at the last minute was I read this book called Wireless Wars, China's Dangerous Domination of 5G and How We're Fighting Back. Very interesting book. Bob, maybe it's not a fair question, maybe it's not in your domain, but do you have any sense as to how much Chinese equipment is in America's telecommunications infrastructure? Are you concerned about any possible dependence we have on Chinese telecommunications equipment?
Again, the bad orange man, President Trump, kind of threw Huawei out of the country, and a lot of people had to throw away that kind of equipment. There's a lot of inexpensive inconsequential parts that are supplied by China. But I think relatively we've got a fairly good, brick wall a bit there. I'm scared because, so much of, we found in the, like the semiconductor shortage in the automobiles, and, where we make a chip and then it goes to Taiwan and then it goes to China and then it comes to whatever. It makes a circuitous path back to us in the U.S. So I'm not so scared about that as I am, this ability. I mean, like other things, whether it's TikTok or whether it's, we've gotten rid of the major equipment. And, can they hack in? I think more of my fear comes from the internet and the cloud rather than the hardware, if you will. That's kind of more my fear.
Okay. Yeah, just on the issue of the vulnerability of 5G, one of the interesting things was mentioned in the book that I referenced was at one of the big casinos, an IT guy who was in charge of the aquarium, he put like a sensor or 5G thing in the aquarium to monitor the salinity of the water in the aquarium. And bad actors infiltrated very, very proprietary data held by the casino by getting in through that sensor that was in the aquarium. So it kind of, for a layman, it kind of woke me up to, maybe there are these risks that as all these little sensors are put all over the place, that those can be the gateways to very valuable information.
Yeah, again, I'm sure the casino would have not been very happy about that. But, we have the knowledge and we have the technology, but, nobody put it into that salinity sensor, didn't think it was, thought it was inconsequential. And of course, it turns out to be very consequential. So this whole Internet of Things, of course, scares me. Like I have no idea, am I going to give somebody the gateway to hack into my personal data from my refrigerator, right? So do I now have to fear my refrigerator or a salinity sensor? And I think, we're just all opening ourselves up, and it's not necessarily, to me, the 5G network as it is all these things we want to add to the internet. I think we all understand the perils of the internet now. Add everything in your house to that. It's kind of frightening.
Great. Well, Bob, thank you so much for speaking to us and educating us on 5G technology and other aspects of our telecommunication system. We really appreciate it. So we're just about done with the program. I'd like to thank all of our attendees for joining us today. I know many of you have been with us the entire 8 hours, so we really appreciate your continued interest in our program. We invite you to learn more about Davos in the Desert by going to our website, which is davosinthedesert.us. We have an elected group of podcasts. We even have a podcast on data center cooling technology. So Bob referenced where the clouds actually reside in these data centers. Well, one of the problems there is they create so much heat, you got to have technologies to cool them down. So we had an expert talk about the different ways that data centers cool technology. So we have a lot of very interesting podcasts that we hope you'll take a listen to. And we would appreciate your support if you're able to become a member. It's only $19 a month. That would be helpful to us. So just in conclusion, it was a very informative session today. Our speakers were fantastic. I don't think we had one speaker that rated below 9 out of 10. They were all fantastic. So just kind of the closing thing. There are some bad actors in this world, unfortunately. There are some evil people. If the depravity of subjecting children to mutilation, doesn't convince you that there's some bad actors in the world, I don't know what would. And if people are determined to inflict that kind of psychological and physical pain on children. And I think all these other concerns that we articulated today, they're real. We saw that Americans were threatened with being fired if they didn't submit to getting vaccine injections. We've seen in recent years that if you don't have the right political beliefs, you're tossed off of social media sites. You've lost your freedom to assemble. In some cases, you lose your professional licenses, your ability to make a living. There are people that do want to regulate every aspect of our lives, everything from the home appliances we're able to purchase, our mobility, our ability to purchase even clothing, telling us what to eat. You're not supposed to eat meat, not supposed to eat dairy. There are people that have gone on record advocating for a democide. And I think if nothing else, it's important to be aware of these issues and of the potential and of the pending legislation that could correct some of these issues, or at least scare some of these organizations into behaving a little bit more humanely. So we mentioned HR 79, which is Andy Biggs' with the WHO Withdrawal Act. We mentioned the Divest from Davos Act, Defund Davos Act, and a couple of other pieces of legislation that you can get behind. So if nothing else, you're more aware of some of these issues. Please tell your friends and colleagues about them. Our recordings will be available, so you can come back to our website and listen to them again, or have your friends do so. And do what you can. Do what you can. Tell your elected officials about your concerns, and hopefully we won't end up like the Uyghurs, which is the subject of our program next week. Very, very unfortunate what that 12 to 14 million community is suffering at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. So anyway, I think we will adjourn at this point. Again, thank you all for being part of the program.